Mai ia te tipua, mai ia te taputung, mai ia te kā ui a reki. Mai ia e tā ui a rongo. Ati hei mauri ora. He tū tēnei o mai te mana whenua o te upoko o tika. Taranaki iwi te ati awa ki te mei atu ki a koutou. Koutou kua tae tinana mai ki tēnei wānanga o te ara aunga ora Retirement Commission. Nau mai ara mai piki mai kake mai. E tino me I rongi o koutou mana, o koutou reo, o koutou pūkenga. O te ao tai o anga, o te ao aumuni. Nau mai ara mai piki mai kake mai, ki te upoko o tika. I wa ora e whiti ana te rā e runga, I te whanganui ātara. Ko tērā te moana o te takiwā nei, ko tēnei te reo, e pūoro ana, I wainganui ngā pai maungo o te takiwā, nau mai, ara mai, piki mai, kake mai. He tino mei ki a koe te minita, ngā mei, te komi ana o te ara aunga ora. Kia koutou katoa, I rungi o koutou, tūpuna, tino whakaerera, nau mai, ara mai, piki mai, kake mai, whakatau mai. Welcome to each and every one of you. The intelligentsia of the financial world, from the Commission. It's rare to have such knowledge and intelligence in the room. Rare and wonderful. ABBA would say, in terms of money, 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 must be sunny in a rich man's world. Money, 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 always sunny in a rich man's world. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but what I do know is that having money set aside for that oft-mentioned rainy day is a sound thing. Pink Floyd also talk about money, and I'm not going to sing that song, though, and the value of having a great job and getting as much money as you can to tide you over. But we all know that most New Zealanders are working, a huge percentage. I'm sure the Minister will attest to that. But unfortunately, where the wheels fall off is saving. And we all know that the huge number of New Zealanders who never get around to purchasing a house, or those that have or are purchasing in the process of purchasing a house, often go into retirement and they haven't paid their house down, they haven't paid it off. So we are not in a good state. And thankfully, we have a wonderful retirement commissioner and a wonderful retirement commission to help rectify that fact. Nō reira, nau mai, ara mai, piki mai, kake mai, whakatau mai, tēnā koutou, a kia ora mai tātou katoa, kia ora. Maku koe e awhie, I te ara tupu, maku koe e awhie. Nō reira, ki runga, ki raro, ki wa o ki roto, riri au, pai māriri. Kia ora everyone, have a wonderful conference. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koe. E ngā reo, e ngā waka, e ngā karangatanga maha nau mai. Haere mai ki tēnei hui whakihira I te rā nei. Me mihi ka tika ki te mana whenua o te whanganui a Tāra e ngā iwi, tēnā koutou katoa. Kei aku rangatira, tēnā koutou, kia tātou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the National Strategy Partners Conference for 2022. I'm Michelle Acourt. I will be your kaiwhakataki, your MC for the next couple of days, and I am delighted to be here. Look at us in a room together. I still love this. I don't think I'm ever going to take this for granted ever again after the last 2.5 years. There was a time in 2020 that was filled with existential angst for somebody like me, when I thought that human beings would stop gathering together in a space to talk and listen to each other and laugh and think and do all the good things. It turned out that that's not how it is going to be, which is delightful. I have to tell you that every time we leave lockdown, and we'll never have one of those again, touching wood. Where is some wood? Every time we've left a lockdown, the first thing I've done is shot out of home and gone to do some shows somewhere. The first time in 2020, we went off to do a 3-day pop-up comedy festival in Tauranga, and none of the venues were available. They'd all been mothballed. So we used a found space. We spent 3 days doing comedy shows in Tauranga in an empty Glassons store. And I don't know if you realise this, but if you spend a lot of time in a particular environment, you start to soak up the vibe of the environment. By the second day of the festival, I was wearing a crop top. And I started following Max Key on Instagram. Do not advise that. And by the end of the 3-day festival, I was just ignoring all women over 50. Because that's what the nice girls in those shops do. Which I quite enjoy, because it means I can shoplift. I do not pay for my crop tops. They do not know I'm there. So, but today is not about me, which I find weird. It's actually about you. I'm going to push on with that. I loved it when Peter said that you are the intelligentsia of the financial world, and you all just sat there and went, yes, we are. Yeah. You are absolutely correct. Carry on. So I'm delighted to be in your company. And this is about each of you over the next couple of days having the opportunity to hear from industry, from community partners, entrepreneurs and government and ministers about what they're seeing and what's shifting the dial for New Zealanders and their money, and for you to also to share your wisdom and experience with each other. So together we're going to explore the best ways to effect change for the people who most need it, and also work out the next priorities for the national strategy for financial capability. Now, the theme of this year's conference is the power of together. And I think one of the things, as I say, that we've learnt from these COVID times is how much we need to be together in a room, that we are social creatures, and that the best things happen when we can see and hear and touch each other, with masking and hand sanitising for sure. So this is a good time for me to talk to you about health and safety while we are all gathered together. You will know that the emergency exits are pretty clearly marked. You know where the doors are, you know where you came in. Make a note of that inside your own heads. If there was a reason for us to evacuate this building, then our assembly point is Odland Square, which is the large sort of concrete area out of those doors that's partly under construction, but there's room enough for all of us out there. If there was an earthquake, please drop, cover and hold and wait for staff instructions about whether we leave or stay. If there's a tsunami, we will go for a very brisk walk together up Taranaki Street. If there was a fire, we'll evacuate to Odland Square. Bathrooms, the wharepaku are down in the basement area. You can get to them either through those staircases or that staircase. They all end up in the same place. And there is lift access for anybody who would like it to go downstairs to the basement area. There is hand sanitizer all over the building, so please make use of that, and also make use of washing your hands before and after we break for kai. If you are sneezing and coughing, please do that into an elbow, and don't touch each other's elbows, I think is the part of that message that is never reinforced enough. I think it's great to do that, but don't then go up to somebody and touch inside their elbow, because that's disgusting. And feel free to, I want people to wear masks if they're comfortable wearing masks. And, I do this weird thing that makes no scientific sense at all, is that I wear masks when I first meet people, and then when I've been talking to them for a little while, I take my mask off. That doesn't work. This is not a medical, that's not appropriate. And I've had COVID, so obviously it's not very effective. But I want everybody to do what makes them most comfortable in terms of of their safety over the next couple of days. I need to remind you to have your mobiles on silent, please. We want your mobiles on, but we want them on silent. We're going to use them, and let me talk about that briefly. We have, for people giving questions today, we're going to do that via Slido. So you don't need an app for Slido to ask questions. Please take out your phone or iPad, whatever you're using while you're here. You don't need an app. You just go to slido.com and enter the code that you are seeing on the board. If you want to, you can use the QR code that will take you straight through to it. And the code is 2742895. 2742895. And that will come up with the power of together. And it will then ask you to join the event. And that's it. That's how simple it is. You will see once you're inside Slido that there are two tabs. One is Q&A and the other one is polls. Q&A is where you will type in your questions for speakers. And you can like other people's questions. So if you're listening to a session and you go to type in your question and somebody has already asked that question, or you see a question there that you like the look of, you would like to hear the answer to that, give it a like. That helps it to float to the top, and in the limited time that we have, that will be the question that we will go for first, the one that most people want asked. So that's a fantastic way of being interactive. All right, so we're not going to use Slido just at this particular moment, but we will very shortly. We're just going to have a little play with it. Right now, all I want you to do is pop in your code and be ready. If you want to use the Wi-Fi that is available in this room on your mobile device, then I want you to look for Wharewa ground floor, and the password is Kia ora e hoa. And it is case sensitive, so you need a capital K, capital O, capital E, and a capital H. So tap that in and you'll be able to join the Wi-Fi for this room. I also want to let you know that all of our sessions over the next day and a half are being recorded. There's a camera at the back of the room. Obviously, don't sit with somebody you shouldn't be sitting with, because people will know. And also, when you're moving in front of the camera, just try not to move in front of the camera too much. Phil tells me that he finds it hilarious when people bob down but not enough in front of the camera, and actually it's a whole lot better if you just walk straight in front of it, but quickly. So that's where Phil is. You can all see where Phil is. Don't stand there. That's all I'm saying. So that's great. Catering, let me tell you about where we are going to find our kai. Because there's so many of us, we're going to use two rooms. So there's the foyer area outside of this room, plus the cafe area just down the steps. That's been set aside for us today. And there will be more food available in the matiu room, which is just upstairs. And that's where you will find, if you have special dietary requirements, that food will be in the matiu room just upstairs. We will have ushers here at breaks to let you know where to go, but it's pretty straightforward. So that's all my housekeeping for now. Right now it's time to hear from our mana ahu ngārua, our retirement commissioner, Jane Wrightson. I first met Jane in the 1980s when we were both obviously at kindergarten. Is that where we... Well, it was like kindergarten. It was TVNZ. Jane has spent 30 years working in media with commissioning and programming roles at TVNZ as Chief Executive of New Zealand On Air, on the BSA, the Screen Producers Association. She was New Zealand's first woman Chief Film Censor, and she's been the Retirement Commissioner since early 2020. She is also chair of Experience Wellington, and so I'm sure she's excited to have us all in her fabulous city. Would you please put your hands together and welcome Jane Wrightson?
Tēnā koutou katoa. No airani I ingarangi aku tipuna, he tangata te riti ahau. I whānau mai au Heratonga, I te rohe o Ngāhi Kahanunu. Ko te mata te maunga, ko tuki tuki te awa. It's actually Ngāru Roro, but I can't say that fast enough, so I go to tuki tuki. I naenei, I noho ana au ki whanganui e tara, I te roti, I te rohi o te Aotearoa. Ko Jane Tokuingawa. It's over a year since we launched the National Strategy in Parliament. Thank you, Minister. A 3-year plan with the aim of working together to help New Zealanders understand money. A national strategy sounds like a great idea, particularly when you think about the various ways business, government, community and iwi go about upskilling their customers, clients, friends and whānau. We worry about money a lot in this country. We know that few of us are much good at thinking long term, at managing impulses and deferring pleasure. We also know we're pretty rubbish savers, insecure decumulators, find it tougher than we should to bounce back after life shocks, and have been knocked around by the pandemic in a variety of ways. One of the things I've learned in this job is just how many people and organisations care about helping people deal with these issues and how humbling it is to watch you all in action. It was our privilege at Te Ahunga Ora to develop the national strategy with a large number of people providing feedback and guidance on the way through. And I think we all did a pretty good job. But there's no point in the strategy if it's just us at the Commission banging on about it. We want you to feel it's important, to use it to shape your work, and to join with us in the various work streams that develop actionable projects. Talk to our indefatigable Rachel Beckett if you want in. There are 3 key goals in this strategy: consistent content, work together, demystify money. Arising from those, there are also several Shift the Dial projects targeting the 3 priority audiences who need different approaches than have traditionally been provided, or who perhaps are just finding their voice: women, Māori, Pacific peoples. A huge highlight this year was witnessing the Financial Services Council take on the first Shift the Dial project, launching the It Starts With Action campaign targeting women. My personal thanks to Tracy Cross from Women in Super, Clarissa from the FSC, and the many, many people who got behind them. You'll hear more from Tracy and Riss about that campaign this afternoon. And we look forward to the New Zealand Bankers Association focusing on Māori next year as a Year 2 project of the strategy, working with Tāwhia, the rōpū of Māori bankers. In this year's review of retirement income policies, the 3-year tome that we deliver to government saying what we think about things and where things might be improved, we're looking specifically at what retirement looks like for Māori, which reinforces, among other things, that targeted and different financial capability system responses are crucial. Other NatStrat work streams include joining forces this year with a number of partners in a campaign to encourage safer spending, and nutting out a new industry glossary of consistent financial terms which will help demystify money for New Zealanders. This glossary, which is a beast of a thing, is about to go to industry consultation, which Rachel will share more on this afternoon. And again, if and when we get it right, we're going to need all your help to start rolling this out. We've also this year shared new research, engaged with partners through regular webinars, run Sorted Money Week, of course, with many of you, and stood up an impact measurement steering group to define consistent measures which we can use for financial capability. Our hope with this and this request, how do we measure our worth, how do we measure our work, came from a number of areas in the sector. It's our hope that if we can nail this, it will persuade all our masters that FinCap work makes a difference and is worth investing in. Because the pandemic, record inflation, and growing inequity highlights the need for a joined-up financial capability community more than ever before. This face-to-face time today is long overdue and is an excellent opportunity for us all to test our thinking and to plot the next steps for the national strategy. I have too many thank yous to name the people individually who have helped us with the NatStrat work, who have led pieces of it and who have contributed to the thinking. But please know, we know who all of you are, we may know where you live, and we're all incredibly grateful. The theme of the conference today, The Power of Together, encapsulates this. It's a strategy for all of us to work together to achieve more, duplicate less, and improve New Zealanders' wellbeing. We look forward to achieving more together as we move to the second year of the strategy, and we're asking you where we should focus our energies. A terrific array of speakers will help sharpen your minds on this and get your thinking caps on. Thank you all so very much for attending. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Ngā mihi ki a koe. Now, before we go to our first speaker, our first keynote speaker, I would like us just to have a little play with Slido. So pick up your phones, your device, whatever you're using today. I want you to go to the polls section. We're going to make a word cloud, which means that as you type your word in, we're going to see it appear. Oh, there's a photo of me. Look, there was a photo of me before. God, I was young. Did you see? Oh, quite is. A very old photo. Terrific. So we will see the word cloud come up on the screen. So this is just to get you familiar with Slido because we want you to use it all day to ask all the questions in the world. So go to the polls section, and what I want you to type in there is the worst thing that you've ever bought. Just, did you buy a leaky home? Did you buy a bubble skirt? I bought a bubble skirt in the 1980s. It was an appalling thing to do. So just type that in. Black jelly beans. I don't know what your problem is. Let's go. Jetstar tickets. Who typed in Jetstar tickets? I love you. Where are you? Put a hand up. I've got a chocolate fish for you. Truly, I'm not kidding. I do have a chocolate fish for you. Thank you. Anybody could have put their hand up. Do you understand that at this point? Anybody could have said, I typed in Jetstar. That's for you. They're dreadful, aren't they? Awful. Peach-coloured lipstick. See-through underwear. I'm not going to ask. I'd like to ask. I'm making guesses in my head. Pet cat. Knickerbockers, yeah, agreed. Yeah. Kids' microphone, what a disaster. That's a terrible thing to do. Great. All right, so what I'm hoping we've achieved with that, apart from having a terrific time and knowing that at least one person in the room is wearing see-through underwear, probably today, is that you're comfortable with that. So we want your questions to come through. That's how we get to find out what you need to know, what you're curious about, and ask the right questions of each of our speakers. So I'm going to now introduce to you our Ministerial Keynote. The Honourable David Clark has been the MP for Dunedin North for 12 years. Before that, he ran a University of Otago Residential College. He worked as a Presbyterian minister and as a Treasury analyst. One of the key reasons that David stood for Parliament was because he was concerned about the growing gap between rich and poor. He's the Minister for the Digital Economy and Communications, Minister for State-Owned Enterprises, and Minister of Statistics. Though today he is here as Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. So to talk to us about government priorities for improving financial capability and to answer your questions, please give a massively warm welcome to the Honourable David Clark.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā karangatanga maha o te wā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ki ngā mana whenua, ko Taranaki whānui, te Atiawa, ko Ngāti Toa Rangatiranu, nei aku mihi ki a koutou. Noku tōhana rei ki haramai ki te whakanuia tēnei huihui ngā whakahirihira. Nō reira, ngā manaakitanga ki runga i a tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou, huri noa i te whare, tēnā rā, tātou katoa. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It is fantastic, as Michelle said, to be able to do this in person and to see that folks have travelled from around the country to be here. I would like to start off, of course, by acknowledging Te Ara Ohunga Ora, the Retirement Commission. Jane, thank you for your work and thank you to your team. I think importantly, thank you for coordinating this event and continuing to lead the national strategy for financial capability. And to all of you as partners and friends in this work, thank you. It's hard to believe that it is more than a year since we launched the new national strategy for financial capability. At the time, it was a result of 6 months of conversations around financial capability, and it was led, of course, by Te Ara Ohunga Ora to agree how we could best work together to help New Zealanders. And that's no small feat, given how diverse the sector is, spanning government, industry, iwi, and non-profit organisations. The strategy is tightly focused on bringing the industry together and harnessing your collective power to better connect activities, reduce duplication, and ultimately to help New Zealanders understand money. It's no secret, of course, that the impacts of COVID-19, rising inflation and the cost of living make the need for financial capability uplift more important than ever. More than 1 in 3 New Zealanders don't feel confident they can cope with rising costs compared to a year ago. And dealing with today's issues means there is a lot more attention on long-term savings, or there should be. While Kiwis tend to be good with the basics of financial capability, budgeting and keeping track of money, the results are worse on more advanced financial capabilities, long-term savings, informed choice about financial products. Ultimately, we know that if we can get individuals better prepared and better prepared financially, that it's better for the whole country. We know there is no one-size-fits-all approach to financial capability, and that we need to consider financial capability through different cultural, social and demographic lenses. And it's been good to see this called out in the national strategy and the special attention being given to Māori, Pacific and women in that strategy. I want to really, and this is my key message for today, is that I think you all in this room can be very proud of what's been achieved over the past year under that national strategy banner. There is much to do, but I want to acknowledge what's already been achieved and say thank you to everybody that has been involved in that piece of work. It is fantastic to see the industry rally behind the FSC-led It Starts With Action campaign. That was the first Shifting the Dial project for the national strategy to help guide and shape the debate around women's financial wellbeing. It clearly identified gaps and opportunities, and I'm pleased with the strong declaration about FSC's commitment to continue that work and to look forward to seeing the results. Thank you too to Women in Super for their vision in helping drive this project. And I think back, Jane, when we were discussing what these individual steps would be for the Shifting the Dial projects, and it's great to see that start to come out because it was a concept at that stage. It wasn't a reality, and now we're seeing the reality emerge. I have been watching with interest the compilation of the industry-wide glossary, and think we can all agree that consumers will be better off if we find ways of coming to terms with the otherwise tricky language, if we can demystify jargon around money. I know over the next day and a half you'll hear more about the mahi that's been undertaken relating to the strategy, as well as having some good conversations to sharpen the focus on what more can be done together to shift the dial. At a government level, and particularly with my Commerce and Consumer Affairs portfolio, we remain committed to dealing and making sure that we have better outcomes for Kiwis, making sure the right regulatory mechanisms are in place to protect consumers. Global factors continue to push the price of living, and high grocery prices are making it harder for New Zealanders. And we know, relative to some other OECD countries, our inflation is not as high, but it still is really having an impact on Kiwi families. It is why we've taken a range of steps to take that pressure off immediately, whilst also trying to undertake get to the kind of root issues that sit behind, particularly I'm thinking of the grocery supermarket sector, the lack of competition there. We see that as a way that we can immediately start to tackle some of the challenges, and we've already passed legislation to ban major supermarkets from blocking their competitors' access to land, which was one of several barriers to fairer prices that was identified through the Commerce Commission's study. And we've established a new supermarket watchdog that will help Kiwis get a better deal at the checkout, and that'll be put into legislation later this year. I'll be making actually further announcements on our work later today. We've also recently clarified that the CCCFA regulations can be interpreted slightly differently than they have been through a program of work, working with some people in this room, and I'll acknowledge Roger here at the front. in an attempt to make sure that borrower-ready New Zealanders aren't unfairly penalised when applying for a loan, but also trying to, at the same time, keep enough protection for those at risk of finding themselves with unaffordable debt. And that's been a careful piece of work, and one of the banks impressed upon me when I met with them earlier this year that implementing these changes is one of the biggest changes the banks have had to undertake since the global financial crisis. Quite a big piece of work, and we've seen that settle down. Certainly the Banking Ombudsman came to me earlier this year and said there was a significant spike in concern and complaints, and that returned around, I think it was April this year, back down to regular levels. Nonetheless, that's been a huge adjustment for many, and I want to acknowledge that. And just, to put it in a nutshell, of course, bank loans being declined because people had spent money on takeaways or streaming services was never the purpose of that legislation. Everybody in the Parliament signed up to it. Providers of loans signed up to it because nobody wants to see unaffordable debt for vulnerable borrowers. And so I do want to thank all of the people in this room who've been involved there. On the other side, of course, we heard from financial mentors in the room that you are now better able to identify and report irresponsible lending as a result of the CCCFA changes, and there have been an increase in referrals to financial helpline money talks. I know there's more work to be done around buy now, pay later services as they don't currently fall under the powers of the CCCFA. I'm concerned about any consumer harm that results from people using those who are susceptible to falling into unmanageable debt. And I've tasked officials with working with buy now, pay later providers and consumer advocacy organisations to understand the issues and make sure that when we come to make decisions around that we get the balance right. Because of this work, and there is a lot going on in the competition and cost of living space, my officials have been a little delayed on their Kiwisaver work, which is incredibly important work to ensure that New Zealanders are better financially prepared for retirement. But that work is ongoing, and over the past 3 years there have been various proposals across government and the private sector for improvements to Kiwisaver, and we continue to look at these carefully. And when I speak about Kiwisaver, that's not to overlook the changes in default settings which came into effect earlier this year. That has been a smooth transition in the immediate term and will bring significant benefits to the retirement savings of those who have changed over the longer term. So thank you for all who've been involved in the conversations to date. It is key that we understand what's working well with Kiwisaver and where there may be opportunities for improvement. It is the most important savings vehicle for many New Zealanders. As I draw to a close, I want to comment on the recent tightening up of protections for New Zealanders across the banking and insurance sectors to ensure they get a fair deal. That work comes at an important time as we support Kiwis through that current cost of living crisis. It will help to ensure they're not unknowingly paying for services they don't need or taking on debt that they can't afford. It will ensure that New Zealanders can be confident that the financial products and services they're buying will be appropriate to their circumstances and meet their needs. So I appreciate that with many of these steps, it's requiring more work from you, those in the industry. So I want to acknowledge your ongoing commitment here. Through your support and collaboration, in closing, we are creating a more equitable outcomes for people by ensuring we have a fair system in place to protect folk financially. It's the power of working together that drives the national strategy for financial capability success, and there's a lot more we can do. Productive collaboration on strategic initiatives to help New Zealanders is good for business and it's good for consumers. I commend your efforts as a sector over the past year and look forward to seeing this momentum continue as we help New Zealanders to better understand money. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to questions. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Minister. We've got some questions coming in. Do keep them flying in, as this is a great opportunity to ask any questions that you have. The first one, Minister, why are we not teaching financial wellbeing in schools? There needs to be a robust financial program in all schools. Education is key at a young age.
Well, good question. I think I do want to acknowledge that there are programs in schools, and often contributing to those the banking sector. So I think there's a lot more to do in that area, I think is a fair thing to say. And Jane, I don't know whether you want to say something about that in terms of how the financial well-being of our young people is being thought about, and the opportunity that exists in schools to do more. But I do want to acknowledge those who are already helping lead work, because there are important programs that are already in place.
Yeah, there are some are industry-led, and there is our own Sorted in Schools, which in effect is teaching the teachers and rolling out financial capability modules that are NCEA accredited. I think we all we get frustrated that people say it should be taught in schools, and it kind of is. It just isn't taught in a cohesive way. And I do think in the longer term there's an opportunity to think very hard about what a financial capability strategy might look like for the education sector, but that's an enormous chunk of work, and maybe that's a national strategy year 4. But if that's bubbling up as a key thing, we should look at it, absolutely.
Yep, the beauty of Slido, it can bubble.
Yeah. And a question that came in just before you started to talk about Kiwisaver, but I'm going to nudge you with it anyway. Any comments on plans for Kiwisaver? You said maybe later, but what about, just tell us now, go on.
Look, we are, there have been various, I can talk a little bit about the process, because there have been various reviews done of sorts, groups set up, contributions made. The Prime Minister's Small Business Group and various others have suggested, what's the word I'm looking for, a menu of options that could be considered. And effectively, one of the things we've identified is that that menu of options is quite broad, but there are some good themes in it. How they work together is quite important. So officials have been doing some targeted consultation to look at how things work together. One of my concerns and questions that I go back to officials with is, how do we make sure we're doing the things that are going to be intuitive for people, that kind of lean towards people's natural inclinations, that make it easy for people to save. And so there are quite a range of things we're looking at there, some of them novel. Again, how do we look at things, good question that's been raised along the way, and the Retirement Commissioner's raised it too, the gender equity gap in our savings. How do we address that? And one of the things that we'll look at is programs for people on maternity leave. There's nothing that happens there currently. These are the kinds of things I think we need to work through carefully. One of the other things which I'm doing some thinking about is the fact that gender equity gap emerges before people are 18. And what are we doing there? That's, you think about compounding interest and so on. Yeah. If it starts that early, is there something we can do in that space? So there are a lot of really good questions in that space. There is some chunky work being done, but we're not ready to announce anything today, but thank you for the question.
Can I suggest that, saying the pay equity gap is about 12%, isn't it, between men and women, and about 25% for Pacifica women? Can I suggest that that women get 25% more on their Kiwisaver? Would that, that was sort of...
Well, it's a good radical suggestion to consider.
Yeah, sorry. Back to the people in the room who actually are here for, professional reasons. I think we may have covered this. What changes can we make to Kiwisaver settings to improve outcomes for women? Oh, look, we've answered that. A 25% increase for women. Let's go with this one, because this is a great question. Will you be looking at restricting the use of buy now, pay later for alcohol liquor stores?
Yeah, we're looking at what we do. There has been an example that's come into the media around that. I offered my blunt assessment of it. And I'm grateful that they reconsidered quite quickly. I don't think anybody wants to see that. The interesting thing is, of course, that you can go in with a credit card currently, and purchase alcohol and incur, if you default on your payments, quite significant costs. So, you know, these are not. There's no straightforward answer here to how we regulate.
If you've got if you have a credit card, you have at least been assessed.
Affordability and suitability assessed. Correct.
Some ability to
Correct.
repay it.
So, you know, one of the things we're looking at with Buy Now Pay Later is whether it should be in the CCCFA, and if so, in what form. Because there's certainly an argument when people are borrowing larger amounts of money, and then the question becomes at what level do they get in trouble? And plenty of financial mentors have suggested to me that, you know, part of the success of the CCCFA is the fact that it also includes smaller amounts of money that people are borrowing, because that's where people often find that they get themselves in trouble, as much as in the bigger amounts of money. So again, I don't have any announcements to make on that today, but I can tell you that is something we're looking at very closely, and I think you know, these are wicked problems. And they already exist in some form or other, but we're wanting to get the balance right to make sure that people can access novel products, that we have innovation in the market, because competition's good, but also make sure that we're looking out for the interests of vulnerable consumers and making sure, you know, and I think the real advantage of the CCCFA, as it gets fed back to me, certainly by financial mentors, and as it smooths out a little bit by the banks and other lenders, is that, you know, there is now a record keeping system where we can, you know, people can say we've made the suitable checks, we've done our due diligence and we can demonstrate it, or a budget advisor can go in and say, hang on, is this system quite working? We can see things, and if there are egregious cases, you can take them up. So that record keeping has made a difference, I think, for vulnerable borrowers.
Yeah. I do want to say that if you wanted to quietly make any announcements in this room, we wouldn't tell anybody, would we? We would, Chatham House rules. We would, anyway, I'm just going to plant that idea for you. Next question, Minister, housing and rent is a huge proportion of people's income. What immediate action is being taken to address this?
So housing is actually a portfolio I don't hold, but we've taken a number of measures already around, you know, allowing annual rent increases, removing fees for brokering rental agreements, and so on, recognising the huge challenge there. Ultimately, the answer, listen to me, it's not my area, but here I go. Ultimately, it comes down to supply. You know, we need to build more houses as a country. We've had huge immigration and over a long period of time as a country, without building the necessary infrastructure to accommodate more people in our country. And so that's meant, you know, often those coming in who are well off, who have good jobs, buy up the housing, which has pushed our housing prices up, and meant that there haven't been enough houses available for those who can't afford the same amount of rent or the purchase of a house. And so actually in our immigration reset, part of what sits behind that is saying, let's let our infrastructure catch up. Let's make sure we are getting the top skills that we need from overseas. Let's not be naive about this. There's a global war for talent here. We need people with talent coming into our country, bringing skills that are going to take our economy forward. But also let's be thoughtful about the infrastructure we need to house all of our population, because we actually need to make sure that we have a social contract that looks after everybody who's here. And, you know, I'm not sure we've got that balance right in the past. I feel like we've got it much better now.
Great. Next question. Oh, it just moved. What are the government's expectations for protecting our families, and what is the budget for the BFC providers to support the vulnerable? I don't know what BFC stands for. I'm assuming everyone else in the room does. What does it stand for?
I don't.
Build financial capability. MSD. Okay, great.
Right.
I'll give you the question again.
Yes, please.
Yes. What are the government expectations for protecting our families, and what is the budget for the BFC, MSD providers to support the vulnerable?
I would have to go away and come back with an answer to that one. I'm not certain of the budget around that. Do we have an MSD official?
MSD official in the room. Yes. Is that you, or are you just excited that there's an MSD official in the room? Could be either of those things.
The there's in terms of the BFC, we're doing a lot of work around making sure that those services are sustainable in the future. During COVID-19, the government stuck about $25 million into those services, and we're working to make sure that that is a sustainable budget for those services. And we're also looking at how we can improve the tools and services that we've got out there in the community.
Thank you. What was your name? Mark. Mark Henderson. Very nice. Round of applause for Mark Henderson for sticking his hand up in the air and answering that question. Let's try this question. I quite like this. Why do you think, Minister, that New Zealanders are particularly bad with accumulating debt and bad at saving? What's wrong with us?
Well, I think that's a great $1 million question. I think we'd get a whole lot of different answers in this room, wouldn't we? What is our challenge there? I think first we should say not all New Zealanders are bad at it. Some have had the opportunity to develop good savings habits, and they're quite good at it. We also, as a country, have universal super, which means that amongst the OECD we have relatively, and I wouldn't want it to get, everybody would only want it to get better, relatively low poverty rates amongst our elderly as compared to, say, historically poverty rates amongst our children. We want that's I think one of the reasons that the Prime Minister has focused on child poverty. We want to make sure that everybody gets that best start in life because of the lifelong implications of child poverty. So there's a social security net there for folks who are elderly. What has happened though over time is with declining home ownership rates, that's made it more challenging for people to live comfortably in retirement. I think that's part of why we have a retirement commission, to make sure that we are thinking carefully about a changing landscape, to make sure that people are properly prepared. And I do think, I still, to go back to our earlier Slido question, I do think there's something about financial literacy as well. And from my perspective, what can I do in my role? Part of that is making sure we've got the right institutions in place that build trust and confidence in the public that they can take financial advice. The kind of regulation we've put around financial providers, I can hand on heart say, there's now a system, a licensing system, there's regulatory oversight that says you need to be able to rely on these services or there are consequences for the providers. Because it doesn't mean it's always perfect, but we saw people switching during the first lockdown when the share markets dropped, switching from aggressive savings schemes for their retirement down to conservative, locking in the losses. And that highlights the importance of having good advice and for people to trust the systems of advice that we've got. Ultimately, if the financial advice industry, the financial services industry prospers, we all prosper, and part of that is getting those settings right, giving people the trust and confidence so that they see the rewards of doing it, and that becomes intergenerational. I think I'm highlighting there's no silver bullet here with my scattergun approach to answering this question, but I think part of what we have to do is continue to build that financial capability and adjust as our circumstances change as a country.
Yeah, and talking about it, I think, part of the cultural thing, just my opinion, is that we are embarrassed about talking about money. So we don't share that kind of information with each other and that expertise. So everybody goes and locks in their losses with a conservative fund without saying to their mates, hey, I'm doing this, and somebody will go, that's a really stupid idea, Brian, because we just don't have those conversations with each other. Yeah,
that's right.
One last question. We all know the importance of financial capability. Is there an option to increase funding in this space to help more New Zealanders?
Funding for financial capability. Well, I think I'm sure the answer to that is yes, and I think it's also about making sure we're doing it in the right way, in the right programs that are targeted. But I think it's a joined-up approach, and I'll come back to the private sector contributions into schools. I think it's all the people in this room doing what you do well. But of course, where there are appropriate programs that we know will make a difference, those are the kinds of things we'll look at over the longer term. I think we're all united in the goal of wanting to achieve better financial capability for New Zealanders.
One last chance to rehearse the announcement you're going to be making later today with us. No? Oh, no. It's been fantastic to have you here, and thank you for answering our questions. Please, huge round of applause
Thank you,
for the
everybody.
Honourable David
Thank you.
Clark. It's great, David. Thank you. Fantastic. Oh, that's great. And thank you. You've all got the hang of Slido. I'm really delighted. And thank you for stepping in, Mark. That's how I want things to happen over the next day and a half, is for us all to share each other's knowledge, ask each other questions. It's a really good interactive way of being in a room together. We're going to do some more of that now. We've got a panel discussion about how Kiwis are navigating the current financial storms and what banks are doing to help. We were going to have Nicola Sladden, the Banking Ombudsman, chairing the session, but she's not well, and so we were delighted to have Roger Beaumont with us. He's the CEO of the New Zealand Bankers Association. He originally comes from the broadcast and digital media industry and then moved into leadership roles in the banking industry here and across the Tasman. He joined the New Zealand Bankers Association at the start of 2019. So he's the perfect person to run this panel. The other panellists, I'm going to leave Roger to tell you more about them, but they are Martin King from the BNZ, Liv Norman from Kiwibank, Roz Clark from ASB, and Rebecca Lanning from ANZ. I want you to give them all a very warm welcome to the stage.
Well, morena, ko Roger Beaumont, toko noa. It's great to be here, isn't it? And thank you, Michelle, for the kind introduction. And apologies that you've got the B-list MC, but you know, I'll do my best. I'll battle on, and I think this is going to be a really good and hopefully interactive discussion as we go through this. I agree with what Michelle was saying earlier, that isn't it great we can all be in the room together and actually have a session like this and have a really good face-to-face engagement and discussion. Now, for the introverts in the room who are sitting there thinking, what is that guy on? And I'd much rather be in my bedroom watching this on Teams. It's okay. You have a friend in Slido, so you can send questions into this session without having to talk, without having to engage with anyone. You can just do it on your phone or your device, and that'll all be fine. So you can do that anonymously, or you can put your name to it. That's entirely up to you. So look, this session is about, as Michelle said, wanting to explore, what financial storms customers are currently facing today, what they might be facing tomorrow, and also how banks are innovating to help those customers. And it's a really timely discussion, isn't it? I mean, I don't need to state the obvious about the cost of living challenges all New Zealanders are having to face as those things bite, and that particularly impacts our most vulnerable. And it's also timely discussion because I think our banks, some of whom are represented up on the stage here today, are doing some really tremendous work in this space. By no means perfect. We've got a long way to go, and we acknowledge that, and we're really at the start of that journey in some ways. But I think in the last few years in particular, banks have put an enormous amount of time and energy and resource into thinking about what they can do to support and be there for vulnerable customers. So I'd just like to take a couple of moments to tell you a little bit more about the panellists, and then we'll rip into some questions and discussion. So immediately to my right, your left, we've got Liv Norman from Kiwibank. Liv is the Senior Manager in the Customer and User Experience Design team at Kiwibank. She is a strong advocate for Kiwibank's ongoing support of financial education programs like Banker, Stepping Up and Dora. In her 5 years at Kiwibank, she's been the business owner for 2 enterprise-wide transformational pieces of work, the Voice of the Customer program and Customer Experience Service Standards. And then next to Liv, we've got Martin King. Martin is the General Manager for Customer Assist at Bank of New Zealand. Martin has over 20 years' experience in financial services across New Zealand and the United Kingdom. He has led BNZ's support for customers in hardship, complaint resolution, conduct, social impact and vulnerability since November 2019. And prior to that, he held similar roles at Lloyd's Banking Group in the UK, and so we were very fortunate to secure Martin's services here in New Zealand, and he's been a real advocate across the industry in terms of imparting some of his observations and learnings from his from the early part of his career in the UK. Next to Martin, we've got Rebecca Lanning, who is the Head of Customer Experience at ANZ. Rebecca has done this role for the last 3 years. She's led the creation of the customer experience function and is responsible for the good customer outcomes programs and the strategy for customers with vulnerabilities and the infrastructure in which ANZ listens, learns and takes actions on their customer feedback. She's been with ANZ 17 years, been with the financial services industry 17 years, starting straight from kindergarten. And then finally, but last but certainly not least, the lovely Roz Shaw from ASB. Roz Clark, I should say. Wrong surname. Roz is the General Manager of Business Transformation and Outcomes at ASB. Her current role, a remit includes leading ASB's financial wellbeing program, championing the improvement of customer outcomes, advocating for the interests of vulnerable communities, providing customers with quality guidance and advice. A recent achievement for Roz has been the creation of ASB's Support Finder, which is a digital tool that has connected Kiwis with over $12.5 million to date in government benefits that they weren't aware they were entitled to or eligible for. So a really, interesting grassroots tool helping people to access funds that they were otherwise not tapping into. And Roz Clark has over 15 years experience in the financial services sector. So we're going to kick it off with some questions. And the first one I'm going to ask, what I'm going to do just to sort of give everyone a chance to have a bit of a quick chat to open it up, is I'm going to ask them a question and give them a 30-second window to answer that question because bankers like to talk, don't we? So let's be honest. And I think if we keep to that, and then we'll have a bit more breathing space on the next question. So the first question is this, and in 30 seconds, I'm going to ask the team what trends you are seeing in terms of consumers' financial challenges right now. So who would like to go first? Or I can nominate Roz.
Thanks, Roger. Kia ora tātou. Okay, so trends, 30 seconds, got it. Okay, so, I mean, I think there's a really interesting dichotomy in this space. So overall, we're kind of seeing savings trend up, and COVID was a great driver of that, which is really positive. But on the other hand, we're seeing, 38% of our customers with increased payment problems. We're seeing customers who are, 41% of customers who have less than $1,000 in savings. We're seeing, trends in things like unarranged overdraft. So it's a really, really interesting space where on the one hand we've got increased savings across New Zealand generally, which is awesome, but then we've got this pocket of New Zealanders who are really, really struggling.
Thanks, Roz. Who'd like to go next? Should we just go along the row, then it just doesn't get awkward? Yeah.
Yeah, we can go along. Look, I'd replicate what Roz is saying. I think we're definitely seeing that people are struggling to manage the day-to-day. Through some of our financial wellbeing indicators we have in New Zealand and Australia, we're starting to see some of those metrics kind of dip a little bit, which is not the trend that we want to be seeing. So it is really hard for people kind of to keep up with their day-to-day expenses, let alone save for tomorrow and save even further for the future. So we're definitely seeing that coming through.
Martin.
The third person always has to kind of think, oh, God, I have covered two lots already. A couple of things we're seeing is, I think your point around some people are doing really well and some people are not doing well, so it's almost the K-shaped outcomes, and we're seeing that more and more. If we look at some of the spending habits, one thing we are definitely seeing is an increase in gambling. Gambling spending, particularly online, is driving up month on month all the time. But we're also seeing a lot of people reaching out for help. So the good thing is that I think customers' expectations of us as banks is rising, and actually it's up to us to meet that, and I'd actually encourage more and more to reach out for that support.
Thank you, Martin. Liv?
Going forth, that's got to be the hardest. So echoing what everyone said, and certainly the rise of online gambling and gaming. So a lot of that is offshore based, so not necessarily New Zealand providers of those services. We really saw that start to hit in COVID, particularly in the first lockdown. People were at home. A lot of people got the first support payment from the government, and for some people, a lot of that went straight to online gambling sites, unfortunately. The other big one, which has been mentioned this morning, is the buy now, pay later scheme. So also seeing a lot of that for customers. And yeah, for some it's not a problem, but for customers that might already be struggling financially and with cost of living rises, then that's just sort of another thing that hits.
Thanks, Liv. That's really interesting, just that two of the four of you have made that distinct acknowledgement of online gambling. And I'm just interested, let's just do a quick straw poll, because there's lots of people in the room who are dealing with this at the front line or grassroots of New Zealand. Is this a trend that you're seeing with your consumers, with the people that you're working with? Can you just put your hand up if you think that is an issue or a trend? Wow, that's really insightful. Thank you very much. Excellent. Let's move on and talk about what are some of the barriers, to financial well-being that you're observing amongst your customers. Anyone want to jump in on that?
I'm happy to start. So I think what we're observing and talks about a lot about spending and the behavioural biases that humans have inbuilt in them. So I think there's a danger that we kind of consume. It's about that person is vulnerable, that person's in this situation, that person's got money. But actually it's their behaviour and their learned behaviour over time, but actually how they react in times of stress. And the thing about the gambling is what we've observed, certainly when we speak to people and say, why is it you're gambling? It's their route out. It's how they're dealing with their stress. So I think actually some of the barriers are understanding the social and human issues that sit behind spending behaviours, that sit behind debt choices. People aren't choosing to rack up lots of debt because they think it's a really good financial play. They actually can't see another way round it. They actually can't see another way through it. So our role is to kind of say, there are other options, there are other ways, and actually how do you help people, point people in those directions, or indeed when they get there, find a way out. Because I guess we as an industry have a way, and we have lots of tools to actually help people move around that. But I think there's a danger we'll just have this assumption that there's a box of people called the vulnerable people, and they all behave in a certain way, and we're there to save them. But actually it's about understanding their circumstances and how they've got there to then actually help them move out and go to a different direction.
Yeah, I agree with that, Martin, and just wanted to add another sort of dimension here, which is that I think on the customer side, as Martin said, like customers want better financial well-being, but also banks and other providers, we have the tools, the knowledge, the know-how, right? So I think one of the biggest barriers is kind of how do we break down friction in this process, because we both want the same outcome. So how can we, as banks, make our processes easier, remove friction, create nudges, make it easy for customers to make better choices? So it's not about, customers, New Zealanders, Kiwis should be in control of their financial goals, their financial situation, and the onus is on us as providers to make that easy, to make it easier to get to that destination.
I completely agree, and I'd just add to that. I think in terms of some of the behavioural biases that we have too, we're really focused on the present. So how do we provide those nudges and tools at the right time for people? Because if you time that wrong, it won't have the right impact. So it's a combination, I guess, of all of these things coming together and really designing it with our customers so that it actually meets the need at the right time.
Great, thank you. What are some of the more unknown issues that surface for Kiwis in these circumstances? What are the things that perhaps surprise you or you kind of are caught off guard with when you see them rise to the surface?
Go on, Liv, you go.
Go,
I'll
Liv.
go first every time otherwise.
I was going to say one of the things that we've seen that I find surprising, but then I've seen it to happen to lots of people I know, is the rise of scams recently, and that often it can be across many industries, but it often has a financial impact at the end of it, which lands in our laps as banks. And yeah, just seeing how, smart people get tricked into things all the time. I've had it happen to family members, I've had it happen to friends. So yeah, that's something I think takes a lot of customers by surprise. The other one, just going back to the gambling, is that's a really tricky one for some of our customers, and we get a lot of customers thinking that that's a fraud problem when money has come out of their account, and actually it's a customer originated issue where they've given their details to a gambling site, they've signed up to something like that, but it's landing in our fraud teams rather than necessarily in the teams that are the customer care teams, so being able to direct those customers to the right place.
I guess a lot of this isn't new, I would say. Well, whilst you say new trends, a lot of it actually, though, is bubbling to the surface because we're seeing it get to critical stage. So actually when other costs are going up, the impact of their finances is just, now that's where it's butting up against. So some of these issues that they're not new. And one of the things that we are certainly diving into a lot is around the impacts of relationships, whether healthy or unhealthy, and when those relationships split, how do both parties exist? Now, we talked a lot about the gender gap in terms of savings. Unfortunately, some of those other issues then play out in debt. So there is a real difficulty with coerced debt. There's a real difficulty with, they'll call it STDs, or sexually transmitted debt as well. And these are real problems that live with people for many, many years, and actually is one of the biggest holds keeping people in unhealthy relationships. So, but these are issues that aren't new. The customers that we speak to, these are not 1 year, 2 year COVID issues. These are 5-year, 10-year, 25-year marriages and relationships that are built upon debt and the locks that sit around it. So I don't think it's new. What we do have, I think, now as an industry and indeed a whole community that's saying enough's enough, and actually we need to start tackling it.
And just to add to that, I think we're actually, I agree. Some of these things are not new, but I think we're becoming more alive to some of these issues than we have been before. So I think another example of something that has been a challenge for a long time, but we're just sort of starting to grapple with and learn about is how do we kind of unlock Māori land and lending on Māori land, and Roger and the team are doing some great work on that. And that's just another example where that's been a challenge for a long time, but we're sort of as an industry, we're waking up to some of these things and leaning into them more than we have in the past.
Great, thanks guys. So that was some really good, I think, interesting initial observations. Remember that you can contribute to the questions. You don't have to just put up with my questions, so feel free to submit a question on Slido. I want to move on and talk about what the banks are doing to innovate and help in this space. And as I said earlier, I do this very clearly in the context that we are by no means perfect, and I don't think anyone sitting on this stage would say we're at near any state of nirvana. There's a lot of work to do, but I think there has been some good progress made, particularly in the last few years. And what I'd like to talk about, first of all, is the rise in bank vulnerability programs. And I'm sure the audience is quite interested in what's driven the development of these programs and what's made you as banks decide to actually build them. Roz?
Yeah, okay. So I think, it would be disingenuous to not acknowledge the fact that regulation has, been a driver of our focus on vulnerability. So just want to start by saying that. But I wanted to add a couple of other thoughts on this one because I think they're really important. And one of those, I think, drivers has been sort of what I was saying a couple of minutes ago, that as a society, I think we are much more cognizant of inequality, social issues, the disadvantaged, and I think as a society, we don't want people to be unintentionally disadvantaged by things like bank processes, as an example. So I think that's definitely contributed. And then the other thing that's been on my mind recently has, as I've worked on financial wellbeing and at ASB and also customer vulnerability, it's been like such an amazing experience to work with people, New Zealanders, Kiwis in our organisation who just care so deeply about this work. And I think we know as an employer, and many of you are employers in the room, that people actually want meaning in their work. People want meaning and purpose in the work that we do every day. And I think these kinds of programs give our people meaning. And you know, when you have meaning, it unlocks passion, it unlocks energy, it unlocks drive. So while we're kind of sitting here representing banks today, we're also representing, you know, communities of people who sit in our organisations who really want to make a difference. So.
Just to add to that, I mean, obviously we've also got parent groups in Australia, so they're a little bit probably more advanced than New Zealand around some of the regulation and their vulnerability programs. So that's been a great opportunity for us to learn and beg and steal some of those frameworks. But I think to Roz's point, some of our staff have been doing this for a long time. So it's actually putting the frameworks around it to give them the right support. But also we've learnt over the last few years and through COVID, vulnerability can affect anyone. It's not a group of people, it is many people and many people in this room. So it's about building the awareness of that and then really meeting the needs of our customers. So if we can do that more broadly, we'll make a better experience for everybody, better outcomes for everybody.
What those guys said. But I'd also add your point, Roz, about humans. And this is a human edge of banking. And the great thing is once you start digging into processes, experiences at a very human level, and then share those back with people that run business units, run banks. Actually, they're all humans. Well, we might not think they are the way they kind of do things, but when you actually say to them, this actually could be your family member, and then there's the bright spark that unfortunately does become their family member. I remember when I first turned up to New Zealand, I went to talk to our board, and we're talking about gambling, and we were talking about the debt created by gambling and how that's a big issue. And a board member said, that was my nephew. And immediately you have somebody that's on the board of one of the biggest banks in New Zealand, acknowledging it's their family, it's their people, and that then starts to understand that actually the world around vulnerability, rather than vulnerable, is what we need to consider. And it is anybody. It is the scam. I've yet to see a scam where they say, oh yeah, could have seen that coming, they should have known. It affects everybody. The bigger the amount of money, the smaller the amount of money, it doesn't matter. There's still somebody's life has been taken over by somebody else and they've been persuaded to give up their money. But that is a lot. It's a really hard thing to understand. So I think that's what's driving then, can we get better? Can we take our complaints? How do we learn from those? What are the concerns? What are the root causes? And how do we make sure that doesn't happen again?
And Liv, Kiwibank has been doing some quite successful, innovative work in this space. Do you want to share some of those stories?
Yeah, I think one piece of work that we're really proud of at Kiwibank is our voluntary online gambling block. So we trialled that in September 2020 and went live to all customers April last year, 2021. And so what that is if a customer has got a problem with gambling, it needs to be self-identified or maybe brought up by one of our staff, but the customer agrees that we can block merchant codes from those gambling sites on their Visa credit or debit card. And that's been really effective and really powerful for a great number of customers for us. So just things like that, it might seem like a small or simple thing, but it can actually make a huge difference in those customers' lives. Just to echo those other things, I think one of the biggest changes has been banks have always had programs for vulnerable customers or situations of vulnerability. What I think we've seen through the last few years is banks being a lot, and definitely at Kiwibank, a lot more proactive, so reaching out to customers, letting them know what support's there, as an industry being a bit more joined up on it, which is awesome, and also partnering a bit better. So, for example, at Kiwibank, we have partners where if a customer's been through fraud or a scam, we can refer them to those partners, which can help rebuild things like, okay, now that the bank solved this, what do I do about my credit score? How do I rebuild my credit score? What are the next steps? Because it does, as you say, it has can have a long-term impact. So what else can we do to wrap around that customer and help them move forward and not fall prey to something like that going forward?
Excellent, thanks Liv. Look, we're getting lots of great questions on Slido, so I'm going to go to those now, and you have been voting for them, so I'll try and make this as democratic as possible and go with the most popular questions, or the most highly endorsed questions. But one of them just relates to what we've just been talking around, vulnerable people. And the question is, many banks' hardship processes rely on people reaching out, yet many vulnerable people can't. What are banks doing to proactively reach people in most hardship?
Can I kick off?
Sure.
So I'm responsible for BNZ's hardship processes under Triple CFA. The first part is make it easier. So I know I've actually got my team in the room, so I can say this. They are looking at the forms. How can you make this simpler? How can you ask somebody to fill out a statement of position when they don't know what a statement of position is? And you as the bank own most of that information. So that, I think, is number one. Make it as easy and as simple as process, and also remove the shame. So one of the things when we talk about innovation, innovation is trust and listening. So actually trust the customer, what they say. Don't treat every customer as a won't pay. Actually consider whether they can't pay. That, I think, is really, really important. And actually, how do we bring that to life? In terms of reaching out, I've been involved in many, many different ways of you send emails, you send text messages. Humans are humans, and I think we have got a lot more study to do around how you use what we would describe as marketing approaches to encourage people to reach out for help. So rather than get this wonderful TV or go and buy this wonderful computer, actually here, try and get your finances sorted. Can we take the same scientific approach that we do on that? And I think we've got a long, long way to go.
Yeah, look, we've definitely... It's on? Thank you. Look, definitely over the last few years, we have taken a more proactive approach to using the information that we have got to reach out to customers, and especially those that we can identify may need more help than others. But Martin's touched on a really important point, in that in some of our customer research, we found customers wait a really long time before they come to their bank, and almost too late. So how do we help educate our friends, our family, people that we know? Because often we go to friends and family first, but also we might leave it a long time before we talk to anyone about our finances. So we do need to get a lot more comfortable with talking about our finances so people understand some of the common situations and where to go for help. But yeah, the banks are definitely trying hard to make it easier, more accessible, and educate people on that point around coming as soon as you can. Makes it easier to work through options.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think I've got a nice piece of data on this one, actually. We've been kind of, as others banks have been, trying to get a bit more proactive, and I think early engagement is really important. So this is kind of before a customer is really in serious hardship. We've been trying to figure out when are those earlier intervention points. And I think there's a really interesting trust dynamic there between kind of us as big financial institutions and customers, and how do we kind of how do we as banks proactively reach out in a way that's inclusive and doesn't feel, sort of big brotherish. That's something that we've been really testing and learning through different pilots and things. But the trend that we're seeing is actually if I look at all of our customers that are working with our financial assistance team at the moment, over 50% of those cases have been customers that have reached out proactively to the bank rather than us rather than it getting to like quite a serious point and us sort of, reaching out to the customer. And that balance of 50% of customers proactively reaching out to us, that is, that's new. A few years ago, that certainly wasn't the case. So I think that's a great sign that, that things are shifting.
Great, thank you. Look, sorry, I'm just catching up with this. And look, this is a really relevant question, I think, from the room. It's been a very popular question, and it's kind of the flip side of banks being proactive with customers facing challenges. The question is, what actions are banks taking to create an easier way for mentors to communicate directly with the bank?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think this is actually an area we've got a lot of work to do. Not necessarily how to win friends and influence people. Yeah, keep going. And I think actually this is about how we work within, and I my team will know I love a bit of regulation, a bit of compliance, but actually how do we make sure we don't get tripped up by it in terms of the joys that is privacy, the joys that is triple CFA, the joys that is FISLA. I can keep going with as many acronyms as we want to go, but actually giving challenges to those that normally build the controls around this to make us work harder. And I think actually this, to me, I think would be a really, really useful thing for us to come together as an industry is how do we make that seamless? How do we make that far, far easier? How do we have that relationship? And that, again, that's that trust. So when somebody says, I'm working with X person, we go, cool. Where do we start? What do we need to work on? How do we also use that word trust with you as much as we want to try to drive with that trust with the customer? We are starting from a really low base of, no, we will only talk to the customer. So I think there's actually lots to be done. And having seen it in other parts of the world, once you start it, it actually gets more complicated because actually making sure we've got to have trust, actually, do we have the right level of capability across the whole mental network? Do we have the same level of data that they have access to that others don't? So I think that both sectors also need to rise up. And then once we've actually risen up, we can actually do a far better job.
And look, we were talking about this in our office yesterday. We heard a story of the frustration for a mentor of filling out the authorization form that allows them to have access to the customer's information and running into difficulty just in the bureaucracy of the bank involved. And, that's disappointing for us as an industry that processes and systems that are in place not working as smoothly as they should, and we apologise for that. That's not good enough. It shouldn't be like that, and we as a result of that conversation yesterday are reminding our banks about the importance of following those processes. But on the flip side, you've got to remember that each of the banks represented here employ up to 5,000 people, so there's a lot of process to get that message to the frontline person in Ashburton who needs to understand the practical reality of that. So I'm not saying that's good enough, but please understand these are complex processes. Okay, so let's go into the next high rating question, which is, why do all the major banks close people's accounts when they become insolvent? People need an account to get income. Why put them into further hardship? Anyone want to tackle this one?
I mean, I can actually do a bit of marketing here for a second and say...
You go, girl.
Yeah. Well, ASB actually does have a solution to that. So if anyone in the room has customer challenges with that, we can provide access to a bank account for insolvent customers. So.
As can KiwiBank.
And me.
Yeah. Free plugs are us. There we go.
I think that, so the difficulty...
No pressure, Martin and Rebecca.
We can tick that as well. But the difficulty being is where, particularly where that customer had a debt with us. So I think what we actually need to do, again, is how we work as an industry together. So if somebody has a debt with us, in particular on an overdraft on their transactional account, as part of the insolvency, we've kind of got to shut that down. And again, once that becomes a bad debt, that if you get into the other side of the regulation with the prudential regulation, are you then offering debts and facilities to a customer you've already identified as being poor? That would be seen as poor lending. So I think what we actually need to do is have much better signposting, particularly for you and your communities, to say, shut with me, Roz has already said should help, likewise it'll be the other way around. So there are always two sides to the regulatory hat, and particularly those that deal with the prudential regulation. We can't be seen to be lending to a customer where they've actually been gone insolvent, because that would be seen as really poor behaviour and kind of credit crunch behaviour, which we saw back at the late 2000s, 2008. So that's why.
Excellent. Well, you've got a great solution in front of you now. The next question I'm going to go to, and I'm going to answer the first part of this to give the team a little bit of time to think about it, is how do we make it easier for the elderly and rurally vulnerable to access their banking? So some of you may or may not be aware of a program that we're coordinating with 6 of our banks, the 4 represented on the stage here, plus Westpac and TSB, where we're piloting a series of regional banking hubs in small communities throughout New Zealand. We've got 4 going at the moment, and we've just announced another 4, so by this time next year we'll have 8 of these up and operating throughout the country. And the purpose of these is to provide very basic banking services and engagement in communities that either have very, very limited branch banking services or no branch banking services. And they're a place for those particularly elderly and rural customers, some of whom feel disengaged digitally from the digital relationship that most of us have with our bank, and a place for them to go and be walked through either the transactions that they want to make or to have a scheduled meeting with a representative of their bank to discuss their specific questions or concerns, or they can actually go in and do work on an iPad to learn how to do some digital banking, or in a safe place make a confidential call to their bank. So that's an industry-wide initiative. There's been a huge amount of work go into that, and there's more to come. But that's one of the very practical things we as an industry are doing to address that question. But I don't know if any of you want to answer that specifically for yourselves. Roz?
Yeah, maybe I'll kick off and then hand over. I mean, first of all, it's been really great to be, as an industry, working on this problem, and we're really leaning in to kind of learn how to solve this challenge. But I think it's what we have kind of acknowledged is one solution's not really going to cut it. And one of the things we've done at ASB is in the last, I think it was about 12 to 18 months ago, we started a brand new team called the Community Banker Team. And their whole job is literally community outreach. So they're all across the country. They work with community groups to do exactly what Roger's just been talking about. So they work with age concern. They work in the family violence space. They work in remote communities, and they run workshops. They help older customers to engage with digital banking if that's what they want, or they will just help with simple banking services. So we're seeing that as just another tool to help lean into this challenge.
Thanks, Roz. We've also done some work which sort of came to light through the lockdown. So we started an over 70s line in our contact centre. So customers that called in were directly directed to that team. So specialised to kind of support our customers to take them through any of the banking needs that they needed to. And we've continued that on. So outside of lockdowns, branches have reopened, but we've really acknowledged the value that service has brought for our customers and our bankers. So we get lots of great feedback through that channel.
I think, as Roz and Rebecca have said, it's really a combined approach, so having lots of different options. One thing Kiwibank does, we partner with Stepping Up, which is about digital education. So they have a mobile bus door that goes around rural and isolated communities, and people have the opportunity to come along and learn about how to do digital banking if that's what they're interested in. But it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. So I think it's important the joint branch community hubs that we've done as an industry, having phone lines, having dedicated phone services when people want those. It really is about having lots of different tools on offer.
Cool, let's move on. The next question is about what are your banks each doing around ensuring all staff, not just customer service teams, are equipped to be culturally responsive to Māori?
I'll kick off. So I think there's 2 important parts. We have a dual Māori strategy. So one is around our colleague. So we actually have a head of Māori colleague, which is looking at actually how do we uplift all of our staff. So that's a really, really important part. That's not just about training, that's actually making sure our teams reflect the communities that we support. Okay, that's number 1. And then number 2 is actually, I think, similar to all of us along here, we have heads of Māori banking. So actually, are we actually meeting the needs of our Māori communities out in their communities? And Roz, you recognise the lending on Māori land. How do we structure this work? So I think certainly from our perspective, we have a dual strategy that is really gathering pace. And I've seen that pace gathered since I've actually been in New Zealand, which is the last 2.5 years. I feel like I've come at a really good time because I'm kind of seeing this constant change and constant reinforcement of a variety of Te Ao Māori and Te Reo.
Yeah, same. So ANZ launched a couple of months ago our Takari Arangi strategy, which is our Te Ao Māori strategy. So part of that is around building that capability internally for all of our staff, but it's much broader than that, and it stretches out to 2040. So we've got a lot of work to do, but it is stretching into our products and services and how we can think about that in much better ways, as Roz touched on earlier as well.
Similarly at Kiwibank, we have Head of Māori Advisory, Te Aho, who will be speaking tomorrow, I think. Just looking at him in the distance there. And that's really about looking at what we can do for our staff, but also our customers. Banks do have a long way to go in this, so in a lot of respects the industry is, traditionally dominated by the pale stale male. No shade thrown to those on stage. But we at Kiwibank, for example, we have specific programs that our people team are leading to make sure that the people that work at the bank represent the communities we serve. That is Māori communities. That is making sure we have more young people, more women, more Pacific people. So it's about making sure that we reflect that. It is a long-term thing, but we're stepping up to it.
Yeah, I just feel like saying ditto. I mean, ASB's...
That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, same. But it's an area that we are actively focused on. Recently have launched a Te Ao Māori strategy and, all of the above.
Great. There's a question on Slido that says, how will banks address vulnerable clients who don't fit current policies or tick their boxes? Which is a tough question, right? Because, any thoughts on that?
Tell us. Yeah. So reach out. So if there are things that we can do better, so it comes back to the listen and trust. We again at BNZ, we've created a special team called the Bnz Support Team. It started looking specifically at the impacts of economic abuse and interpartner violence. That was 2 years ago. The remit of that team now covers gambling addiction, self-harm, mental health, elder abuse, and constantly the team is saying, we need some help, we need some people, because I've got another case. I've got another customer who we don't necessarily have the setup for. So the first part is know that team exists, and a number of us are doing similar work, but we don't know what we don't know. And I really encourage it. And this is probably the point, going back to why we do vulnerability, is we are now kind of turning ourselves from looking at the mirror to get rid of the mirror and look at the communities and say, how can we help? What do we need to do? We will not be able to do everything overnight, so that's always the caveat, but please do let us know what doesn't fit, what doesn't work, and we'll set about changing it.
Yeah, I mean, Martin's just put it so eloquently. We at ASB, we also have recently established an extra care team for exactly the same reasons. It's very new, and I think around one thing we're really trying to understand and pick apart is what is the role that we as banks should play in this space, and where do we need to partner? So where do we need to work with many of you in the room and others to make sure that the customer, looking at the customer's challenge with a really holistic lens, because the reality is, there is only so far that we should go with some of these cases, and that we definitely need to partner.
Great. Now, look, we've got a question on open banking, which is a relatively technical field, but and maybe outside the expertise of our panelists. But it's been a very popular question, so I am, in the interest of transparency, I will ask it, and I might attempt to answer it a little bit and then throw open to you guys. But the question is, open banking would benefit many fintech organisations that are wanting to help improve Kiwis' financial well-being. Is this a priority for you to look into? And look, what I'd just say on this is that, look, it's been a really interesting exercise to watch open banking initiatives overseas in other jurisdictions. And actually there hasn't been a phenomenal take-up of the services that are offered with open banking technology. But I think it will be coming here, and watch this space. But I think we've got to be really clear about what is the question we're trying to answer with something like this. What's the problem we're trying to fix? We've got some research, for example, that indicates that about 2/3 of New Zealanders are either negative or not sure about the concept of open banking when it's explained to them in very simple terms. They're either not sure or negative on whether it's a good thing. And the reason for that is after telling customers for decades that they should protect their data at all costs, we're inviting customers to open up their data for the purposes of open banking. And so I think clearly, regardless of what happens or not from a regulatory point of view, there's a massive education job that needs to happen if it were to come in terms of educating New Zealanders about what it means, because there is an inherent discomfort with that. So that's my initial thoughts. I don't know if any of the panellists have got any comments. Yeah, Rebecca.
Yeah, so I mean, I would just say yes. We have an open banking team. They spend, obviously, they're doing a lot of work in this space, and I think it's not necessarily the big things that we're thinking about. It might just be who can we partner with to deliver something for customers that we would historically have built in-house. So that work is definitely underway, and I think we'll see that come to fruition more in the next few years.
Yeah, I would echo that and just say I think the industry is definitely open to it. For us, it's that balance between customer experience, so something that might look and feel great and be exciting to customers. And I think about buy now, pay later schemes, which have made it so easy. It's frictionless. The customer experience is amazing. But what's the customer outcome at the end of that? And making sure that we help get the balance right between that before we unleash it on customers.
Great, thanks guys. Look, we're very nearly out of time, so I just want to finish up with a forward-looking question for the panel, thinking about where to from here. And I'll start at this end, just in a spirit of fairness this time, and we'll go along. But the question is, where do you see the most significant opportunities lying going forward? And if you had a magic wand, what would you change in terms of customer experience in relation to bank services? Liv.
Yeah, if I had a magic wand, I think being able to offer way more bespoke and tailored services for people, and where and when people want them. So if I look at where customers typically turn to advice for at the moment, it is family and friends, it's social media, it's influencers, it's TikTok and things like that. And making sure that we're present in those places. I think, again, it's that balance of we hold a lot of data as banks that's extremely powerful, but how can we serve that up in a way for customers that is helpful and not sort of overreaching when we look at being bespoke. But, yeah.
Martin.
I'll use my magic wand first. So my magic wand would be used around financial capability at the point of when people need it. So I think we talked about schools. The last time I sat and did my French exam was at 16. I've not used my French since. If I went into a boulangerie, I'd be struggling to ask for a pain au chocolat. However, what I would like is somebody at that time to help me and make that a very easy transaction and make sure I buy the right pastry. So I think actually how do we do point-in-time financial capability effectively throughout somebody's whole life and be proactive and reactive to them. So that's my magic wand, and I think that actually is what the future looks like. How do we use that data to spot when a person needs help, and how do we then effectively provide that?
Rebecca.
My magic wand will fix two things, first, in a slightly different approach to my other panellists. So firstly, wait times in contact centre has been a real pain point for us in the last couple of years, and I don't think anyone is not been affected by that, so I'd like to fix that. And frauds and scams, what a headache for our customers, for us. We're seeing so many more. I mean, some of you might have got an email from me this week. It wasn't from me. Very disappointing to see, so I'd fix that as well. Future focus, yeah, completely agree. It's around the financial wellbeing, but it's doing it in a way where it's simple, it's proactive, but it answers the questions that people have in everyday life. So how do we translate it in a way that's relatable for people and it makes a difference? So I think that's where we need to get to.
And Roz, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Gosh, yeah, what a great
what
panel.
They said?
Yeah, no, but I do have an extra. So I think it's kind of back to this idea of banks are really, really good at the black and white. We're good at process, we're good at ticking boxes and all those sorts of things. We're not so good at operating in the grey, and that's an area that we're really trying to lean into. And so what I would do with my magic wand is kind of just try and remove all of the friction in our processes that make conversations between customers and banks challenging, whether it's language that we use, whether it's processes, whether it's forms, systems. And then I guess the flip side of that coin, from a future focus perspective and what we're leaning into with our financial wellbeing program is really nudging customers to better outcomes. And just a couple of really quick examples of that, small examples, but still powerful for the customer. Things like alerting customers to avoiding unarranged overdraft and avoiding all the fees that go with that, or reminding customers to, pay their credit card on time to avoid fees. So we've saved customers $50 million in fees in the last 12 months from just looking into areas around process and that sort of thing around fees. So I think there's plenty of opportunity in this space.
Thanks, Roz. Well, look, I don't know about you, but I found this a really interesting discussion. We'll all be around over morning tea if we didn't get to your questions, and I'm sorry we didn't get to all your questions on Slido. There were lots of them, but I'm sure any of the team would be happy to engage one-on-one if you had a burning question you wanted to ask. But please thank our panel of Roz, Rebecca, Martin, and Liv, and thank you very much.
That's so good. That was excellent. That was 5 big, warm, open hearts. They are amazing. Thank you to Roz, Rebecca, Martin and Liv, and thank you so much to Roger for facilitating that so well. And thank you to all of you for your questions. You are really engaged and I'm really loving that. Also, can I just say that any metaphor that involves a pain au chocolat works for me. I'm on board with all of that. We're going to go now to morning tea. Remember that we're using 2 rooms, so morning tea will be served just out here in the foyer, and you can also use the downstairsy bit to go and sit. We've got part of the restaurant today, so you can go and use that as well. And there's also the matiu room upstairs. So we kind of want half of you. You can work this out because you're grown-ups. Half of you to go upstairs, half of you to stay down here. Anybody with a special dietary requirement should head upstairs because that's where your kai will be. When you come back, can I ask that you just see we've got some people standing up? I know, I feel sad for them. And so sometimes we've left some empty seats in the middle of rows. When you come back, don't just all go for an aisle seat. Can you fill up any gaps in the middle of rows so that we can make room for everybody to come and be part of it in here? And we have given you a kind of extra long morning tea. We don't need to have you back here until we want to be ready to go at 11:10, but that's quite a long morning tea break. And we're doing that on purpose because we want you to spend some time with each other. Don't just talk to people that you already know or see regularly. We want you to talk to people whose faces are new to you. So go and make some friends. Go and have a snack. Thank you for your attention this morning. We'll see you ready to go at 11:10. All right, it's bang on 11:10. I get very about time. Those of you in the foyer area, come and sit down. I want to make sure before we start that everybody who wants... Shh. Very good. Go to your room. No. So everybody who wants a seat, please grab a seat now. Try and avoid gaps in the middle of rows if you can shuffle along or help people get by. Just letting you lovely people know, and you people in the teeth of the gale over here, those window things are controlled by the office. So I think they look at a temperature gauge and go, oh, they probably need a bit of air in there, and it gave me tremendous fright. But I'm over it now. Now I know how it works. That's very good. All right, are we all in? I think we are pretty much. That's great. Fantastic. Good morning tea. I liked it. Food, one of my favourite things. People get really anxious about how much they eat. I don't. Don't care. Honestly, I'm going to take up all the space in the world I possibly can. Can I just, before I start, I just want to let you know that the BMI thing, the body mass index, doesn't work. Rubbish. It's unscientific. That doesn't work for really tall people, and it doesn't work for really short people, and it doesn't work for really fat people. It's just bullshit. The whole thing's bullshit. If you need any kind of gauge, I can tell you mine is that if you are recognisably, like from a distance, human-shaped, have another pie. That's it. That's what you need. You don't need anything else. Someone's across the road and they go look at you and they go, "That's a person. You're on the right track." Stop for a cake. Get some cheesecake. That would be my advice to you. All right, good. I'm not actually a doctor, but hey-ho. Hasn't stopped anybody else in the last 2.5 years. So, here, this is going to be a great session. You can't change anything if you don't understand what it's like already, right? You know, it's a version of you can't manage what you don't measure. So we need to understand how people think about money, and Joe Gamble is able to help us with that. Joe has a PhD in psychology, specialising in public perceptions. And after a decade working as a consumer scientist at New Zealand Crown Research Institute, giving support to scientists and government ministries, Joe spent the next 14 years, 6 as a research director, giving customer insights to sectors like insurance and travel and retail and so forth. Seeing these insights transformed into ways that help people feel more comfortable and secure financially has become a priority for her. So Joe joined Te Ara Ahunga Ora. I'm terrible at that pronunciation. This is a new name for me. Te Ara Ahunga Ora Retirement Commission mid-2021 as a research lead. So we're going to hear all about it. I'm really glad that we're hearing about it from Joe Gamble and not her sister online. Would you please give a massively warm welcome to Dr. Joe Gamble.
Kia ora tātou. No Canada aho, ki te noho au ki tamaki makoro, ko tamahanga, te manga, ko omaha te moana, ko Joe, toku anoa. So thank you very much for all attending today. I hope you enjoy some of the insights that I'm able to present to you. Here's my little buttons. Cool. Okay, we don't need to see my face. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay, so we've done quite a lot of research over the last year, and one of the so if you want to hop on our website at any stage, we're slowly adding more and more information onto the website, in particular due to our review of retirement income policies, but also just, you know, background information and that sort of thing. Today, I'm not going to talk about all of that because we'd be here forever, but I wanted to talk to you about something that we call segmentation. Some of you will be familiar with what a segmentation is. A segmentation is basically a way of understanding how certain groups of people clump together and are different from other types of people. And that's helpful for us because it means that we can target our resources, our finances, our efforts into areas that are going to best serve a segment that is relevant to us. I'm hoping that I'm also going to have time to talk about a beautiful rangatahi that we did some work with as well. Okay, so basically the way we did this is we conducted a survey. We asked lots and lots of different questions. It's actually part of our insights tracker, so it's an always-on type of mechanism. And the segmentation that I used had a decent sample size of about 2,500. Some types of segmentation really focus on demographics, so young females, for instance. But we know that not all young females think in the same way. Similarly, we can't just say Māori people feel this way. Everyone's different. So we also want to have a look at their underlying attitudes, so people feel differently about different things. So in our survey, we actually used something called a needs-based segmentation, and we had a raft of attitudinal statements that people answered, and they were things like, I'm a spender rather than a saver, or I'm generous when it comes to koha, or giving to other people. And then on the basis of doing that, that's great. So we can tell that there are attitudinally different people out there in the world. But if you're trying to reach them, it's really hard because you don't know how to find them. So that's why the demographic type of segmentation is really helpful. So what we do is we use our attitudinal statements as the basis for our understanding of people. But then we overlay on top of that demographics and behaviours. So we can say that a segment is more likely to have young males in it, for instance. But young males will also pop up in other segments. But it does at least give us some clues on how to find those people. So I won't go into the detail about how we actually ran the segmentation. You're welcome to come and talk to me afterwards if you want the nitty-gritty. And the one thing I was going to say is with segmentations, particularly in this segmentation, you can move over the course of your life to a different segment. So you're not always going to stay in things. As we know with financial capability, as we get older, our abilities change, life happens, all that sort of thing. So what you can see here is we've got 6 segments. The difference with as I go through them, those of you who have done segmentation before probably will find some of these quite familiar, or there'll be some overlap between them. Some of the differences, having said that, from certainly previous segmentations we've used, is that we have included over 65s. For some reason, our poor over 65s get missed out all the time in market research. So we've made sure that they're as part of this segmentation. The other thing is that Māori also get underrepresented. So we've made sure that with this work we've oversampled for Māori so that we're more likely to be hearing their voices. You can see that we've got 6 segments here, and they're different sizes. The biggest of which is the steady squirrelers, and we also have a large segment that we call active budgeters, and they've got funny names. The names are there to actually try and give you a sense of what their underlying attitudes and motivations towards money might be. I've kind of arranged them in a continuum in terms of sort of financial confidence and capabilities. Or financial situation, not financial capabilities, financial situation. So I'm just going to go through each of them. There's lots and lots of information in behind them, but I'm just trying to give you a taste of who they actually are. So the other thing I wanted to sort of pull out is that given the breadth of people here, we have everyone from financial mentors through to investing, wealth, ministers, everything, banks, anything you want. That's the whole point of this, is in the segmentation you'll see probably will resonate, different segments will resonate to different people, depending on who you are. For some of you, you'll be seeing all of these people. So the first group is the what we call the daily distressed. So these are people who are experiencing day-to-day financial difficulties. They make up about 12% of our population on the basis of our survey. This group of people tends to be very much living day to day. They're experiencing social isolation, health issues. So they're really limited in terms of resources in general, whether it's emotional, social, financial. And really their skills and their knowledge, they may have some, but at the moment they're really struggling and they're really needing a hand up, or sort of a hand anyway. And this group, in terms of demographics and behaviour, so they are actually around sort of middle-aged, so sort of 45 to 64. Interestingly, a New Zealand European skew, but the other ethnicities are sitting in there amongst them as well. This group doesn't own homes. They have no financial inclusion except for buy now, pay later or loans, and they're using those really. They have no other alternative at the moment. And not surprisingly, they're pretty low in terms of contributing to Kiwisaver. There are a few in there that are contributing to Kiwisaver, but probably at really low levels, likely to be unemployed or on very low incomes. And intentionally, in terms of what they're planning on doing, really it's just get me through this. I just want to get through this. I need someone to just get me back on the right path. That's about as far as they can see. The next group, and you'll see that there's a sort of a yellow box around the next three. This is where at Te Ahunga Ora we are seeing that we can play a good role, particularly with our sorted platforms. This group is what we would call exposed, because they may be doing okay, but it's not going to take much to derail them. And that's what I'm saying, that you can move segment. So life happens, and if you don't have any resilience, financial resilience or planning, you could easily end up back in that daily distressed group. So social spenders are quite a young group. They skew to female. They also skew to Māori and Pacific. So this group, they're sort of at the beginning of their financial journey. They may be a little bit older. They're sort of skew from 45 and under, but they're not feeling particularly confident about their financial skills. Money comes in, money goes out, and it's okay to borrow money, and it's really good to lend money as well. So it's about supporting your whānau and your friends and the people around you. But sometimes that can be at the detriment to your own personal finances. When it comes to thinking about money, it's just overwhelming, and we're not going to be thinking about retirement in any shape or form. The thought of having a house is pretty overwhelming. It's like, I don't see how I could possibly get to that stage. So these guys are very much at the beginning of their journey. So some of them will be first anythings. So they're, have just working part-time, or they might be looking for work but haven't quite got there. They, again, have very low financial inclusion, except for buy now, pay later, which they're probably the biggest users of, and loans. I guess the difference between the daily distressed and the social spenders in terms of buy now, pay later is in terms of need versus want. So they may just find that they're getting themselves a bit muddled because they've got too many buy now, pay laters on, and things are sliding, and they're starting to get debt collectors and things like that coming along. What else can I say about them? So they're renting, or they may even still be living with their parents. And they are part-time workers or looking for work. They're open for work. They're starting to use Kiwisaver, but maybe not where we want them to be. The next group is what we call our active budgeters. It's a reasonably big-sized group. This is also a female-skewed group, a little bit older, higher incidence of stay-at-home mums, or people not looking for work, but they're stay-at-home mums, they're students and things like that. These guys have actually got a pretty good basis on their day-to-day money management skills. So they actually have been around the block once or twice. They kind of know what they're doing day-to-day, but they're not really rating themselves that well. And really what we want to be doing is building on some pretty good day-to-day skills. It's just that they're very conscientious about spending. It's about protecting their family, making sure everyone's well looked after, and they want to get ahead in life, so they're very careful about how they spend their money. So they're also very risk averse. So when it comes to, intentions, they'd love to be able to buy a house, but they're not quite sure how to go about it, and they don't know who to ask, and it all seems a little bit expensive. So they're keen, but they're definitely open to finding out information from people. The next group are our Aspirational Acquirers, and this group is actually a male skew. This is an interesting group because I think probably you could almost look at a continuum within this group. They're up to about 35. I mean, you do get them in the other age groups, but that's where they're predominantly sitting. There's also a Māori skew amongst our Aspirational Acquirers. And these are people who have got their foot on the ladder. They're starting to earn a bit of money, and they're feeling pretty proud of themselves. They're actually doing well. They are might be in a household with a high income. It doesn't mean they personally have a high income, but they're living with a partner or they're living with flatmates, and so they're all earning. Money for them is there to be spent. They don't have a long-term focus in the sense that we think of in terms of retirement. For them, it's about, right, I quite like the idea of owning a house one day, or I'm saving up to go. I'm keen on buying a new car. I want to go on holiday. So they're actually talking bigger ticket items than our social spenders, for whom for our social spenders, it's about going to cultural events or a festival or getting some new clothes or whatever. For these guys, it's a bigger deal. It's bigger stuff that they're talking about. They're more risk tolerant, so they're actually open to some of those newer types of finances like cryptocurrency. Not in a big way, but they are definitely open to it. And it's okay for them to spend money on themselves. They don't really feel that they need to be spending money on everyone else. There's no, those cultural perceptions of spending money on each other is not necessarily there. Basically intentionally, in terms of how they see money, it's I want to grow my money. I'm on the ladder and it's time for me to start growing stuff. I deserve it. Okay, so then we get to our larger group. So we think it's sorted that those three groups probably are an area that we can really target well, because they're sort of at the beginning of their journey, and we can offer them some really tangible advice and products. And once we get to the steady squirrelers, these are an older group. They're kind of like probably about to be empty nesters. They may have some older children at home. They're probably at the prime of their life in terms of earning money. They're also quite conscientious about how they spend their money, but for them it's an underlying value is it's important that I take control of my own finances. I need to be independent. So they have been planning for that. And they're now at a stage where they're starting to think about retirement, but they're not quite there yet. So what they're going to be looking for is ways to understand what their future is actually going to be like. But they also have the children at home. So they're wanting to make sure that whatever they're doing is helping their children as well to move on in life. So this group are very financially inclusive. They have investments and savings and Kiwisaver. They own their homes. So these guys are what we'd call sorted. So they probably don't need us quite so much, but certainly there's going to be plenty of you out there that will be seeing these people who are both, cash rich and asset rich coming in. And lastly, we have the comfortable maintainers. So this is our group who are essentially retired. They aren't necessarily cash rich, but they do have some savings. They probably do own their home. Not as many contributing to Kiwisaver as you'd expect. And the steady squirrelers, there's a slightly higher group of Asian people within that group, but it's still predominantly New Zealand European, and definitely the comfortable maintainers are very New Zealand European. What else could I say about them? For them, really, it's about decumulation, drawdown, like trying to plan. They're quite unengaged with their finances, so it's like, I've got enough to keep me comfortable. That's really all I'm going to worry about. I don't really want to go outside of that. That's too hard. They may have an advisor who, if they have insufficient funds, otherwise they just have a savings account at the bank. So that's kind of a real brief snapshot of these guys. What I wanted to now talk about is in terms of what does that mean in terms of how we connect with these people and how we encourage behaviour change. One of the theories that we use is called the trans-theoretical model. It's called that because it uses lots of different theories that combines it. It's been around for 1 million years. But basically what it sort of says is that acknowledges that behaviour change is going to take a long time. We can't change behaviour overnight. Different people are going to require different cues, different things to actually change their behaviour. And they go through different stages. You can hop on this wheel all the way from pre-contemplation when you don't even know there's a wheel, all the way through. And then there's going to be times when you fall off the wheel and hop back on the wheel and all that sort of thing. And it's our job to try and keep them on the wheel, continually improving their financial capability. So, I guess the first one, let's just talk at the beginning here. We've got at the pre-contemplation model, and if you recall my description of these segments, the social spenders seem to fit quite well here. These are the folk who don't know there's a wheel. They haven't realised necessarily that there's even a problem with their spending. It might be dawning on them because all of a sudden they've got 5 buy now, pay laters, and they also owe their mate some money, but then their other mate owes them some money, and now they've lost track of who owns what. We want to catch these guys before things get much worse. So this is where we're grabbing them onto the pre-contemplation stage. So we need to tell them there is a wheel. So there's lots of ways we could do it, but probably it's going to involve some advertising. And at this stage, it's got to be quite emotional. There's got to be some real emotional tags there to get people to even pay attention, because otherwise they're off doing something else. And the other thing is just through family and friends. So those are the people that they pay attention to. These are a really social bunch, and family and friends are really important to them. So if we can get word of mouth, or people just noticing, or seeing how people are doing things. So there's going to be a little bit of FOMO going on. If we can grab that FOMO, people doing well, it's like, why are you doing well? I want to do well. What are you doing? And then there's going to be that sort of conversation. There's going to be things, probably triggers like debt collection coming along on the sort of tailwind side. Similarly, they're going to be having first jobs and things, good things happening to them as well. And those are times when we want to be able to get to them. Because they're not engaged and they're not focused particularly on this, whatever we're going to talk to them about needs to be real bite-size, real small, and short-term focused and immediate payback. If I do this, you get this back. And we're going to be going through both informal and formal kind of mechanisms. So informal is social influencers, social media, videos and blogs, that sort of thing. The formal avenues will probably be things like work or ITO, or university, that sort of thing. And the sort of things we're going to be talking about to them, probably debt reduction is going to be something in there. How are we going to get rid of those buy now, pay laters, or pay off that loan? But even if they haven't got them, we want to make sure they don't get them, because that's, it's a propensity to use them a little bit, maybe leave them for the things you really need or something like that. And also start them along that 6-step journey, which we refer to it as 6-step anyway. So, getting your emergency fund sorted out, start paying Kiwisaver, start setting up what we would call as a spending plan, not a budget. Budget doesn't seem to resonate so well, so how to set up a spending plan. And that spending plan's got to have cohort budget in there, and things like that. And so really what we're talking about is this real do this and get this now. Even the concept with Kiwisaver of how to get free money out of Kiwisaver. So if the government is putting money in, if you have to put some money in, it's not very much, then the government gives you all this new free money. So, and then you don't even have to do anything about it, because then you get interest, and then you put a little bit more money in, and the government puts even more money in, and it builds up. And that's all good. But we also have to remember the importance of other people. And so if we're framing conversations with this group, it needs to be about how this is actually going to benefit your whānau, how it's going to enable you to do things with your friends, how it's going to enable you to look after your parents as they're older. So in that respect, Kiwisaver needs to be presented as a first home, not as a retirement package, because that's way too far away. I think there's implications for the CCCFA in terms of the ability for accessing this debt when maybe they don't necessarily need it. And also I think there's definitely an opportunity for those savings products that are out there that involve automation or apps. And again, just emphasising if there's any way you can have products out there that enable collective wealth. So, saving up for a home together with your whānau type thing. Okay. We'll just move on to the next phase. So this is where we're starting to, it's dawning on them, right, I'm on the wheel and I better do something about this because I'm not sure how I want this wheel to go ahead for me. And so we've got our aspirational acquirers on the one hand, and on the other hand we've got our daily distressed, and they're quite polar opposites really. And this is where life events have started coming in, and they're starting to realise something has to happen. So if we're talking about advertising, so reaching out to them, that's going to involve both emotional but also rational components to it. They're tuned. They're like, yeah, okay, but I need some proof now. You need to be drawing me in. If we talk about the daily distress, these are probably the folks who are facing some headwinds in their life. So there's going to be that debt collection. They're going to be feeling quite desperate. They're finding they're having to go without. They just don't have the resources, and whether that's social resources, emotional resources, mental resources, financial resources. They're struggling, and so for them, really, the people that they're going to be talking to are our beautiful financial mentors out there, the social assistance agencies, churches, community groups, and really, it's small steps for these groups of people. You don't want to be running here yet, and there's also going to be significant need for advocacy or external assistance, and we'll be wanting to direct them to resources. If they are able to access internets, then the websites, talking about goal setting, debt reduction, emergency funds. That's probably as far as we're going to be wanting to go with these people. And really what we're trying to communicate with this group is there are people out there that can help you, and there is hope. You are not going to stay here. So again, in terms of, I suppose, policy perspectives, the CCCFA has some particular components there that are important. We also have to ensure that there's adequacy of and access to all the main benefits or supplements that these groups can actually access. They often don't know they're there. And for those who are renting or, holding a mortgage, we also need to make sure that, especially if they're in the older age group, that New Zealand Super is adequate for them, and that we've been doing a little bit of work. You will have probably seen, and we've got that on our website, about that sort of thing. On the flip side, we've got our Aspirational Acquirers. So these guys have got their foot in the ladder, they're doing well, and now they're like, right, now what? So they're starting to find that there's emerging responsibilities. They might have a new child, or they've bought a house together with their partner. They're feeling really proud of where they are, understandably, but they're kind of wanting to feel this need to progress. They want to grow. Where am I going with this? But they're still not too far in the focus. So really, what's key for them is giving them control and autonomy over their finances. They'll probably be connecting with finances through work, through active engagement with Kiwisaver providers, hopefully. That's what we ideally want. But they're, and this is where I was saying this is an interesting group, depending where they are, because on the less financially mature stage, you may find that they're hanging out on discourse or really reading Wall Street Bets type things, and maybe not listening to the best advice. Their peers are going to be where they're getting information from. But as they mature, their interest will probably move on to more of those DIY platforms. And really what we need to be communicating is that's fine if you want to be day trading, but this is how to do it successfully. And really the sort of messaging we're wanting is if you put your money, you want to put your money to work, you want to get there quicker, but we want to show you how you maximise your wins. And so from a policy perspective, I guess really we need to get this group, there is a decent whack of them who are contractors or self-employed. We have seen that because they're male skew, that they're sort of working out in building industries and trades and that sort of thing. So Kiwisaver is a conversation that we need to have with them, whether it's better to have Kiwisaver or managed funds, and if you're having managed funds, how do you make sure that those are there for later in life? These guys are going to respond really well to any cool tech when it comes to automated savings and watching their wealth grow. And also we're going to be wanting to talk to them about pathways to home ownership. Cool. So let's move around our wheel. So now we've got these people thinking. So we're looking at people who've gone, yep, I'm converted, I already know. I'm actually working really hard, but I don't know where to go and get the information from. And that's obviously going to be our active budgeters. Because as I mentioned, they already have a pretty good grounding in their day-to-day money management. They just don't have an enormous amount of confidence, and some of them don't actually have a lot of financial resources as well. But, we're going to try and maximise those financial resources and give them a little bit of confidence about actually what they can do about getting ahead. So they're starting to actually actively seek information out. And this is where having a good brand that they can trust is important. They'll be talking to their family and friends. They will be engaging with advertising as well. But the whole point of the advertising here is about conversion, about getting them to actually change their behaviour. So they've moved past that contemplation phase. They're all good on that one. So I guess some of these things, again, it's going to be, it's very much about, probably they may have some children. Some of them are looking after kids on their own, and then there's going to be situations where someone who is an active budgeter is living with someone who is not an active budgeter, and their behaviour is causing a few issues. So they're trying to work out how they navigate that kind of conflict, and they don't know who to go to talk to. So they're really motivated, they're really interested, but they may feel really quite demotivated because they're like, I don't even know how I'm going to get ahead. I don't know what to do, and I can't even get money together for an emergency fund. So what we want to be doing is making them feel like they can do this. This is. So we're going to be enabling them to track track progression, give them control over what they're doing, and we need to make sure they have affordable, accessible advice as well. So this group, some of the financial managers are probably going to be seeing a few of these people who are getting there, but they just need a little bit of extra help in directing to the right sort of places. But also banks, churches and community, we've got our sort of community programs, because these people aren't necessarily working, or they're only working part-time, so we need to find other ways to get to them. So it's like allowing them to, for instance, on our sorted website, we've got a whole bunch of tools where you can go, right, if I drop down my food bill here, I can do this here. If we only go on holiday once a year, then we can do this. And they can go, right, and then look, I can see that my savings are going up, and now I can track the interest, and it's just giving them tools in their hands, so they're just getting this really strong sense of, I can actually do this. And also they're going to be really keen on hearing success stories of people who maybe were in a similar situation to them and are actually improving, and they want to know, how did you do it? Because I want to do that too. The other thing, because this group is a little bit less likely to be contributing to Kiwisaver, not surprising because that's a workforce, a labour force type of product, we need to find ways that maybe some of these people can have money being paid into their account while they're at home caring for others, and encouraging that to happen. And you will have seen conversations in the media already around that sort of thing. As we know, there's not working full-time or anything is a bit tricky. Oh, is time up already? Okay, right, I'm not going to talk about my wee rangatahi. Okay, right, very quickly, is our steady squirrelers, so we'll just move around. These guys are already converted. And so really it's just... let's move that on. There we go. It's just keeping them engaged, and just using the right products and services, and helping them make change. So really it's going to be starting at that wealth end of things, financial advisors, legacy and estate planning, that sort of thing. How to control your retirement, how to pass on your hard-earned wealth onto your children, and contributing to children's Kiwisaver accounts and that sort of thing. But they're also going to be looking at sort of drawdown products, and they're going to be interested in their children's generation. And lastly, I don't know if that was a crazy thing, but anyway, we get to the comfortable maintainers. So they're the people who are retired. They don't necessarily have a lot of money, but they do have assets. So it's just enabling them to think about how, things like downsizing, how are you going to, manage, it's because they worry about longevity risks. So things like that are going to assist them on that sort of front, well as keeping them up to date. So re-engaging them at times like that sort of thing. And making sure that they're also getting the benefits that they're entitled to. I'm not going to talk about my rangatahi. I'm really sad about that. But anyway, that's fine. I was just, Okay, so anyway, I'm quite happy to take any questions now.
We're so properly out of time, Joe, that we can't do that.
That's
what
fine.
I want to do, I do want to ask you, first of all, everybody is wanting to know if they can take these slides to show to their teams.
Yes.
Are they able to do that?
Yes, of course they are. They're actually a lot fuller than what I've been showing you as well, so there's a lot more information in there.
Great. And Joe, the other thing is we're going to archive the questions that have been asked so that you can take some time in your own time to, on the company time, I don't know what I'm talking about, to answer those questions and share them with people who were here today. So how about we do it that way?
Yeah.
That was fascinating. Thank you so much. A massive round of applause for Dr. Joe Gamble. It's delightful. And I am sorry that we ran out of time for hearing about your rangatahi. What we're going to do now is move on to our panel. And so I'm going to invite to the stage. Can I have Te Kahukura Boynton and Sonia Williams and Brad Olsen come to the stage? Once you've settled in, I am going to introduce you to everybody. Give them a round of applause to make them welcome. And Brad's an old friend. And Sonia, we've met before somewhere. I'm trying to remember where. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's right. Oh, I remember. You're amazing. You're going to love her. So this is great. So we're going to talk about how we can shift the tide for young New Zealanders and their finances. Let me give a proper introduction to these three spectacular people. So sitting to my right, I've been so excited to meet you because you're incredible. Te Kahukura is... am I allowed to say how old you are? I mean, at some point you're going to not want people to know. She's 18 and she's... I know, listen to that, the response. Everyone's going, oh my God, I did nothing when I was 18. So, she's in her second year of her Bachelor of Law at the University of Waikato. She's on a mission to empower Māori to become financially independent. She is the founder of Māori Millionaire, which is a podcast and a blog which gives resources to educate and inspire Māori to learn about personal finance and investing. So she's a fantastic voice that we're very lucky to have with us this morning. What is that? Is that the bell that keeps ringing? Is there a shop? Is it? Shall I just tune that out and ignore it? It's not important.
Someone's just sort of standing there going through every time
I
you
think
speak.
that's what's going on. I love it.
Food or deliveries, maybe.
Sounds great. And so next to Te Kahukura is Brad. Brad Olsen, he's Principal Economist and Director at Infometrics. He's one of New Zealand's leading economic commentators. The thing about Brad is that he's passionate about using economics to make better decisions, and he's really good at making complex and detailed trends simple and relatable and useful. I've met him before and I know that he's very good at this. He's also a great community leader. Amongst other things, he was Young Wellingtonian of the Year in 2020. And next to them is Sonia. Sonia Williams is the co-founder, director and CEO of Sharesies. Sonia has built a career in tech, global marketing and product management in New Zealand companies like Xero and Kiwibank. She's passionate about using tech to solve big problems and to create a more equitable society, and she's grabbing the opportunity to make investing more accessible. Sonia was the co-winner of the 2020 Women of Influence Business Award alongside co-founder Brooke Roberts. Give them all a round of applause. Great to have you here. Yay. All right, so I'm going to chuck out some questions at you. You guys throw your questions into Slido. I'll leave my questions behind in a little while and focus on yours. But let's begin. I want to know how much we know about the secret financial lives of young people. Can I start with you, Sonia? Can you answer? Are you a good person to answer that one for a start?
Yeah, I can. I feel like everyone's got something to add here, but I can kick off. And I think, there's so much, and it is kind of assumption, based. Not all young people are the same, and I feel like a bit of a fraud talking about young people next to an 18-year-old. But this is great. You're maybe more the expert on the subject here. But I think, what we are seeing is that there are changes to how there are significant changes to how we live our lives that are impacting the way that financial services need to operate and how we need to engage with those. So I think key ones are like relationships to work and income, And we can see the rise of like portfolio careers. We can also see the changes to relationships to work with people wanting more flexible hours and not necessarily wanting to work 40-hour weeks because they want to balance that against another lifestyle or some other kind of goals. The other ones are, we've talked a bit about home ownership today, and I think the things around, I was at an event this week, shout out to Sim, who had a book launch this week, and after people coming up to me and saying, actually, I don't even think I can buy a house, I don't even see that as part of my life, and I don't even know if I want one. So this idea that renting for life, what does that look like and how do we support that as an industry? And then the other one is like different options to create wealth, because when we talk about home ownership, and a lot of how we've talked about it today is as a big asset and is about how we're building kind of secure and financial resilience. But what does that look like when those different wealth opportunities open up, or what are those different wealth opportunities to grow that, because that needs to change as well. But I think that's kind of key. I think the not so secret is people talking about money more, which is awesome. And maybe that's a good segue into.
Yeah, I want to dive into your thoughts on this now. The secret life of young people and their relationship with money.
Kia ora, e te whare. Well, my money life isn't very secret. I post everything on Instagram. But I think there is a desire for a lot of young people to be a bit more creative about how we make money and how we use our money. I think during lockdown and during these periods, we're kind of more creative about, do we really want to be working 40 hours a week for someone else, helping someone else build their own empire, when we can be doing that for ourselves. So I think there is a desire for us to be, creating our own empire as opposed to someone else's. I think that at the same time, though, there are a lot of issues that rangatahi especially are facing. And the financial literacy, for young people is really, it's not that good. And so a lot of people are starting adulthood not knowing the basics about finances, and I think that's really detrimental. When you're signing up to get a bank account and you don't actually know the difference between an EFTPOS card and a credit card and a debit card, that's going to have really bad impacts when you start using those different cards, and then your bills come in.
Is the solution for that at school, or is it, following what you do on your blog, or listening to your podcast? What is the right place to get that information to young people is what I'm asking.
Well, yeah, I think that you need to have a diversified kind of information source. If you're only following it from one person, then it's going to be very concentrated on their own values and their own ideas. But if you're able to follow several Instagram accounts, listen to several podcasts and radio stations, and read a wide range of information, then you're going to be able to take the nuggets of gold from all these different places and then recreate it for your own life and decide how you want to implement this in your own life. I feel like as Māori we need to do that, especially because lots of the financial resources aren't designed with our Māori perspectives in mind. So it's really important that we're able to listen to all these different resources and then add our own little spice to it.
Hold that thought, because I so want to dive down into that, but we'll get there. Brad, can you talk to me?
I was going to say, don't feel like you have to be We can continue on with that line of conversation if you want. I'm happy to.
Well, okay, I'm going to take you up on that. That's very kind of you, because I do want to, Kahukura, I want to ask that question. I'll let you have a breath in a moment, but I want to ask you how Te Ao Māori offers a unique perspective on our money lives. Can you flesh that out for me?
Yeah, kia ora. I think that being Māori is the biggest form of wealth in my own life. I feel like Te Ao Māori offers a really amazing range of customs, tikanga, that we're able to include, especially when we think of finances. So if we think about manaakitanga, one form of that, in my opinion, is if you're able to generate passive income so that you can financially provide for your own whānau and for your iwi and your hapu, then you're not going to be in the situation where a lot of our kaumātua are in now, where they're reliant on their children and their grandchildren for financial things. And I think that we can evolve our culture over time where maybe we, you know, create these financial resources for ourselves so that we can, you know, help the rest of our whānau too.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. That's a really lovely way to begin to frame the rest of the conversation that we're having. Brad, now I'm jumping in.
Fantastic. Oh, can I just follow on from that?
Yeah.
Just to a point, and I think because that is part of the thing that I've certainly noticed talking to peers up and down the country is that you know, people are looking for wanting to use their money in a slightly different way from before. It is less transactional. I mean, look, the mighty dollar still rules. People still want you know, a good return at the end of the day, but increasingly to the point around, you know, Te Ao Māori values and similar, they want that for a different reason. There's a bit more of a value judgment these days. It might be around providing locally and wanting to invest in local businesses. It might be around the environment or around your own values of you know, if you support gambling or not, or whatever it might be. But I think, you know, that value focus has become a much greater element of people's investment decisions and just general money rules in recent times. We saw that in COVID at a very localised level with your buy local campaigns and similar. But I think the other thing that's changing in my mind is the pace of change. Everything is shifting at 1 million miles a minute. You know, and I remember talking to my grandfather back in the day, and his options with money were fairly limited. He could go to the bank, and if he had a really big amount of money, he could go and, you know, maybe buy some shares and similar, but if he didn't have a big amount of money, he couldn't. These days, I did before, I went and bought some more shares on Sharesies. So that option is available. I can, but I think that that's a double-edged sword. That's fantastic because it's so much more accessible. You know, the democracy element is huge. It doesn't matter if you're big or small. But I can also go onto TikTok and find both some great advice and also some absolute idiots. I found a guy recently who told me that the actual inflation rate was 9.6% once you added tax on to inflation. Trust me, man, oh man, was I trying to figure out how we got to that. And I only say that because I think what it means is that people are moving at a fast pace. They're wanting to look for, you know, different bits of advice. But increasingly, if they're not able to get something easy peasy in one area, they're more than willing to look for another area. And that is both an advantage and a huge danger, I think, as we go forward.
Yeah. Sonia, what changes are you seeing? What trends are you seeing with young investors right now?
Yeah, and I think it's been definitely interesting watching it over the last, you know, so Sharesies has been around 6 years now, and through that time, you know, seen a lot of different market conditions, and our investors have been on that journey with us. And I think, you know, notably, you know, 2 years ago, like with COVID, what we saw is definitely more. So I guess 70% of our customers are under 40, just to give you a gist of our customer base, and we've got 600,000 people across New Zealand, Aotearoa and Australia, and you know, they're all investing the way that they want to because we don't have a minimum. So we've got portfolios from like 1 cent to over a couple of $1 million. But what we saw with COVID was an influx, like proportionately, it was a younger base coming in. And, you know, that's around, you know, we've talked a lot today about how do you make retirement front of mind. And that's a really challenging thing. But when you talk to people about financial security or financial resilience, you know, money is top of mind. Like, it is not a let's bring it up subject. It's like, it's there for all of us. It's a lens at how we see the world. And for most of us, you know, through the research we've done, have a negative relationship to it. Yeah. And so people are coming at it with that lens. And so I think that brought it forward, and people were like, cool, what am I going to do here? How do I get myself into a good situation? So we actually saw more younger people coming into the platform. And then since then, you know, what we see is because they've got a longer time horizon, people are kind of taking on, more likely to invest in, say, overseas investments, more likely to invest in funds over individual companies, and over, like, for the older generation, say they might invest in a few kind of well-known companies based in New Zealand, whereas what we see in our younger group is that they are, you know, taking these exchange-traded funds or different funds on the platform, and because that gives them good diversification, but also taking on a bit of risk in that longer term, because they can take on that risk.
Can I just unpack that a tiny bit? Because I'm fascinated that people during lockdowns were going, I know what I'll do, I'll buy some shares. Can you explain that to me? Is that because they had time to think about stuff? Was it because the world was falling apart and they wanted to control some part of their lives? What was that about?
Was it because they were cheap as chips?
Yeah.
And we were just as surprised, like, to be honest, since we started, it was like, what's the biggest risk to the business? It would be a big market downturn. And we've done a lot of planning around that, even when we first started out, because we've actually got a lot of responsibility, and we kind of have this line where the advice that not advice, but the information we provide should be relevant as relevant in the bad times as it is in the good. And a lot of the things you're putting in place are to help you through these times, and because that's exactly how markets behave. They go up and down over time, and the risk mitigants and things that you can put in place around like diversification, like making sure you're investing in amount you can afford, things like that, kind of help you through that. And I think what was going on at the time, it definitely did surprise us. That so many people came on to the platform, and I think it could be a mixture of a few things. Like, we had been in market for a while, and money and investing had become a bit more normalised. And I think, the optimist in me is like, great, the messages were kind of resonating with people and changing, the mindsets there. But I think the other kind of macro trend, I think people call it TINA, there is no alternative. So, like at that time as well, savings rates were really low, and house prices were really high. There was just a gaping hole.
Right.
For like, what am I actually going to do with my money?
Save up for a house, it's pointless. I'm going to buy some shares.
Yeah, and the savings rates are so low.
Yeah.
Is that it changed the risk picture?
Yeah, gotcha.
For people? Yeah. But you probably have a view.
Well, can I just jump in? Because I mean, that is something that I found quite fascinating through the last few years, is that, the conversation used to be that, look, if you just work hard enough and similar, you will get onto the housing market and similar. And I think sort of with COVID, particularly the huge elevation in house prices, is that, some people were near that position, and they managed to get in over the last year or so at 2.2%, with nearly $1 million of debt hanging around their neck, and similar. But they managed to get there. What's interesting is all the other young people I've talked to, and you see this in some of the numbers as well, who basically went, it's sort of it's not the house of travel, it's house or travel. And now that I can't get into the house, I'm looking at travel, and I sort of say travel or something else, because that opportunity doesn't exist. But what's been coming forward as well in a lot of discussions is people going, look, the traditional ways of making money, if you will, of putting it in the bank and just working hard won't get me there. There's no way on earth that that's going to get me the deposit and the ability to repay my mortgage when I eventually get it, if I can. And so increasingly, I think there has been a shift in that risk tolerance that has said to people, look, if you want to be able to actually get there, whether or not investing in shares is your long-term goal or just to save up for a house, that's the only real way that you're going to be getting money. And so I say that because that's why we're also seeing people increasingly look at new opportunities with NFTs, with crypto and similar, because it was seen as this is my only realistic option of actually building up enough cash quicker than the rest. I can put it in a savings account or similar, and maybe as I head to retirement I can think of buying a home, but if I want to get there before I start a family, I've got to take a bit more of a risk. And again, that's I think a shift that's emerging over time, that because we have more access, you can take that risk. It's so much more available. There's a lot of information out there. The quality, again, sometimes dubious. Again, just because this crowd seemed to like the first anecdote, I had one guy the other day who swore black and blue that there was no ability for the US Fed over in the States to make money. It was actually 3 banks and a big cabal that created money, and that's why I should invest in NFTs now. And again, I mean, these are the thing though that I think is important to communicate is these are well-educated people. These are not fringe wackos. They are people who genuinely like, this is how I'm going to make my investment decisions. And although they're not the everyone in the investing space, increasingly people are taking that risk. So people who were early adopters, if you will, into the share space are starting to move beyond that. People who weren't comfortable to start with are now moving into that sort of more normalised space, which is fantastic and unlocks some real opportunities. But I think I'm a touch worried about the reasons that we're going into that, because I feel that people feel that they must go in, and probably importantly over the last few years have felt like investments were a sure thing, and at the moment the current market situation is quite difficult, because I'm talking to a lot of people who are saying, when do I get the money back? And it's like, well, again, what time horizon? If you're checking, your account every 3 seconds, not anytime soon. If you're willing to leave it there for 5 years, and so I think that's the element of risk that I highlight, is not only is risk shifting, but again, the pace of change and the level of timeliness that we're looking at has increased substantially, which is really changing the game in this space.
So that's really fascinating about what's driving the investment. Can I ask, so if you believe middle-aged columnists and radio hosts. The problem with young people is they spend too much money on avocado. That's obviously nonsense. But what are we doing? What are young people doing? How are young people sabotaging their own financial lives? Anybody? I was looking at you just because
I don't know if we are.
Okay, all right.
I mean, look, by the same token, the fact that if I bought a house this year, or if that was magically possible, I've been paying 49% of my income because the last 30 years the blokes in power have made sure that there's no possibility for me to get a house, and the decision makers are also making sure that it's easier to keep the current house in Candala than it is to build a new one. I feel like we've been sabotaged, not sabotaging ourselves. We're working pretty hard, and I think increasingly at the moment we actually know that young people are working longer hours to try and make it ahead. They're looking at new opportunities. So I'd say we're doing our darndest to get into a good position. We've talked about passive income and similar before. So actually I think we're trying to sort of put our fingers in as many pies, because we realise that it's not as easy as it used to be when the government gave me money to buy a house and build a house. Now I've actually got to work for it and then some. So I'd reject that. We've looked at the price of avocados. Trust me, I would have to be eating a metric ton of avocados each and every day to make that worthwhile. So I think though that again that's why we're looking for these new opportunities, and that's why I think that the advice from these two on both sides highlights the need for us to look at those a lot more, because as much as we're at the moment talking about those who are able to get into the area, we also know there's a lot that can't, and I sort of I did some homework, trust me. And this is from last week from ASB, saying that 30% of young Kiwis don't have enough money to cover even a month's worth of expenses. 53% of young Kiwis don't have $1,000 left over. But that's the sort of thing where again they're not even able to pay their way each and every week, let alone then thinking about emergency fund, and then alone thinking then about investment. So the base case I think is hugely challenging. Cheese is $20 a kg, and we're talking about investment opportunities. So I think the structure of that means that we've got some real issues, at the base level to sort out before we go higher. Rant over.
I want to know if a house is still the goal. Te Kahukura, is that still the dream?
Well, for me, growing up, I saw it as the kind of only way to build wealth, and that was like what I was told, that was the goal, buy your first home and you'll be set for the rest of your life. I feel like everything is set around owning your own home. Like the pension is only a realistic amount of money to live on if you own a home outright. Otherwise it's not, and like everything in society is based off of owning your own home. But today, I don't think it's a realistic goal for me in the short term to be purchasing my own home, which is really sad, I think, for a lot of, Māori. Like, this is our whenua and we can't even own a home on it. But in saying that, like the other day I went to the bank to do an application for a credit card to build my credit score, and I got rejected for a credit card with a limit of $500. Like, they're not going to give me a home loan, and it's just crazy, like... It's not fair.
No, I would like to sign a chit to fix that, but I don't think anybody would pay any attention to my chits.
Can I add?
Yeah.
Just around the linking maybe the saboteur question and the home ownership question, which is like, I agree. I don't think there is much saboteuring going on or self-sabotage. I think it's more like a wayfinding. Because like so much about the advice that we've been given, or so much about how the way the world works is to work in a certain circumstance, and as highlighted, it's like, what's the deposit now? It's like 6. You'd need 6 numbers, right? And I don't know about
easily.
You, but it's like that is a monster first financial goal, right? Whereas like the advice I was given growing up was just get that first house, get on the property ladder. And it's like, so that's often the first advice, you're given, but that's a monster milestone. Like, I don't know, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but it's like, I don't know how many people have seen 6 figures in a savings account before, and it's kind of like, that's huge. And so I think it is a bit of a wayfinding and going, actually, that advice doesn't work in this context, and what is going to work and how are we going to find our way through this.
My parents sold a car to put a deposit on their first house. That's
Was
what
it a
deposit
Lamborghini?
was. No, it was one of those ones you crank start, I believe. It was
and you would probably know percentage of like income to house price ratio.
Well, that's double digits. I'm just thinking how much I can get for my RAV4, and if that's going to help. I think if I can, because one interesting thing that was brought up that in terms of whether or not young people especially aspire to housing, because I think in general if you get to that point you would like to, but I think as well there's a change which is just a reality check for a lot of young people that because 100k is not that easy to acquire quickly, increasingly people are thinking that's changing our outlook. It means that we know that young people are getting into relationships later in life, they're getting married and having children similar later in life, and part of that is around housing. But I think as well as that, one of the reasons that we're often looking for other investment options is because we do want to make money. But again, with such a huge step, you're climbing ladders upon ladders to get up to the housing one. Other investment opportunities are more doable. I can go in with $10 or 1 cent or whatever it might be and get on that ladder. I don't have to sort of wait before I get on to the golden investment of housing. But because of that, and because people are not living in the same place, we're a lot more mobile. I think that's also meaning that social mobility is huge. People are thinking more short term because they can't see the ability to put down roots. Because of that, they're making those investment decisions that are generally a bit more short term in terms of flexibility. Now I say that because I might invest for the long term, but I always know that if I need to, I can take that money out of my Sharesies account, out of my other investments and similar, because I'm moving countries, because I'm thinking about moving cities or whatever it might be. Whereas once I've bought the house and once I'm on the baked beans diet for the next 5 years, that's me. So I think increasingly, and it's it's a vicious circle, because I find it difficult to get into a house. I make decisions that mean I don't get into a house as quickly perhaps, and then it sort of cycles round. So there's a much more diversified spread of people I would expect when it comes to making those decisions.
Yeah, right.
It's also complicated it's not just purely a financial choice, like it is quite an emotional, thing to own a home, or, and some people are driven by that and some people aren't. We need housing, we need places to live, and that's, a big, part.
It's not just about money. We've only got 6 minutes left, so I'm going to romp through some of the questions from the beautiful people in the room. There's some great financial advice on social media, but there's also some terrible advice on social, which is really dangerous. How can we tackle this issue? I'm looking at you.
I think, back to my first point, like being diversified with who you're listening to. I feel like our minds are like sponges, and whatever you listen to, whatever you read, it's just going to absorb it. So make sure that you take everything with a grain of salt, because a lot of the people on Instagram, like myself, aren't qualified. Take it with a grain of salt, listen, and then do your own research from credible sources before you actually put your money into anything.
I want to stay with you for the next question. What inspired you to do what you're doing, and how did you go about building your financial capability?
So being Māori inspired me to help Māori. That's just natural for Indigenous communities all over the world, is to help your own community, and finance was something I'm passionate about. So I thought, what better way to help Ngāi Māori than to talk about something I'm passionate about.
Can I ask, why was finance something you were passionate about? Where did that come from?
So I guess in lots of Māori communities like my own, I would go, my mum always put me in really good schools, like Catholic English schools, and so I was a minority in all of those schools, and I always felt like there were things that made me different, and being like an analytical person I am, I was like, well, what makes me different? It's like, well, I'm Māori, I have less money than all these other kids do, and there's a variety of things that I can change, and there's a variety of things that I can't. Being Māori, I can't change, and that's cool because I love being Māori, but finances are something that we can change, and we can change for our future generations. So I think it's something really cool that we can help benefit future generations and improve the kind of trajectory that we're going towards.
I'm going to throw this question at all of you, but I'm probably going to look at Sonia as I come to the end of it. Do you think we can educate young people out of intergenerational poverty, wealth inequality, and other systemic issues that drive poor outcomes for consumers?
You go to me first.
Yeah, I just thought I'd chuck that one at you.
So it was.
Can we educate people out of that? Is that doable?
I think it's such a, we would have seen the research from Joe today, like, under 50% of Kiwis feel financially secure and resilient, or however it was put. And like, that's a really key problem, right? We're talking over half don't feel good about their financial situation, which is a huge problem. And I think that's not just going to take one lens in this industry or across all of us to solve that. I think it's going to take all of us working together, and we've all got a role to play in it. I don't think it's going to be easy, but do I think it's possible? The Pollyanna inside me says yes. And I think we all have to kind of keep that dream alive, otherwise we're not going to get there, right? And I think I think it goes from cultural, like I've heard today, and this is no shade on anything, but it's like how we've talked about Kiwis being bad at saving and investing a lot today. And I think, think of a time that you were told you were bad at something. Did you then enjoy doing that thing, or did you then decide, actually, I'm not going to do maths, or I'm not going to do...
Is that why I'm a spender?
I'm not going to, pursue this creative project or sing or in public, but any of these things. And I think, like, we're asking people, that belief not only impacts how how we create products and services to support people, but it also changes their belief on themselves and what they're possible for. So, I would just watch the stereotyping on the bad, and go, actually, like, if we created tools and services, how could this be different? And then the other one is, like, we've talked about the so the sharing of information and the needing to get multiple points of view, and people are being more open now, right, and talking about money. But in institutions, we've got so much institutionalized knowledge that can actually help people, and it's not actually advice, that we can just share some stuff, and then people are consuming so much information and know how to filter that now. We're very good at it, and so it's kind of like, how are you just putting that information out, and instead of worrying about, of course it can be used badly, and there will be those situations, but I think on the whole, more information's got to be a good thing to help people kind of make choices for themselves and all of that. So, yeah.
I'm going to throw one question that's specifically for you, Brad, and then I'm going to ask a final question for all three of you to answer, and we're going to go slightly over time and steal a little bit of time from lunch, but I don't care. Brad, the question for you is, what do you think has driven the change in the personal values aspect of people's desired use of money?
Oh, I mean, a lot of things. I think probably in recent times, looking at outcomes, if you will, across the world and not being happy with them. Am I happy that the planet's burning at the moment? No. Is there as easy an ability as, one person of the team of 5 million or the team of 8 billion globally to make a huge difference? As much as I'd like to say it, mathematically not as much. But man, I can vote with my wallet. And again, the mighty dollar rules. At the end of the day, we know that people make financial decisions for a range of reasons, but primarily because you need that stuff to live and get by. And so if I'm willing to if I've got options of where I can put it, and I can choose a better option that gets me towards my end goal, because I feel passionately about it and because I'm not necessarily seeing the same outcomes that I would like to see, that is going to push me. And it's I mean, how many birds can you kill with the same stone sort of argument there, in terms of if I can make money and do better outcomes and provide better for New Zealand and similar, sounds like a good job to me. And I think part of that, though, and one thing I do want to come back to here is, just as it flashed up, time is up, is highlight as well that with all the changes that we're seeing, it's pretty hard to stem the rising tide, if you will. And we've talked a lot. Well, I've talked a lot about social media and those opportunities. I'd always like to go away with a bit of more of a tangible outcome for these sort of rooms, rather than just we've been gas bagging for an hour. And I guess I say that because there is a lot of pretty poor information out there, and I think there's a real ability. I'd love to see a single source of truth, if you will. That's impossible in this field, but I think a bit more of a joined up approach, so that you do sort of have the key messages being put forward time and time again, not to counter the misinformation, but to make sure there is a bit more balance out there between the good and the bad. And I think that's something I'd like to see from an institutional level, that could enable a lot more for all groups. Because let's be real, although the three of us are trying to make money, if you will, and as everyone in the room is, we're also doing it in a sense because we think it's a good reason. And again, that's good, but sometimes we're lacking in resources to really take that even further. So some commitments from the room, some of those bigger institutions getting on board and looking at, how can we meet people where they are rather than requiring them to come to us has got to be a key takeout from my point of view.
It's a really good point, and you have kind of answered the question that I want to put to all of you for the end, and it's a double-headed question. What would you all hope for most when it comes to young New Zealanders' financial lives, and what can the financial industry do now to enable young New Zealanders to thrive? Double-headed question, starting with Te Kahukura.
Wait, can you say it again?
Yes, I can. I know, it was a ridiculously long question. What do you hope for most when it comes to young New Zealanders' financial lives, and what can the people in the room and the people they represent do to help that?
I think that just being knowledgeable about finance will help a lot. Being able to understand the different concepts when it comes to investing and managing your money, I think that will prevent a lot of the scams and stuff that impact a lot of youth. If we're able to have a basic understanding of how money works and the basics of investing, then I think that can prevent a lot of the scams that happen. I think that what I aspire for youth is firstly that it's a realistic goal to attain a home, and I can't control the market. I'm sitting next to an economist, so
you're right though. No, it's
but yeah, I think that should be a realistic goal for each and every one of us in this room and outside of this room, to be able to own our own home for our whānau, and to be able to create memories in that home, like bigger than a financial goal. That should be, it should just be something that everyone's able to attain, and whether that be from creating, growing your portfolio through other forms of investing, like shares at Sharesies, then then that would be cool.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, Sonia.
Cool. Yeah, I would think about, so our whole mission is that we want to create financial empowerment for everyone. And I think when you actually sit and imagine that world, and actually try and any just quick image that gives you, that's hugely inspiring for generations to come. And I think it would really create this huge generational shift. Like if we do that now and we start to pave that way, that's going to pay off for generations to come. And then I think what can we do about that? I think it comes back to that maybe instead of recognising people for what they're not, what are they? And I think, when you're young, you've got so much potential, and I think one of the biggest assets when it comes to money, which is time. And so how do we really lean into that and really make sure that instead of asking people, oh no, come back when you've got this, it's well, you do have time now, and actually small changes now or small bits now have huge impacts over your life. So how do we actually design for that? Use that asset. Why, how do we put that to work? So I think that would be an ask for the group.
Yeah, lovely. And Brad, anything to add?
Just smart money habits early. So you sort of build that up over time, so it becomes muscle memory. You don't think about it as much because that you've got that understanding. The going to the bank and getting a credit card and knowing that you'll pay it off every month because that's a smart thing to do, rather than getting into one bad situation once and that sort of dictating the rest of your financial journey. So start small, start early. But I think also the aspiration here has got to be that people can make their own choices. That is the beauty of what everyone is trying to achieve, is that you can make a choice, and I just want to make sure that people make a well-informed choice so they can get to whatever their end goal is. Whether that's to make money, to be sustainable, to go on a holiday, that's completely up to them. But if they're making a well-informed decision, they know what the risks are and what the outcomes might likely be, that's a good position, and I don't think we're there yet, but I think we're on the right path.
And in the end, that's what money is, right? Money is choices. That's the bottom line for all of us. Thank you, the three of you. Amazing. Huge round of applause for Sonia, Brad, and Te Kahukura. I feel like we have been very lucky to have had the three of you here today. That was really terrific. Let's go and have lunch. Again, I would love it. I know you did a brilliant job of it at morning tea. Half of you upstairs, half of you downstairs. Remember, you've got the cafe seating area as well. If you want to take food in there, you're also very welcome to use these barlinas out here. I would like to have you back and ready to go. We're going to start at 1:05, so I'd like you all back and seated by 1:04. Go and enjoy lunch. Welcome back from lunch. Delicious lunch. I really like. My favourite was the hangi pies. Did anybody else have a hangi pie? Yeah, very different from hangi pants. Not everybody will get that, but the people that do will very much appreciate it, I'm fairly certain. It was delicious, and so was the pie. Anyway, whoa, you made that dirty, not me. That had nothing to do with me. Come and sit down. So this is great. We've got another panel, and it's going to be chaired by the fabulous Tracy Cross. Tracy is the co-chair of the Financial Services Council's Diversity and Inclusion Initiative, which founded the amazing It Starts With Action campaign, focusing on the financial well-being of New Zealand's wahine. And as chair of Women in Super, Tracy is passionate about elevating financial literacy and also financial well-being and supporting women into leadership and diversity and inclusion. She's a values-led financial services legal expert. You're going to love her. She's going to introduce her two panellists to you. They are Clarissa Hurst and Josie Crimmins. That's all I'm saying. Would you please give a massively warm welcome to Tracy Cross, Clarissa Hurst and Josie Crimmins.
Oh my goodness, so much passion in this sort of topic in the room. It's just fabulous. Kia ora, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here today in a room full of a like-minded, passionate people focused on financial capability of New Zealanders and really looking to collaborate about making impactful change. I mean, where else would we rather be than here in this room? So we're here today to share the FSC story in relation to establishing the It Starts With Action campaign. Obviously a campaign which responded to Jane's challenge in the national strategy. Basically, FSC to devise, fund and run a substantial pan-sector campaign around demystifying money for women, bringing the financial services industry in to collaborate to do so. So no minor feat. And, you know, who could say no to Jane? A real star in my book. So look, we'd like to start off with sharing a campaign video with you.
You know, for so long, you know, these things aren't talked about. Women in particular, heavens, we don't talk about money. That's not polite conversation, is it? We need to change all that.
I hope that me speaking here will open that gate a little bit further for other men to contribute and participate, because this is an incredibly important issue.
I'm in a room with an army of allies. We're all here because we truly believe that change is required, and now is the time for that change. So as you can see, we picked up the challenge and we got into action, and it's been a great journey. But why did we need to have any action? Why did we need to focus on demystifying money for women? I think when we have, in a nutshell, a lot of us were just tired of the talk fest around the challenges that face women in providing for their financial wellbeing. I know myself, having been involved in setting up Women in Super 20 years ago, just sick and tired of talking about the same issues, talking about the same things and not much significant change being made. You know, where we have a pay gender gap of 9.2 unchanged over the last 5 years, lower financial literacy in women, arriving at retirement with less, taking time out of the workforce to raise family and look after loved ones, financial products not working for women, including, dare I say it, Kiwisaver, and financial messages not resonating because we do deal with money, we think about money differently than men. And I don't think anyone in this room would find the following acceptable. 80% of women rating their financial well-being to moderate to very low. Over 60% worrying about money daily, weekly or monthly. And women reaching retirement with 20% lower Kiwisaver balances, you know, which equates to over $318,000. It's just not acceptable. You know, we need change. We need the financial services industry to come together to be that change. And the great thing about the campaign was that we went beyond the financial services industry. Anyone was able to come and join us on this journey. We had not-for-profits. We had individuals organising afternoon teas to talk about money with their friends. So it's been a really exciting journey. We've had a 3-month campaign, 12 weeks, drop in the hat for so much sort of action to happen. We've had a focus on discussing, challenging and educating in respect of the financial wellbeing of women. We focused on 6 fortnightly themes, some of which you've seen on the video, in respect of the financial wellbeing of women, how to make your money work smarter, protecting what matters, growing financially resilient kids, navigating life's challenges, and how we address the gender retirement gap, the big nut in the room. The goal being to really sort of talk about, identify, and start to address and look to solutions to get real action happening. So let's talk to the important people who made this campaign happen. And let me introduce first Clarissa Hurst. She is the head of marketing, everything, comms. She, very, very important person within the FSC. She was the project lead of this campaign, and my goodness, did she work like a Trojan. You know, with over 100 sort of supporters, 70 events, hundreds and hundreds of social media posts, podcasts and postings, etc. She ran the ship, and a huge thank you to her. She made it all happen. Riss is very passionate about financial wellbeing, about you know, the stopping the use of jargon in financial sort of discussions, etc. Very passionate around the financial empowerment of women. So she was a key part of this. And then we have Josie Crimmins. So Josie was on our working group. Well, she's on a lot of committees, a finger in all pies, which is really, really important. Josie is a marketing manager for Wairara, a managed investment scheme for registered tribal members of Ngātahu, and just as passionate as Riss in relation to this space. Josie encourages financial literacy in tamariki members and wahine, and it's a key focus of not only the scheme, but everything else that she does in this sort of space. So thank you so much, both of you. You have really made a huge difference. So look, let's talk about the campaign. We could be here, let me tell you, all afternoon talking about this, but we really wanted to sort of share some learnings and some sort of actions around this. But I get to sort of sit back and really ask the questions, which is quite exciting, and I'll try and not sort of talk about it because I do get quite passionate about this sort of topic. But Riss, you know, as lead for the campaign, you know, how was the campaign structured, and you know, what were the key decisions that needed to be made by FSC as a starting point?
Okay, can you all hear me? Yep, it's on. Yeah, it was an interesting time actually when this campaign sort of first happened. There were a few sort of changes that had been happening. So first of all, at the Financial Services Council, we'd recently refreshed our strategy. So we are a member organisation. Our members are banks, insurers, law firms, accounting firms, technology providers, Kiwisaver and fund managers. And previously our strategic vision had been to be the voice of the financial services sector. But last year that was decided, well, we probably already are the voice of the sector. What's our new vision going to be? And it morphed into growing the financial confidence and wellbeing of New Zealanders. So the shift from the sector to the consumer. So that was one thing that happened. The The Nat Strat was another thing that happened around this time. Jane, I know, had some conversations with our CEO, Richard, and sort of pitched the idea to us, or, well, I don't know if she pitched it or told us we were doing it. And we'd also started a diversity and inclusion committee. And as part of that committee, which Josie was part of, we were looking for a project to sink our teeth into. So all of these things were sort of happening at the same time. So when Jane came to us, we sort of had to make that decision. Okay, do we say yes? Do we say no? You go off and do it yourself, or we'll give it to someone else to do? And we went, heck yeah, we'll do it. So that was the first key decision, and then the other decisions were pretty easy from there. Once we publicly announced on International Women's Day with Hilary Barry that we were going to do something, and we had to do something at that point.
The momentum quickly built. Fabulous. Josie, as part of the working group, what did you see? What's your view of the campaign, and how did it resonate with your community?
Tēnā tātou katoa, ka nui te mihi, kia koutou. Disclaimer, did not know what I was getting into when I signed up to this. This was a beast of a campaign, and I think, there's some members of the working group in the room here, and, a fantastic bunch of people. Everyone was very much can do and just went off and made it happen. As Tracy said, we had these amazing fortnights of content that we put together. And we just had to run with it. We were very close to launching, and without this amazing group of people, it wouldn't have been possible. But I think the thing that we knew was that once we put it out there, that everybody else would run with it as well, which was even more fantastic. And like Tracy says, we had individuals, we had groups, we had people not even in the financial services sector who were, all really keen to get this conversation happening. And that was what was so important, was, just encouraging that kōrero and, and getting women to talk about money. And this was a top-down approach, obviously. We wanted action, from those big organisations to say we're actually going to do something here, with the view to make a difference.
So what part of the campaign resonated with you the most?
This is a really hard question, because I had, to use your expression, have my fingers in all of the pies, all of the themes. But I think for me, probably that final theme on the gender retirement gap and how we fix it was a very sobering reminder of how much further we still need to go. I think there were certain topics which, were kind of quite fun and you could get involved in and have a bit of a laugh. This topic was probably the most serious of all. And, you gave the statistics. I think everyone in the room here knows that, I don't have to repeat them. I think for me, just seeing an organisation like Westpac just step up and lead that conversation, and Women in Super collaborated with the Westpac team, and we just had so many passionate people who wanted to take action. And I think for me, that's the theme where we can see the most action. I can see the most, I'm most hopeful about, I suppose, as well. What about you, Josie?
Well, I took the lead on the Growing Financially Resilient Kids fortnight, which is something that's pretty passionate to us at Whārawa. We have a kids club called Ngā Ake Moni, which translates as the Money Guardians, and we, are really focused on trying to encourage financial literacy from the youngest age. Our goal is to sign up all of our pipi at age 0 into our scheme, because they get benefits from Ngāi Tahu, which is amazing. But we know that at all ages kids can use financial literacy, and it starts with it's the same concept as it was for our wahine, just having a conversation, talking with your kids at home about money, talking about money basics, why you're doing things with, cards, like Te Kahukura said, the difference between a debit card and a credit card. Our kids these days don't see cash money as much. you know, and so, I mean, my daughter's always like, Mum, use the card. And I'm like, well, there's nothing on the card. But, you know, they don't have that physical cash to, you know, to hold on to. So, you know, money basic conversations at home with your whānau is so important. So that was a great topic. I really enjoyed working on that one.
And you're talking about the cards. Do you want to share more about the cards?
Yeah, so the first fortnight, which was actually Tracy worked on, you know, we came up with these amazing conversation cards, and we've got some of them here today. But it was really just designed to start that kōrero, start that conversation with anybody, you know, friends, whānau, your tamariki. And that was a really successful part of the campaign, and, you know, it was ongoing. So I know a lot of businesses, I saw we're using them in Sorted Money Week, which was great. And yeah, we also had some whānau cards put together as well, which is fantastic. These are all on the website, aren't they, Riss? People can get them. And we also translated them into te reo, which was particularly miharo for me. But yeah, we thought that we might ask a few people a few questions. Yeah, we might go a bit.
This is all about action.
Grid. Yeah, so I'm going to go out into the audience, as is Riss. There's no wrong answers, people. No wrong answers.
Yeah.
Kia ora.
Hello.
What's your name?
Catherine.
Kia ora, Catherine. I'm going to ask you, which do you enjoy more, earning or spending money?
Both. I'm currently right now on maternity leave, so definitely enjoying spending money. But I would say my personality type is 100% earning money.
Love it.
Okay, Michelle. I'm coming for you. Your question is, if your wallet could talk to you, what would it say?
At the moment, it would say, put down your phone and stop buying velvet jackets on Trade Me. That's pretty much what it would say. Yeah, that's become a recent obsession. Sorry about that. Not really.
Perfect. What about a question for a gentleman? Do we have one in the... Who's going to...
My boss is in the room, everyone. Richard Clifton, do you think it's easier for men to negotiate a pay rise?
Kia ora everyone, Jane, awesome show. These cards are fantastic. The conversation around pay rises and that discussion, I think it's really hard for everybody, to be honest. It kind of depends where, how you were brought up and what kind of discussions, how open you are at your, pay reviews and annual reviews. But I think it's very difficult for both. But I think for most people, it's just take the leap of faith, because in the end, a pay rise conversation is about performance, it's about value creation, it's about what your goals and aspirations are, and that's a tough conversation to have. But if your boss doesn't open the door, then hell, grab the card and offer him a card, or her, absolutely. Have the conversation about, what the future looks like. And part of that is, pay, opportunities, value creation, and so on. So there you go.
Perfect, thanks Richard. So you can see, there was so much in the campaign and different things resonated with different people. I mean, I think we all agree that the cards have been a great success. They're all available on the website. You can download them, so save trees. However, you use them on your phone. There is no excuse for anyone not to use them. Go and have a money date, have a drink with your friends and start talking about money. That was an important part of the actions. I think, there's a lot of things that we sort of want to pick up on, but what do you think is, one of the things, I know we could sort of be here all day, but one of the things that you would like us, sort of following through on that needs further airtime or further attention from the campaign?
Should I start? I think one of the interesting things for me to come out of the campaign was, so this was an industry-focused campaign. We were trying to galvanise organisations within financial services and outside. And I guess through their reach and your reach, because I'm sure many of you did participate in some way, and I know you did, I can see your faces in the room. I guess the end person or the customer or the consumer, the New Zealander, however we want to describe the people that we were trying to reach. I think what I would like to see more of is more of these community sort of initiatives, and for our members and those who are supporting campaigns like this to actually go to these communities. And I see Sim in the audience was part of a panel at our summit event with a number of young trailblazers, and their sort of challenge to us as an industry was, we need to go out and go to these communities. And another thing I would say is that it's not always us who are necessarily the best people to be doing that, and I think it's about who can we support to do that work, and that's something I think that we could definitely do more of. I don't know what you think, Josie.
Yeah, I think the collaboration too was amazing to see. We knew that the power of all of us together would create some change, but I don't think we quite expected how much collaboration there was between businesses and industry, individuals. It made such a difference to have everybody behind us, and we want to just continue that. We don't want this to be just a one-track pony, I guess. We want to continue. What more can we do? Let's not let this the momentum of the campaign sort of fade away. What's next?
Yes, I think that collaboration point is really important. I mean, certainly there hasn't been, dare I say it, that much collaboration in the financial services industry over the time. Certainly over my 25 plus years, we've all been in silos and basically competing with each other. So we've started to sort of break down those walls, and we've got the tiger by the tail now. And, we've just started. This has just been a warm-up. We've got a lot more things to achieve. Rich is probably feeling very tired at this point of time. But we've got almost like a greater responsibility now to follow through on some of these actions. And certainly one of the things, and Riss has referred to the gender retirement discussion and the solutions. And I was interested in hearing the Minister this morning about his focuses on work that's underway and targeted consultation that's going on. We'd certainly like a seat at that table to bring our passion, because I think the thing, you feel the passion in this room, you feel through all the conversations that are being had, the passion that's being raised through the campaign. That's the change maker in my view. That's what makes a difference. You get a group of passionate people together, and they can be the change, and isn't that just so exciting to be a part of? So I think that's certainly something that we're very keen to sort of, continue the momentum with. But with all of that, answer my own question, but do you think the campaign has been a success?
I think there's a long way to go. I think it was a great starting point, and it was really good to put the flashlight on this topic, because it is so important. Our wahine across the country need our help, and it's great that this is the first year of the national strategy. And obviously next year we'll be focusing on Maori, and the year after Pacifica people, but we don't want to let the momentum, like I say, slide away. It's really important to keep it going. I was at an event the other night actually, and there was an interesting question asked to someone about whether it was societal change that we needed or policy change via government. And it is really interesting, because society does need to change, but policy might be the thing that kickstarts it. There was a lot of talk in the campaign about parental leave, Kiwisaver contributions while a parent's on parental leave, which is fantastic. And I think, the more that we can kind of try and shift the dial there, the better. Having a baby is tough enough without support, and the support that we currently get is just not enough, really. While I saw a stat about, the US has like the smallest amount of parental leave in the world, in New Zealand, I think women are still being forced back to work, because you can't afford to stay off as much as you would like to. So, policy change is really important there. There's a lot of work to do, but, let's do it, let's start it,
Ruth, what do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with you, Josie. I think there's a lot of work to do and still be done, and I think it goes back to what Joe Gamble was saying earlier with behavioural change. It doesn't happen overnight, and I don't think any of us were under the illusion that it would. That being said, at the beginning of the campaign, we were talking about, what was it? We're aiming for 1 million actions. We were
Over 12 months.
Over 12 months, we were going to have 12 themes. Like, it started way up here, and we sort of had to go at some point, okay, maybe we just need to start a bit smaller for now. First cab off the rank. But I think what's been really inspiring to see is, and to your point just before, Tracy, about collaboration, I think just for me, seeing all these big banks and insurance companies just working together. I'm not from the financial services industry. I mean, I've been at the FSC for 2 years, and I think I had a certain impression of what the industry looked like. And I think in a lot of situations, these companies do compete, and this was sort of a cause that I really felt like everyone was getting around, and not in a we're just going to jump on this tick the box kind of way. It was a genuine way, and that was really inspiring to see. So I think that was a success in just bringing so many organisations together, and then just little tiny actions that maybe some people wouldn't consider to be that amazing, but to me, going back to the question I asked Richard before about negotiating pay rises, and I'm sorry for that was a surprise. I didn't pre-warn him. But there was somebody that I work with through the wider FSC community at the summit event that we had to wrap up the campaign, and as a result of the discussions on that day, she said to me that she was going to go and ask for a pay rise. And I just thought that was really cool. I don't know how she's gone. I don't know if it was successful or not, but I think just those little decisions and actions are just as impactful as the big ones. So was it a success? I mean, yes, but also there's a long way to go. I'd love to see these conversations continue well beyond this campaign.
Yes, I certainly think from my perspective the collaboration and the momentum that's begun is the big success. We've got a platform now that we can sort of build on, and I think given that the campaign only ran over 12 weeks, I mean that's just a drop in the hat. I mean it's. You can see why people have a campaign of 12 months, which is what we started off thinking about, because, by the time you get someone on the bus, the bus is at the station almost. So we certainly need to, and talking about that diagram that was shown earlier about that sort of change, we've got people on that sort of circle, and we need to make sure that we don't allow them to drop off or give them an excuse to drop off. So it's how we maintain the momentum while everything else is going on. And I think that even sort of looking at the bank panel, which was fabulous this morning, but there's so many great initiatives that are being done by them individually. It's like, how good would it be if we brought them together? I mean, I know there's competitive, competition aspects and whatever, but really, if we're looking at, good customer outcomes, why aren't they all, implementing some of those things? So I think there's some great discussions that can be had, and it's not some of it's not a no-brainer. We just need to actually pull together and sort of be the action. So what about some of the learnings from the campaign? What are some of the things that we could have done better, do you think?
One thing I think we could have done better is, and I mean, to be fair, at the beginning, we were thinking, we're the FSC, we're a member organisation, we've got these members, they're the ones that are going to be getting involved. But then we were kind of inundated with all these questions and requests from individual people, financial mentors, financial advisors, business leaders who just wanted to support personally just because they felt passionate about helping women's financial wellbeing. And so I don't think we quite anticipated that. And there's probably some of the feedback that we collected. We're going through a process now of taking all that feedback and doing debrief sessions. Some of the feedback was, maybe we could have supported those individuals to do more. So that's something that I've got in mind. Next time it's don't assume. There will be more people wanting to be involved than you think.
Tracy?
Yeah, I would say, in everything that we do, we're really aware of taking these messages to our community and our whānau. Some of these types of actions are high level, so they're at industry level, they're at business level, but how can we really impact the people that need it the most, our whānau? At the beginning of all of the summit was the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and at the summit day it was really great to hear the Young Trailblazers panel that Rhys mentioned, talking about, the faces that you want to see serving you or helping you, and taking you on that financial learning journey. So the diversity piece is still at the key of what, at the heart of what we do. It's the key to getting it out into these communities that really need it, and I think every conversation you have is so important. There's always something that you can share. If you have knowledge in this area, share it with everyone that you can. I'm always amazed at just talking away to people and, what impact you can have on them. Like Rhys says, one action for one person is, just as good as, a big webinar from a big organisation, or, it's the little changes that will add up over a lifetime. So yeah, that's my thing. Take it to your community, take it to your whānau, and what can you do to impact one person? There's a lot of need out there in our country, and we need to work out how we can get it to those whānau.
Yes, I think one of the points that Jane continually challenged us on was simple, clear messages. What is your purpose? Who is your audience, etc. So it's really sort of dropping back to the real basics, and then just once you've sort of clarified them, just sort of repeating them. Simple, clear messages across different platforms. Everyone's speaking, the same sort of language, and that's what has really real impact. And as the panellists have said, we're in a situation now where we're doing a lot of debriefing, learning from the lessons over this 3-month period to sort of regroup to sort of work out the next step. So I'm sure that there's a lot in the room, thinking about maybe what they could do themselves or their own sort of campaigns. What are some words of wisdom that would help them in considering their own campaigns and going about them?
Yeah, like you just mentioned, keep it simple. A really clear, concise message, and have goals about what you want to achieve with any campaign. Putting those in at the very beginning. What are the takeaways that you hope to achieve? I think that's really important. We don't want these things to be talk fests. We don't want them to be actionless. We want to see meaningful change.
And I'd also say, everything that Josie just said, and on top of that, I would say in my position where you're suddenly leading this enormous campaign that you never thought you'd ever be leading your life, if you find yourself in that situation, make sure you surround yourself with people who will support you, and who are just as passionate as you are about making a difference, and people like Josie and Tracy here and members of our working group who will not just talk about this stuff but actually just get stuck in and do it. I think that was so fundamental to what we were able to achieve. It was that collaboration and the people who were involved. So
what's next?
For us, we have a content platform called He Matapaki Māori Kura, which references the discussion, the kōrero between our wahine members, and we're keen to just keep growing that. We'll keep developing that, but it's just not letting go of this important initiative. We focus on financial capability for our tamariki, and now obviously our wahine is a big part of that strategy for us. So we'll be certainly continuing on and working out how we can take those learnings to our members, and whatever stage of the journey they're on, we want to meet them there and we want to help them. So we'll be certainly doing that.
Rhys, do you want to share about the FSC declaration?
Yeah, so as part of the summit, which wrapped up the campaign, we released a declaration on behalf of the FSC, which basically says, you know, we're going to continue this work, we're going to continue the focus on women's financial wellbeing as part of our diversity and inclusion work. So our diversity and inclusion committee is still going. Tracy is one of the co-chairs, and we've got a really amazing group of people on that committee. And we are just in the process now of, like I mentioned before, just going through feedback from the campaign. So looking at, you know, how did we do? What could we have done better? What does, you know, everyone have to say, from those who supported us at an individual level to organisations and our members to, you know, just people that wanted to say that observed the campaign but didn't get involved. You know, what were the barriers that they faced? So we're just collating all of that feedback at the moment, and we're going to use that as the basis for, you know, how we actually continue this moving forward. So it's going to continue in some shape or form, but we just need to iron out exactly what that looks like, whether it is another 3-month campaign with 6 themes or whether it's something that's embedded into, you know, just everything that we do. But if you're keen to be involved in this kind of work, come and chat to me, because I'd love to talk to you.
Yes, I think when we sort of talk about an FSC campaign, it is for FSC, you know, members. So it's the expectations of members, and as Roz said, we will be sort of looking to sort of flesh out exactly what that means, so we can have clear sort of expectations and then some measurables around it. But having said that, as we've sort of shown, the campaign wasn't exclusive by any means of the imagination. It's, you know, anyone could sort of join the party and get involved, and certainly, you know, those of you in the room that are keen to do something, you know, you can sort of go on the FSC website and look at the resources and you know, sort of use them. Contact us if you want any sort of assistance or support. You know, we've just absolutely, as you can probably tell, passionate about this, and there is so much more that we can do and achieve. I think the other thing that I'd talk about is in relation to further actions is the Kiwisaver policy changes. Big changes needed there, you know, to deal with women, to provide for them when they're on maternity leave, to provide sort of systems where contributions can continue in whatever form that will look like. The reality is that Kiwisaver really didn't have a gender lens, you know, put across it. It was a great sort of starting point in respect of being employment-based and getting a lot of New Zealanders in the Kiwisaver scheme, but we just need to sort of step back and reflect on how can we do it better for women. So there are a lot of actions that will be underway, and I'm sure you'll hear a bit more about them. Just moving to sort of some of the questions. Here's a good one, and we've discussed this many times. You know, how are you evaluating the success of the campaign? What worked well? What could have been done better? Has it made a difference? Now we have sort of covered off some of those questions there, but the whole measurables and how we measured the success was quite a point of discussion, wasn't it, Roz?
Yeah, this was probably one of the most challenging things, I think, was gathering feedback throughout the campaign. So we have a lot of feedback at the end, and what we sort of said to everyone that came on board as a supporter was, please share with us what activity you do to support and the impact that that's had. And we did get a lot of that come through, but there were so many supporters who I know did some amazing stuff and probably reached and impacted so many people, but we just didn't hear about it. And so that's part of our feedback process at the moment, and debrief sessions is kind of talking as a group and as an FSC leadership team as well, and as a committee is, okay, what can we do better next time to actually ensure that we do get that data that we need to know how it's impacted, because I think with this campaign it was, you know, we could see, you know, over 100 supporters were involved, which is great, but then how many people through each of those 100 plus supporters were impacted or reached or heard about this, I'm not sure, and that's something that, yeah, I think we could do better, and we will do better next time.
Yeah, and we talked at the start about working out a way that we could track the actions, like I was talking about before. You know, like one simple action per person would add up. I still think the $1 million target is, you know, is achievable. But, you know, for every person who attended a webinar or an event or, you know, used one of our conversation cards, you know, what was something that came out of that? I think, you know, any type of event like that, when you host it, you know, your brain's going a million miles an hour thinking about things that you can do or, you know, small changes that you can make yourself. So I think, those little actions, it would be amazing if we could track them. Like Riss says, it's really hard to do, but we know we made an impact. It's just, what does that look like, and how can we take that move forward?
And I think too that given our audience was the financial services industry in the first instance, we want you to join us to take action. We've certainly got momentum, growing there, so that can be sort of measured. But it's sort of beyond that we need to work on, and obviously we're collecting this information to sort of assess, to sort of do better, to move forward. And I think one of the things also is just making sure that everyone's on the same page, including our men. It's great to see so many men here. Maybe we didn't necessarily have as many men as we would have liked on the journey of the campaign. So it's how we actually get on the same page, because this is about collaborating and coming together to be the change that we want to see. So that's if anyone's got any ideas on that, please let me know, because that's a real biggie for me. Big question, the most popular question: what could we do to stop penalising women in their career for taking maternity leave?
Oh my gosh, yes. I was lucky or unlucky enough to have a baby in my 40s, which is very entertaining, and I do not recommend it. But yeah, it's very difficult, because they say to you, oh, you'll be older, and then you're in a much better position to have kids. I just don't think it's true. And there's so many penalties for women or men, whoever's taking the leave to look after your tamariki. Just little things, even like annual leave. You go on parental leave and you don't get annual leave for a whole year, So there's so many roadblocks to actually enjoying and thriving in that environment, let alone, the Kiwisaver contributions. If your workplace is amazing enough to actually give you a contribution to take parental leave, that's fantastic. But there's so much work that needs to be done in this space. And because I've just been through it, I think I'm really aware of it. But I think, gosh, if you were in your 20s or even in your teens, I just don't know how you would do it. It's so difficult. You get a Smart Start grant from the government, you get $60 a week. I think it's gone up slightly now. But, that hardly even covers nappies these days, So it's a very difficult position, and I think we just need to do a lot more in that space, definitely.
I think certainly it's something on our radar. We certainly need to make sure that women's contributions to Kiwisaver continue during the maternity leave. That's a big sort of ticket item. And, I think we need to sort of share the load more, and we need to talk about it more in relation to how we sort of change that sort of situation. Riss, have you got any final thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say Michelle's suggestion from earlier, what was it, 25%? I thought that was a good one. I think, I love it. But, in all seriousness, I think, everything Josie said, 100%. I haven't been through it, but it's something that I think the thought of how it could impact me financially if I choose to do that, it's almost like, is it worth it, sometimes. So.
Yes, they're beautiful.
Yeah, well, look, on that note, we're sadly out of time. We would love to talk to you a lot more about the learnings and what we've done. I'd certainly like to thank Richard Clipper, the CEO of FSC, who's been absolutely supportive all the way through this campaign. He knows he's got a lot ahead of him, but it's his support and the support of the board that's made it happen. We're very keen to continue rallying the industry and industry CEOs. I think there's a lot of them that this actually slipped under the radar, so we will not allow that to happen moving forward. But look, I'd just like to ask you to give a big round of applause to these two who made such an impact. Thank you. And also, just finally, a call to action for all of you in the room. Get on the FSC website, use those cards. There's great videos there. You can all be contributing to improving the financial wellbeing of women. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tracy. A huge round of applause for Tracy Cross. And Josie, you're right. And, Josie said she had a baby in her 40s and didn't recommend it. I had a baby in my 30s and don't recommend that either. I do highly recommend having grandchildren in your 50s. That's awesome. If you can skip the other part and just go straight to having grandchildren, then awesome. So thank you very much to the three of those fabulous women. I'm going to give you 1 minute. I'm going to invite up to the stage Jake Lilly, Michael Ward and Mark Henderson. Just while we get ourselves organised up here, you've got 1 minute to stand up. Don't go anywhere. Just stand up, give yourself a stretch and then sit back down again. me back in. Great, so, Mark, Jake, Michael. Correct, I think. Great. So, are you happy with me doing the word association icebreaker at the beginning? Are you cool with that? I find it a little bit... Let's not do it. Can I make that cool? Let's go. I'm just going to go... There's a better question than that in the icebreaker section about what's something that you've come to believe about your work that not everyone agrees with.
Yeah, I love it.
I think it's a nice place to start. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you all very much. Jake, Mark, Michelle.
Nailed it.
All right. All right, my beautiful friends. I would ask you to take your seats now. We'll settle back in. Thank you. That is so cool. We've got a fantastic panel session now. So grab your seats. Shh, 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 shh. Mummy's talking. That's how it works. It's actually Nana now. It's Nana talking now. Fantastic. All right, so we're going to talk about what life is like. Oh, can you give that a shove? Thank you. I know, but we don't have to have Wellington actually in the room. Yes, so we're going to talk about the sharp end of where things happen in the financial, in the community. In this panel, we're going to explore the issues that community and government are seeing at the coalface right now. We want us all to see what's ahead and what needs to happen to address emerging issues and help those in hardship. So let me introduce you to these lovely people. Sitting next to me is Jake Lilly. Jake is a senior policy advisor at FinCap, which is, I'm sure most of you in the room know this, but I'm saying it anyway, an NGO supporting 900 financial mentors across Aotearoa. Jake works with mentors to understand and then resolve the systemic issues that cause whānau to face hardship. Before that, he worked at the Consumer Action Law Centre in Melbourne, and with a focus on fair access to essential energy services while he was there. And all of this mahi has involved pointing out the harm to our communities that can be avoided if we appreciate the many reasons that any of us in this room could find ourselves unable to pay. So welcome to Jake. And sitting next to Jake, we've already met Mark a little bit this morning. It was fantastic to have your help earlier and lovely to have you on stage this afternoon. Mark is the General Manager of Safe Strong Families at MSD. Safe Strong Families and Communities supports a wide range of programs and initiatives to prevent and reduce vulnerability and harm for individuals and whānau and communities. They also fund and manage a bunch of key relationships with the social services sector. And right now there's a big focus on leading MSD's response to family violence, sexual violence, and building the financial capability of people in hardship. So welcome to you, Mark, as well. And also down the end we've got Michael Ward. Michael is Senior Policy Advisor for Christians Against Poverty. And CAP gives free help to thousands of whānau across Aotearoa to escape from unmanageable debt. Michael is passionate about insights and stories about helping people in severe financial hardship. He has a really deep understanding of the challenges and barriers that families face on their journey to financial resilience, and his current focus has been on the harmful influences of irresponsible lending and on advocating for better protection for vulnerable consumers. So please give a very warm welcome to Jake, Mark and Michael. So I'm going to begin with this question that I want all three of you to answer, and you can go in any order you want. Just be enthusiastic, fight each other for a spot. I want to know what you have come to believe about your work that not everybody agrees with. What's your controversial idea?
I can speak to that.
Yes, please.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So good to see so many financial mentors here. Awesome work. The research that we saw before really painted the picture of those different kind of segments of people on their journey. The work of Christians Against Poverty really focuses on those daily distressed. So I'll caveat everything I say to say that's the focus group of our work, those who are living in perpetual financial hardship. The one thing I'd say that I've come to learn is that there is a big push from industry and government that education and access to information is a big part of the solution. I they have a place, but first and foremost, it's advocacy. People who are in severe financial hardship, they need advocacy. They need someone who can stand alongside them and work with them to help them overcome the many barriers that they'll face.
I was going to say the same thing. So I do get frustrated. I sit in rooms often talking about issues, and it seems one of the quickest ideas thrown out there is, look, more education in schools will solve this, and I just can't marry that up with it takes you 9 hours to read terms and conditions on a lot of the issues we see coming up, and you're expected to sign that in 35 seconds. So, it's a part there. I think there's some great ideas coming out of maybe education around complaints for young people, and actually raising, this was unfair from the start and something needs to change here. Something like that might be appropriate, but really we need a lot more consumer protection, a lot more enforcement, and a lot less barriers to raising these issues.
Great. That's a new idea for me to get my head around. This is great. Thank you.
For me, just been working in community services in terms of the government for quite a long time. The thing I'd like to sort of see change is services being a bit more integrated for our whānau. So, one thing that really annoys me is that we'll fund services for children through OT, and then, oh mate, you look after the adults. Families don't work like that, do they? So being far more integrated in our communities in the way we look at how services are funded out there, I'd like to see changed. The other thing, for years, we've done things here in Wellington, so let's public servants design services for our communities we don't even know. And so just turning that on its head about letting communities lead and supported nationally would be a great way for things to change.
Can I follow that up? Mark, I want to follow that up because it's clearly something that there are people in the room who passionately agree with you. How do you do that? How do you take it out of Wellington and take it to the communities?
You've got to, it takes much longer. You've got to work at the community's speed. So each community is going to be different around New Zealand in terms of their capacity to lead or get things done, but they're all up for it. You just have to be there to support them, make sure they've, if they need support to do bits and pieces, provide that supporting capability to get things done. For example, I had a service the other day and we let people actually write their own service spec, which would be unheard of in, I don't know if anyone's ever done that. And someone goes, we don't know how to do that. So, well, we can actually help you get that done. So that's the kind of, you've got to support people as we go along and build that capability to get that done.
Thanks, Mark. That's lovely. Michael, I'm going to go back to you. I want you to start to draw a picture for me of the things that you see that maybe other people don't see. What are you seeing at the coalface that many people don't see?
I think this will be familiar for most financial mentors and debt solution specialists who meet across the table from someone who's really struggling. And that's the pain that's associated with financial hardship. It's not just about the money, it's about the complex web of all the other factors that are going into it. And I think that's often overlooked when it comes to industry solutions around the challenges that someone faces. Often what they need is space and time to consider their options. It's hard if you're being asked to wait on hold for a long time to speak to someone who can't make a decision on your behalf, who can't help you. It's hard if you're being asked to make a choice about a financial product that you don't understand. So yeah, I think at the coalface, understanding the pain that people are going through and allowing them the time and the space and access to support to help them is really critical.
Yeah, thank you. Jake, what about you? What are you seeing?
I guess my observation is I've come from Australia. There were financial counsellors there, financial mentors here, working with both. And it's really interesting that sort of the amount of things you face in a role like that, the amount of support you have. I have financial mentors who tell me, you know, realistically, once all the extra hours they put in to clean up things that have broken, they're getting paid below minimum wage. They haven't got much support, and it's super stressful. So I think what I'm seeing is a whole lot of issues where things haven't worked properly get pushed onto financial mentors, and then we don't really have a sustainably funded sector. And that's a real worry. I also hear from mentors who are worried they don't have a job in the next budget. And it seems to be year to year we're constantly waiting on these funding things. So that's a really undermining people being in our sector from a young age, seeing it as a career, feeling secure in their jobs and going forward. And it's a real worry for me, having come from that Australian model where I know people who start in their 20s, they're getting into their 30s, 40s, 50s, retiring now in the sector, and they've been able to build that institutional knowledge on how to navigate all those really difficult scenarios. So I think just an observation I make, and I thank financial mentors as well, because they're not really funded to talk to me. They don't have that much time between all these things, and they share all these generous insights, because I am just one of those people in Wellington sometimes. So just want to thank, there's a lot of financial mentors in the room for all the great work you're doing.
I want to know where the financial mentors are. Can you, yeah? Yay. What do you, sorry, Mike, I haven't asked you to answer that question as well. What are you seeing at the coalface that you think other people aren't aware of?
Same as Jake, I get my information from, coming through from my team, talking to mentors and actually FinCap. Actually, one of my key things about going to the coalface is actually being on the coalface. So, just before the COVID, spending the day at Salvation Army in South Auckland really opened my eyes to what was really going on. So doing that type of thing, you really see what's going on for some of these families. But sort of the latest thing for me is, and been talked about today, is just the debt, and it's great to see. I know IRD and MSD are actually working and looking at government debt. I actually, there's $3.5 billion of government debt for, with 566,000 people. So, that's becoming a real issue. So that's just spiralling for people's lives. So, greater debt, less income, they just get to the bottom of not knowing what to do. So that's where I see a real issue.
Yeah. Can we talk about some specifics of where the problems are lying? Can we talk, for example, the arrival of buy now, pay later? What has that done in terms of financial stress? Any of you?
I think just a lot of headaches that we're seeing. Financial mentors are just frustrated at, 13. Yeah. These are credit products, and they should be regulated like credit products. Hoping that decision comes out very soon and just clarifies it, because everyone knows that's where it's heading. And the priority there for those traders seems to be increase their market share at any cost. Don't really look at the quality of what they're doing, from what I'm seeing anyway.
Yep.
And again, financial mentors cleaning up the mess there, like they have for other lending, which has come under our safe lending laws now.
I'm jumping back a little bit, but can one of the three of you, maybe I'm the only one in the room who doesn't have an entirely clear picture of this. What does a financial mentor do? What is the role of advocacy in this space? I mean, what does a day look like for somebody who does that job?
I might be best. There's
Okay.
lots of mentors here too, so get on the Slido. But I think it's people usually are coming in the door who have really hit this as their last option. It's a huge step to reach out for help, so it's a lot of rapport building up front first, and then actually for someone to share all of their financial affairs and get a real survey of all the issues there, all the options there for someone to take up. People then say, well, yep, I want to go with that one, or I want to go down the insolvency path or the Kiwisaver hardship path, which are both really difficult decisions to make, but people are forced into those corners. Yeah. That, or then go to maybe an advocacy side otherwise with, maybe this lender shouldn't have given me what was always going to be an unaffordable loan in the first place. Thank you for our safe lending laws, so we can actually get a lever there to undo that. That's sort of what it looks like. These things take heaps of time though, and people need to feel there's something to engage with. That's why we need really strong consumer protections, so that a financial mentor can say, this is the clear expectation and someone's done wrong by you.
Yep.
We can pick up the phone and change this.
Great. That's a really helpful picture that you're drawing. Michael, can I just come to you? You did some advocacy work recently that uncovered unfair practices in car financing. Can you tell us a little about that? and tell us what are some other areas that need that kind of attention.
Yeah, sure thing. This is my favourite subject.
Yay.
Half of all the clients that come to Christians Against Poverty who are struggling, they have a car loan that they're struggling to repay. They're on a low income, they're on a benefit, and they're paying $170 a week towards a vehicle that they just cannot afford. The research that we looked into uncovered a myriad of problems. The first was that the loans in so many circumstances were unaffordable at the beginning and should never have been given. It's been really helpful to have a conversation with the Commerce Commission recently, who recognised the scale of the issue and are making some significant steps to increase their level of enforcement activity, which is really key. That was the primary finding of our report. The second aspect was that people who are being burdened with these car loans that are very commonly 30% interest, and if you default, there'll be 40% interest. They're being saddled with insurance products, like add-on insurances, right at the beginning of the journey, that they pay for up front, that they don't fully understand. And as the Commerce Commission's report that came out just last year that looked into the sector, found you have such a low percentage of actually being able to make a claim. One of the really common insurance products, to make a claim that's successfully approved was about 2%. And there's no value in some of these products. And within the context of building financial capability, we recognise the importance of insurance, but insurance that's beneficial to the consumer and is of good value. So what's being done about the insurances that are they're not worth the paper that they're written on? And the third thing that came out of the report that we looked into was really about the role of immobilizers that are installed into vehicles. Now, this is, for most people that I've spoken to about the subject, it's something they don't know that exists. But for some lenders, they will install a disabling device in your vehicle so that if you don't pay, they'll switch off your car. You can't use your car, you can't get to work, you can't take your children to kindy. It's hugely damaging.
It's like a horror movie.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So there's rules and regulations around how that's operated, but it's Wild West stuff. And really we have to ask about what's the role of a responsible lender in even using these things. So that leads like heavily into advocacy that we need to just explode open. Well, CAP's really done some work in the space over the last 12 months. I've got our client rights advocate here in the room with us, and he's full-time working just to raise disputes. He's got an amazing success rate. It's like 100% success rate in raising complaints to get money back to borrowers. But we're only just scratching the surface. You know, if you think about this, just the tip of the iceberg. So we'd love to see advocacy really invested in, so that people who need advocacy can access that and actually get money back in their pockets. They don't have to pay $170 a week. They can start to afford to feed their children properly.
Yeah, wild. It's partly based on a question here, but it's also been sitting inside my head. We started the day by talking about how important education was. We're talking now about how advocacy is really important. It also strikes me that one of the real problems is just people don't have enough money. You know, like there are all kinds of solutions to poverty, like education and advocacy, but one of the best solutions for not having enough money is having enough money. What do we do about that? Do any of you help me answer that question? MSD, what do we do?
Well, you know, like it's you provide support at one end, and it's saw during the the end of the cliff stuff, which kind of you saw that at its for. You didn't actually need to prompt communities to get out there and support families out there. They just went and did it. They didn't need us telling them what to do. They just needed the support, the funding to do that. And I think that kind of just give me the money and let me get on with it. That kind of worked for that period of time. Whether that kind of way of working happens and that trust thing, that's a long way to go, I think. But the other thing is just advocacy does work in terms of influencing politicians. I see that all the time. I think my mate here in FinCap, they did a great job around the Triple CFA. They were treating the terrorists, talking to politicians, and actually made a real difference to what that act that you've got today. I think just that policy difference, but giving people more money, and I think like the welfare reform stuff that the government have made a start, raising thresholds, more money in benefits, but at the same time, obviously with inflation and all the costs, they're probably not much better off. So I think that's the wicked problem politicians have to solve.
Yeah, yeah. Anything to add to that, Michael?
The work from the Welfare Expert Advisory Group in 2019 was really clear. They demonstrated that for different types of family groups, relying on the benefit to make ends meet, it was really difficult, very challenging. And Fairer Futures has updated that this year with, again, some analysis of benefits back in April and what their current expenses are. And they showed that 12 out of 13 different types of family arrangements and benefit arrangements were in the red. You know, they're going backwards. If you add debt repayment on top of that, it just totally torpedoes everyone's circumstances. So our work and advocacy at Christians Against Poverty focuses on the debt aspect, just to help them get back to a square. Our desire is to see people free from debt, just so they can get back to a place where the money that they do have can be used for their family, not to service some lender. On top of that, we would just support the outcomes that the Welfare Expert Advisory Group have put forward and their recommendations. There's some great organisations here that continue to advocate for better circumstances and better income for beneficiaries and low-income earners.
Yeah. Jake, I'm coming back to you now. A double-headed question. Tell me what FinCap does to support financial mentors, and also I want to ask you what the top policy changes are that you're advocating for.
Yeah, so I guess with us, we're there to support financial mentors. We're not a peak body as such, but we do training. We provide the client relationship management system to a lot of financial mentors, so just helping do the basics, which still have fundamentally seemed to have been the same from people I've talked to for years. Do a budget first, look at what the debts are, look at the cash flow going forward, those sorts of things. But in terms of what we really want to see going forward, we've got 3 priorities we're working on at the moment. We could work on so many things. I think housing's always standing out there as a key driver of the issues here. But we've picked on some spaces where we think there's some real change. Debt collection, because a whole lot of issues end up in debt collection. And particularly those ones where people just could never afford things and there weren't really some protections in place at the time. We want to see, well, really it's unacceptable. We have very under-regulated debt collection in this country comparatively to other countries, particularly Victoria, where I've come from. We want to see people to actually have the right to access essential services in the first place. I was shocked when I came here. People don't have the ability to get a power contract if they need one. And the things we see people having to do to get around that, or going on prepay and just disconnecting every 2 weeks because they run out of money and nothing's really going on there, that's gutting. And bank accounts, I'm still shocked that people can't get bank accounts, or the amount of work financial mentors do just to get someone to get a bank account so you can build financial capability from there. But I think the one really that we're focusing on is actually effective hardship or payment difficulty policies from both government and from organisations, particularly those essential services providers. Again, a shock coming from Australia, where things have probably matured a bit more in terms of approaches. You're starting to see even regulation that people need to be believed up front when they come to you and say, I don't have the money to pay you, and then just get on with working out what's sustainable, at least in the short term, while things might improve while they work with a financial mentor. We don't have that. I'm seeing so many conversations that are talking about, well, there might be a little bit of fraud here, so we're going to design this entire system for punishing people and make it super hard to get through all the barriers to get a fair outcome. And people are dealing with 14 different problems at the same time, 40 problems at the same time. When they see a financial mentor, they've got to do this with almost every player often. So I think really what we'd like to see is people being believed, particularly when you look at those income stats. If someone's on the benefit and they tell you they can't pay, just believe them, it's true, and get on with, well, how can we work best from here?
following on from that, and for any of you to answer this question, maybe Mark, how do we better market our BFC services to ensure they reach our most vulnerable? Is there sometimes the situation that money support is available, but people don't know and they're not proactively being told?
Yeah, one of the big things that my team over there, that we're really trying to do, even within my own ginormous organisation, 10,000 people, just the frontline case managers, making sure that they understand what building financial capability services are out there and what products and services are available. That's something that we're really working hard to make sure that they know what's going on. Really, it's a bit like the really encouraging, what I was saying before about communities leading and getting to know each other and who each other are in the community and what they can do. I mean, it sounds easy, but it is actually really hard and takes time and effort to know who the people are that can actually help your clients. Because I know some BFs have been into sites and actually the mentors have been in there, and then some sites you go into, they often don't know where to send their people. Making it easier for people to know where to get help. So maybe I think we've got a bit of work to do that for the sector so that we can help direct people to those on-the-ground services better. So I think there's lots to do to improve that.
We've kind of answered this. What, are we asking the wrong questions? I'm going to ask it again because it's a very popular question. Are we asking the wrong questions by asking people to be better with finance? Should the government focus first on the wealth gap in New Zealand and systemic inequalities?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, this is a real challenge. It's a myth that I constantly have to bust, and I'm sure every financial mentor in the room has done this from time to time, that your clients are in the situation because they're bad with money. That's so untrue. Many of our clients are amazing with money. They're great. To make what they have work is incredible. The challenges they face and the strength they need to manage to get through to Tuesday, when the benefit comes in, is incredible. They just don't have enough. And if they had more, or if they had less debt, it would work out. To answer the question about are we asking the wrong questions, I think so. And it comes back to this framework of building financial capability. And I think industry and government really need to ask questions about whether some of the products and services that are being marketed, particularly to the priority audiences of this very strategy, whether they're actually building financial capability for our communities. For example, add-on insurances that in their current format that don't add any value to someone's well-being, to look after them in case they lose their job. Are they adding any value? Are they adding to financial capability? No. What about the role of buy now, pay later? It's marketed as a convenient tool, but are we really do we really want to normalize paying for today's goods with tomorrow's income? That's the opposite of financial capability. All financial mentors know that. This is what the strategy is. So I think there's a role not for financial mentors and debt solution services and community organisations to pick up the pieces. It's for government and industry to say, are we really supporting the community, particularly the priority audiences that we care so much about, by giving them products that are actually suitable for them, like unintended overdraft. What is that? They're mostly used by people who can't afford to go into debt. Do you remember the time when you had an FPOS card and if you tried to buy something that was $5 and you only had $3 in your account, it would decline? That leads to good financial capability because then people have to be forced to make a decision. Yeah. So some of the products and services that are regularly promoted within our community and marketed, we really have to ask a question around whether they are building financial capability.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Michael. And so following on from that, a specific question, what role can the banks play to improve support for individuals in hardship and supporting the financial mentor community? So part of that answer is accidental overdraft, is that what it's called? It seems like a terrible effing idea. So that's one thing. What are other things from any of the three of you? What are other things that the banks can do to support people in hardship?
I think, you know, people have a bank account, most people have a bank account, and hopefully everyone can access one, but it's not the case. But because of that, products like that and energy providers as well, you've got an overview, particularly if you're a large provider, of when someone might be starting to get into difficulty, and you can start introducing the idea of reaching out for help early. Through data segmentation, I know companies will do the segmentation anyway around selling products. What about a different purpose? What's the best time to tell someone about financial mentoring? It might take telling someone about financial mentoring 20 times before they take it up, because it's a huge step to admit you've got a problem. And I think just before as well, there's this education piece. People do come into financial mentors' offices. Someone's broken the law, and that's why they're in a really bad financial position, but they'll blame themselves always, almost always. Just looking for mentor reactions in the room while I overstep, but changing that attitude, making it normal to reach out early, and also just helping people out if they're your customer and they're having a really tough time. Debt waivers, great thing, particularly in those circumstances where it's clear there's just no other way, or it's just going to go into insolvency, which is a difficult, messy process for everyone, and it really undermines people's ability to participate for a long time from there.
And there's so much shame involved in doing badly with money, isn't there? And it's so unnecessary, because we all do badly with money. It's just that, some people's bad days with money are very hard to get out of, right? Yeah. So the shame about money is an incredible thing. And are we changing that? Are we getting better as a society about talking about money, talking about debt, or not seeing any of that from where you're working? You look very unconvinced, Jake.
There's definitely some positive things, but you know, you've still got this long cultural thing around, particularly bankruptcy. People used to get put in jail because they couldn't pay their debts, and it seems to have just lingered around as this cultural understanding, and still really implies that you've done something wrong to be in that position, which is not true. It's just a human response. If you're at a car yard, you need a car because you need your car to participate in society in any way, and someone waves a contract in front of you and it's got all these crap insurances on them, and they say, sign here. Oh, we're closing in 5 minutes, you need to sign here. You're going to sign that. And for me to say, oh, that was a mistake, is absolutely wrong. That person just was forced into a power imbalance where they're in a really difficult position now.
Okay. How can we get the current benefit levels to match the rising cost of living? It's a great question. None of us can answer that.
I do think that sometimes businesses could get behind things like fairer futures more, because, you know, you're seeing people unable to pay you, and that's the obvious reason. And it does seem it's community players that are out there in the public saying benefits need to go up, not power providers necessarily, not banks.
General question for all three of you. How do you undo generational mindsets around poverty and money habits? It's hard to think your parents were wrong.
It's difficult. I think financial mentors do a great job here, but it takes a lot of rapport building to get there, and it is those face-to-face conversations,
Is that something you deal with too, Michael?
Certainly, when you step into Christians against Poverty will step into someone's home, we go and visit them in their home, which is often a fantastic environment just to let down some barriers and to build trust and rapport with someone who is really nervous and is ashamed about talking to you about this problem they've been carrying for years. One of the aspects of that is, as Jake mentioned, is relationship building, giving people a chance to talk about their circumstances, and to be able to, in that process, encourage them, love them for who they are, bless them with some food. As a Christian organisation, we'll offer to pray with them if that's something they would like, to talk to them about the good things that they're doing right. You know, I remember one of our debt coaches who goes to visit a client in her home. She said she prayed just before she went, and she was like, what should I tell this young mum about her circumstances? She went and she had this visit, and they talked about their finances and stuff, and then she said, you know, I just really have a strong sense to tell you that you're doing a good job. And this lady just burst into tears because she said, no one had ever told me that. She said, my entire family has beat me down for having a kid when I was a teenager, and no one has ever told her that she's doing a good job. You know, if that's the barrier you face to getting help, the finances have got nothing to do with that. You know, you need to be able to meet people where they are at and to love them for who they are. And that's when people start to have that hope for themselves and actually believe that change is possible, and you take it small step at a time, they're perfectly capable of teaching their children. The children see the transformation in their parents' lives. They see the transformation in their home, and it starts to affect the way they look at other things.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. A question's come through for you, Mark. How does MSD at a national level support BFC services that are not funded?
We don't. We don't really. So we'd like to do more. So our big thing is, like, my big job is convincing that big beehive house to invest money, and that's pretty much what I do on a daily basis. So sort of at that time of, like, we want to do more. I think today, all that information that we've got out of today, that's just data rich for me. And getting that and convincing the politicians that there's more need out there and that we can fund more people and fund them more is, just one of the things I do on a daily basis. So, yep.
Thank you, Mark. Nice question. Are we only offering individualist financial solutions to people who come from collective cultures? How does that question sit with each of you?
I'd just say there's financial mentors usually sit in community organisations, and they're built up from their own community. So there will be different services around that look at different cultures and how approaches to money are there. So I think there is a mix in there, although generally as a society we do try and push people into this sort of individualised money path. And I know I really think it's important, and I think there's some great work going on from Good Shepherd around economic harm, and how there's something to think about in there as well when you're thinking in that space. Does everyone know about Good Shepherd's work on economic harm? Because I think that...
there are some shakings of heads, so let's fill us in.
So I think, coming again from Australia, I was shocked at this conversation not being had. There'd just been a Royal Commission into family violence in Australia, and particularly in the state of Victoria, and in that was a recommendation that required essential services businesses to have a family violence policy and recognise that sometimes abuse is carried out through money, or that there might be some things that seem normal at first that build into quite harsh situations, or money might be used as a means of control. So these really need to think across a lot of financial products, but particularly what I was seeing there when I looked into this is perpetrators using companies to get details of victims when they'd moved on. That was at the very harsh end. But there were things like the affordability assessments, the safe lending laws were actually making a big difference around checking a loan was suitable in the first place, that maybe a perpetrator wasn't going in and getting a business loan in a partner's name, and then a woman being left with debt, a huge amount of debt that she didn't even realise she'd signed up to because a signature was forged. Safe lending laws were helping slow down that conversation and say, hang on a minute, what is this lending for, and are we doing this properly? Or if they didn't do that, there was a mechanism to go through dispute resolution or through the courts and make things right. So yeah, great work from Good Shepherd. Really encourage people to go and look at that campaign they're doing.
And Michael, you were going to answer the question that was asked about, it's gone out now, about we're talking about debt as an individual thing rather than a community thing. Should we be looking at it differently?
I think it's very important when we're talking about the well-being of a family to consider the entire household and people that they support around them. This is a constant conversation with lenders who are often approaching the issue from a framework of my money, your money, his money, her money, and this is your expenses and this is your income, and it just doesn't work like that. For many of the clients we serve, for the priority audiences of the Building Financial Capability National Strategy, that's not how it works. So we have to have discussions, and I just commend Jake and FinCap team have been working with the minister's team as they're talking about the changes to the laws relating to lending, about how do you identify expenses that they consider essential and expenses that you consider discretionary, and it seems to be black and white, but it's not black and white. There are things that you need to be able to pay for to keep a roof over your head, And then everything else apart from that seems to be lattes and avocados on toast. But it's not the case. There are many ways in which we need to be able to support our children, to support our family, to be able to thrive in their communities. And an allowance has to be made for social participation, whether it's wha lave lave or White Sunday, or whether it's attending a tangi, whether it's travelling to your home, whether it's visiting family. There are things that if you cut those out in loan assessments, you're actually condemning someone to live in a type of hardship. It may not be financial hardship, but it's certainly societal hardship and disconnection from their whānau.
Yeah, cultural poverty. Yeah, absolutely. I've got one last question for each of you, and I'm gonna try and finish it on a hopeful note. I'm not sure that I mean it's quite hard, eh? Mark, if MSD had unlimited funding, where would you like to see it go?
Because there's so many financial mentors in the room, I'd like to give all the money to them.
Cool.
And my debt friends. Yeah. But actually, not on a serious note, I'm really quite passionate about early intervention and some of our getting in early with our families. I worked 10 years in child, youth and family and saw that we actually, when these families come to our attention, you know, we need to put more support in there, and like financial literacy and capability for those families at that time when they first get into trouble is going to go a long way in changing some of the problems. So actually, I'd might give it to OT and let them get on with it. So.
All right, great. Thank you, Mark. Well done. Reading the room. Michael, I like you. Are there solutions you've come across internationally that you would like to see introduced here in Aotearoa?
Yes. Looking overseas at the way other jurisdictions like Australia and the UK, the framework for looking after vulnerable consumers is the same. Like we want to protect people from financial harm, but sometimes that's outworked in a different way. So like some of insurance, interest commission is a huge one that pushes up the price of vehicles. That's when a dealer gets to add on an extra layer of interest that they charge, and it's profit for them, but it's of no value to the consumer. So looking overseas to solutions within their regulatory framework to better provide protection for consumers here is really helpful. But to be honest, there's really good domestic solutions as well. Just to look at the work of Ngā Tangata Microfinance or Good Shepherd in the low interest and no interest loans that they're offering people is fantastic, and they need some support as well to be able to continue to market their products and services as alternatives to the status quo, which are sometimes horrendous.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Yeah. Yes, you may. Yes, you may. And Jake, finally, if you had a magic wand, you could wave it and fix something. What's the thing?
I think just guaranteed access to the essentials for everyone in Aotearoa. Like, it's ridiculous that, you know, whether I'm getting out of prison yesterday or my credit rating's shot, I can't get a power contract, I can't get a bank account, I can't get a phone to keep up with wins, all those sorts of things.
Yeah. Thank you. You three have been really great. That's a fantastic session. It's very challenging, it's very moving, and we're all very grateful for the work that you do. A huge round of applause, please, for Jake, Mark and Michael.
Thank
you. We're going to move on to our keynote speaker, but I'm going to give you 30 seconds to just stand up, stretch, breathe. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave the room. Don't leave the room. You may not leave the room. Open the windows, yes. Let's do that. Let's do all of those things. Ruan, can I just check in with you? Are you all set with the tech? Beautiful, thank you. Steamy old Wellington. All right.
right, you beautiful people. I'm going to ask you to take your seats again. Thank you. We've got some fresh air floating into the room. Oh, there he is. All right, here we go. That's the best stretch. I'm going to bring you a chapa-chap for that stretch. That is the best stretch. In 1 second. All right, shush. Shush, 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 shush. Well done. So I am delighted to introduce our next keynote speaker. He's one of my favourite people on the planet. Hello. I met him 30 years ago when he was a touring comedian in a group called Facial DBX, who were like the beginning, the pioneers of sketch and stand-up comedy in New Zealand. I was a radio announcer in Queenstown, and I interviewed the group of them and thought, yeah, I would like that job. So I did that, and he got a proper job. And David's had an extensive career in leadership roles with Microsoft in New Zealand and Asia Pacific, and he's also held a number of general management roles in New Zealand trade and enterprise, most recently working with the technology sector to help fast-growing tech companies grow internationally. But he's, I have to say, funnier than that suggests. It's so rude of me. I know, but I mean, I read your CV and I go, that's very clever, but anyway. Sorry about that. David is a passionate New Zealander and a storyteller by nature. He's, as well as comedy, he's been a TV and radio actor. Turn that phone off. And he's written a book. Stop it. Just take a message. Get it outside. Throw it out the window. And David was a semi-finalist in New Zealander of the Year. All right, I'm just going to wait now. I'm just waiting. Oh, no. It's one of those poor people who just doesn't know how to make it stop. Can somebody sitting next to her make sure it's on silent now, because they'll call back. Sorry about this. The worst intro you've ever had. David is the CEO of the New Zealand Story, which is a really ambitious organisation marketing New Zealand to the world. If anybody can do it, this man can. So to hear more about that, would you please give a very warm welcome to David Downs?
Oh, yes, please. Lovely to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for having me. Well, we're going to catch up. So. Okay. Oh, kia ora koutou. No, 1, 2, 1, 2. Kia ora koutou katoa. No.
Oh, I might have turned it off.
Oh.
Because you want to walk around, don't you?
I do, but I turned it on. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do it. 1, 2. There we go. Kia ora koutou. No airangi toku tipuna. E whānau me tipa hau ki Wanganui. Ko Edward toko papa, ko Maureen toko mama, ko David Downs toko ingoa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā ra tātou katoa. Kia ora. One of the beautiful things about the Māori language is that you introduce yourself by saying where you're from and who your family are, and that's more important than who you are. And it's And this is the first time I've ever told this bit of a story. I thought I would today tell you the story of my family because it relates, I think, to the kaupapa of today. I said it in Māori, but I'll say it now in English. My parents were born in Ireland. And my father, I'm going to talk about my father. He was born in 1931 in Dublin and was brought up a Catholic, which is important because his father was a Protestant. And my grandmother was a Catholic, and when the two met, the family disowned them both. And so it was a real problem. And my father was the youngest of 4 children. He lived in this house when he was small. This is me and my kids, but you can see here that door is one part of their house, and it goes to the gate at the back. 2 physical rooms. A bedroom and a kitchen, and the kitchen was also the bathroom, and the toilet was outside. When my father was 4, his father died. And my grandmother was left a widow with 4 children under the age of 7. Her family had disowned her. She was destitute. She took 3 or 4 jobs cleaning. She tried her best to put food on the table every day. My father tells the story, I'm getting a bit emotional, but my father tells the story about Christmas. when they used to anticipate their long-lost uncle who lived in England used to send them a £1 note. And the kids would wait until the noise from the letterbox would open, and there would be a card with a £1 note, and that meant that they could go and get some food, special food for Christmas. Special, by the way, being chicken. And one year he told me the card never arrived and Christmas was cancelled. So my father was sent to a boarding school at the age of 6. I am getting emotional. This is quite unusual, by the way. You'll see why later. Went to the boarding school at the age of 6. Left school at the age of about 12. Wasn't for him, and he had to help look after the family. He spent a few years doing all sorts of random jobs around Ireland and eventually England, as is the way when you were Irish. And he found himself eventually working in the Navy, the Merchant Navy, on this ship, the Orchids. And he landed himself a pretty cool job of being a purser. And a purser was the person, if you've ever seen The Love Boat. What was the guy's name of The Love Boat? Who was the cute? Gopher. Dad was Gopher, basically. That's how we used to think of him. He tells us a story that actually they loved it when the passengers first came on the ship. They would stand there and like collect all their luggage and kind of have their hand out for a tip. And woe betide you if you didn't give them a tip, because your luggage might not make it to your room. In fact, it might be over the back of the boat. But he worked on this boat for about 10 years, from the age of about 17, and travelled the whole world and landed in all over the world. Went to Hong Kong, Australia, US, all through Asia. And he tells the story of why he came to New Zealand, because he walked down Queen Street. The ship docked to the bottom of Queen Street. Dad was coming from 1950s post-war Europe, where there was just huge deprivation. He'd had his whole life of having no money. And he walked into a cafe, with a couple of shillings in his pocket to buy himself lunch. And this is the true story, he tells us this, on the table in the cafe was a bowl of cream for people to put in their on their desserts or their on their food. And Dad thought, oh my God, I've come to the richest country in the world. They're giving away cream. Knowing my father, he probably didn't actually buy lunch. He probably just sat down and ate that bowl of cream. But anyway, so he went back to England, to Ireland, sorry, to where we picked up my mother. Not literally, not even metaphorically, actually. He'd met my mother, and he said, "We're going to move to New Zealand. It's the land of milk and honey." And my mum, who was 20 at the time, pregnant, unmarried, and Dad travelled to the other side of the world. And the story goes, and again, Dad tells the story, that the only people they knew in New Zealand, the only people in the entire country, lived in Fielding. This mythical, amazing city of Fielding. Like the Aztecs, made of gold. The streets are paved with gold. And he's telling my mother, we're going to go to Fielding. Our lives will be so good. They get off the bus. They landed here in Wellington. They got the bus to Fielding. They get off the bus. And so the story goes, they went to the address they were given, and there was a note on the door saying, we've moved to Wanganui. And so it was. Second part of my story, I was born in Wanganui. My parents never left. It's 50-something years later. Dad tells all these stories of, he was now early 30s, no real skills to his name. He'd only ever done sort of small jobs. Him and Mum, small children, they had 4 of us eventually. They were completely broke their whole lives. I never went without food, but we certainly didn't have things like holidays and flash cars and stuff like that. And it was just this amazing kind of experience. But even with all of that, even with the sort of the hardships that we probably had as children, I remember my father saying, we are a lot better off than we would have been if we'd stayed in Ireland. I'm so emotional today. Is it the day? Is it this room? It's your bloody Wairoa. You're making me feel... Just calm down. Anyway, I'm coming to the point of my story. I did want to actually tell you the story. Coming to the point of my story. My father got to the age... I remember as a child, Dad was always working. Like he ended up as a painter and decorator. He's got no real skills in that area, let me just tell you, by the way. I can tell you now that he's safely retired that you shouldn't hire him as a painter and decorator, because particularly in his later years, his eyesight wasn't that good. So you ended up with these sort of dribbly bits, and the wallpaper wasn't straight. Anyway, he worked every hour God sent to put food on the table for the family, to look after us, and to teach us the value of hard work. On the day he kind of retired. He was in his 70s by the time he felt like he needed to give up. His body gave out on him, basically. And I remember sitting down with him. By this stage, I'm like 30-something. And I'm saying, well, what's the plan for your retirement, Dad? Like, you're retiring. And I went through his finances with him. He'd been very private about that his whole life. Never really talked about money. It was not a thing. Never really wanted to expose us children to the fact that they were living in debt a lot of the time. And I remember going through it and being kind of horrified that my father, who had worked his entire life, had no money. Nothing to retire on. Zero. In fact, he was in debt in quite a few places. And the only thing they had in their favour was that over the many, many years since they'd bought it, their house that they had bought for £3,000, he tells me, they had paid off the mortgage. They owned their house. So that was incredible. What a lesson to me about what debt can do, how your life can be controlled, I suppose, by your circumstances at times. And I was very lucky in my life that I sort of learned from my father this incredible value of hard work and getting out there and of doing the right thing. And so I was very lucky then to be able to help my parents and my sisters and myself help them in their retirement. And it's just so lucky, but we're also so privileged because we realise that not everybody has that opportunity. The one great investment my father made was his children. Yeah. And that's so lucky for us as well. So that's my story. Why do I tell you this story? Because stories are powerful. Yeah, so powerful they got me. I'm hard as nails, me. But there's so much to story that's so important. And as Michelle said, this is kind of my job now. When we first met, and it was more like 40 years ago, by the way. Optimistic there, love. But anyway, hard to pretend you're 38 when I met you 40 years ago. But anyway, story is very powerful, and I just want to reflect. This is, as Michelle said, my job now is to tell stories. I love it. Like I did start my life as a stand-up comedian and a writer and an actor, and worked with Michelle a lot. It was super cool. And then I realised that actually you can take those skills and transfer them to other situations, and they work even better because there's magic in stories, and that's what I want to reflect on you on. So why tell stories? Well, essentially, this is one way to think about information. Okay, so you can think about information as data, and a lot of organizations talk about data, and particularly in the realm of things like financial literacy, it starts with this, 57% of people don't have enough money, 48% of this, 2/3 of that, and it gets to the point where it's just, I don't get it. Like data is or data, potato. It's not a great way to engage people because it's not very memorable. You can start to think about, well, what could we do better than just data? We could sort the information into some sort of categorization, okay? And that might help a little bit. Some people might get a little help in terms of sorting. You could start to arrange the data in a way that it starts to make sense, or you could even present it in a visual way that gives people a bit of a clue of what you're trying to say with this data or information. But by far the best thing you could do with it is to create a story. And that's what the power of a story does. It takes information and it translates it into a story that's much more memorable. Why is it more memorable? Because that's what we as human beings have been doing for millennia. We are storytelling creatures. We stand around the campfires, thousands and thousands of years, and we told each other stories. And still today we tell each other stories. And stories are memorable. Stories emotionally connect us. The reason I pushed myself out there and allowed myself to get a bit emotional is because I wanted to emotionally connect with my own story, but also with all of you. And it's really powerful. I wanted to take you on a bit of a journey, because stories do that. They create a reality. They suck you into this reality, and they create a story around it, and they allow you to add the details to fill it in with your own reality. And most importantly, stories are memorable. Stories connect into your brain in a way that facts and data and insights and brochures and PowerPoints never will, because of that innate ability that we have as humans to tell each other stories. And a lot of people think, and we make the mistake of this in government, I can say this by the way, with apologies to all the government people in the room, because I'm a government guy now, that's how far away I've moved from the world of stand-up comedy. I am now working for the government, working for the man. Or woman. She's a woman, yeah, actually, that's a good point. That's how much of a contradiction I am. But I can say this, in the government, we tend to make the mistake, and many businesses make this mistake, many people make this mistake of thinking that human beings are logical. And that all we need to do is portray a logical argument. We need to say to you, you should save for your retirement, because if you don't, you won't have enough money, and you'll be sad. That's a very logical argument, you know? The reality is human beings are not logical. We are emotional creatures, yeah? We make emotional decisions, and then we reverse engineer a bit of logic to make ourselves feel better, yeah? Why did you buy that car? Oh, fuel efficiency. Definitely. Safety rating? Is it because it's red? Maybe. Maybe it's red. I like red cars. We make emotional decisions and then we justify them. And it's just, there's so much evidence to this that, you know, modern psychology is full of evidence saying that human beings make emotional decisions. There's a great research study that was done on exactly this point, using some data from Israel around judges. So judges, by definition, should be the most logical people. Their job is to sift through the facts and to make sensible, grown-up, logical decisions. And this particular study is really fascinating. It's kind of well known in this field of how we are making emotional decisions. They were parole judges. So the job of a parole judge is a prisoner will come to them. They get to make a decision. Should this prisoner stay in prison or should they be released? You know, so it's very logical. You know, how has their behaviour been? Have they done the programs they need to? Are they off the drugs and the alcohol, etc.? And you would think, therefore, that the judges would then make the most sensible decisions. Interestingly, the study showed that actually the number one determinant of whether a prisoner coming in front of a judge in an Israeli prison across thousands of survey samples, the number one determinant was how recently they'd eaten. Because human beings, when we don't eat, we don't make sensible decisions, we get a bit emotional. And there's an amazing graph that shows straight after lunch, you're much better. You're much more likely to be released if you're a prisoner. Straight after morning tea or afternoon tea. As the afternoon goes on, you're much less likely to be released because it gets to the point where the judge is getting a bit hangry. You know, can't make, I'm just thinking about other things. You know, just leave them in prison. Now, if a judge who is professional at this, who has trained their entire career to try and be logical, can't make sensible decisions, then what hope have the rest of us got? So that's why you should use this fact. Oh, good, we've got a question here. Oh, she's correcting the facts. Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. That's one of my other points. But anyway, a psychologist is in the room, everybody. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So what? She just agreed with me. The point is, we may think of ourselves as logical. We're not logical, you know, human beings, for many reasons. And stories tap into that part of us, which is much more powerful than the logical part of us. Thank you for the correction. There's this wonderful saying, I'm sure you've heard it before, it goes to the point of storytelling from Maya Angelou, which is, people will forget what you said and they will forget what you did, but they will never forget how they made you feel. 3 weeks from now, Michelle will be a distant memory to you. Who was that? The old spot-on lady. What was her name? Whereas you'll remember that guy that told you that emotional story about his father. Actually, you probably will remember Michelle because she's very memorable, you know what I mean? But that's the point. She's memorable because she makes you feel something. She makes you feel shy that you had your phone on. But this is the point about stories. Stories give us feeling. They connect with our emotional self. Now, for the scientists in the room, for the people who are logical and want a bit of logic, there is some science behind this that I'm about to get wrong and be corrected on. So there's my version of the science anyway, which is that essentially there are sort of, if you think about the psychology of it, there are sort of three chemicals involved. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter. Dopamine is enhanced through this idea of anticipation, you know. And so if you want to tell a good story, and this is kind of the science of story I'm getting into now, if you want to tell a good story, you should build up. You should create some sense of anticipation, a sense of a journey that we're on together. And good comedy, like if you good stand-up comedy, if you ever go and see Michelle, she tells stories. Like some comedians just tell you a joke, and it's like a short, sharp sugar rush. Some tell you a story, and they bring you along in their reality and their world, and then they tell you the joke. And it's much better when you get that sense of anticipation because your dopamine levels are rising. Similarly, you have oxytocin. Oxytocin is the love drug, some people call it. It's the idea of creating a bond, of care, of empathy. You know, it's wonderful. And again, you know, the way that you tell a story and you bring people in is by showing them some emotion. You know, that's why I did that earlier. I wanted to tell you a story of my life that I'm quite emotional about because we now feel bonded by that. Some of us. Shouldn't insult the audience. Anyway, okay. But this is it. So when you're creating stories, you want the anticipation, you want a story, you want oxytocin, and then you want endorphins. You know, endorphins, and purposefully, people like Michelle and I make you laugh, yeah? Because we know that it feels good to laugh, yeah? And laughter, therefore, creates this bond. It creates this feeling of satisfaction. It reinforces the positive emotions that we're hoping that you might feel when we talk to you. And good stories have these elements in them. They have the sense of anticipation, the sense of bonding, of care, of emotion, and then they have the sense of relief, laughter, you know, feeling good. And those are what make good stories. There are other things that make up good stories too, just for you know, to draw it out. A good character. In my story, I was telling the story of my father. You know, you want to have empathy for that character. You want to understand that person, who they are, where they come from. You want them to have a goal. You know, what are they trying to do in life? They're trying to get ahead. They're trying to provide for their family. They're trying to find a better life in another country. Ideally, you'll have some sort of plot or some sort of process that you're taking them through the journey. My father's tale is sort of a variation on kind of the hero's journey in storytelling parlance. Hero's journey is someone goes off to find hardship, to work their way through to find a better thing at the end of it. That's sort of a lovely. Star Wars is that movie. The Bible is that movie. You know, is that story. And ultimately, when you're thinking about a story for the purpose of educating, is you want the audience to take some action at the end of it. You want them to leave the room going, I'm going to do something a bit different because I heard that story. So you bonded to the story, you heard the story, you understood it, but you want to take an action. And so in the area of what you will do in financial capability, these are the elements that I think you could bring to bear in your storytelling. Now, I'm going to put you to work. We've got 4 minutes left. This is very ambitious. All right, Ernest Hemingway. Have we all heard of Ernest Hemingway? One of the quintessential writers of our time, or not. An incredible American storyteller. And the legend goes that he was such an incredible, he wrote The Old Man and the Sea, he wrote these incredible epics. The story is that one day someone found him in a bar in Key West where he lived down at the bottom of Florida and said, if you're such a great storyteller, I bet you can't tell a great story in just 6 words. And it's become this global challenge now because he told an amazing story, I'm about to show it to you, that has all the elements of the things I just mentioned to you in 6 words. And this is my point. If you can tell a great story in 6 words, imagine what you can do with an entire PowerPoint deck. Just imagine. His 6-word story, you might have heard it, it's beautiful. For sale, baby shoes, never worn. Hasn't that got everything? Hasn't that got empathy and history and backstory and wonderment about it? It's a beautiful example of how you can, really go into someone's psyche and talk to them. Here's some great other ones I found on the internet. Joining the president is his husband. Cool, eh? Strangers, friends, best friends, lovers, strangers. That's like an entire lifetime in 6 words. We're lying in bed. He's lying. Some great 6-word stories. If I was trying to write one earlier, actually, that's why I changed my slides earlier. I was thinking, what's my father's 6-word stories? Sometimes short-term decisions have long-term consequences. That's a positive and a negative story, you know. Like the short-term decision was he never really got educated. You know, he didn't have the money, and the long-term consequence was that he didn't have the money in retirement. But also, it's a positive thing. Short-term decisions, the decision to have a child is usually pretty short-term. have long-term consequences. Your children look after you. Right. Really stretching the bow now, aren't I? It's good, eh? All right. Now, ambitiously, I'm going to give you all a task. You're all sitting next to somebody, or there's three of you. You have the opportunity to tell me your 6-word story. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. You're going to take 2 of them. And between the 2 of you, you're going to construct a 6-word story related to financial capability, and your time starts now. Well, we'll choose.
No, yes.
Okay, cool. We'll do that.
I'm going to give her some sugar.
Okay, good. That's 1 minute gone. You've got 1 minute left. So between the 2 of you, work out a good story. Okay, cool. You can help me judge them, Michelle. Okay, cool. You got 20 seconds left. Ooh. Just correct the spelling. Fix any major plot holes. All right, 10 seconds. All right, that's a suitable amount of hush. That'll do us. How did you find that? Was that exciting and exhilarating? Do you feel like Ernest Hemingway? Yes? All right, who would like, and you knew this was going to come, who would like to share? Wow, look at that hand right up here. Okay, and Michelle's going to help me judge, by the way. So Michelle, look at the putia we have on display here. That is, woo, no expense spared. Oh, that's cool.
You could embroider that on a cushion.
Yeah, you can stick it on the side of a bus. That's fantastic. Okay, this lady here with the mask and the...
Okay, so this is a true story.
Whoa.
Deathbed, regrets, never enough money. My mother
Oh, deathbed regrets, never enough money. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. All right, this gentleman here. Sorry, we're coming around here. Yep. Oh, that is awesome.
Nice.
That's the story of the last 3 years.
You should both get a chapter.
It's wrapped up, right? I had this lady here.
Oh, do you need it?
Oh, hang on, we'll wait for a bit of hush. Sorry, Michelle's like this. She gets excited.
Sorry.
Tell your money where to go. Whoa! Jane, you've got some great new slogans for Sorted and stuff. And one more over here. Oh. Oranga tamariki, that's good. Right, any last ones? Here we go. I buy now, I pray later. Give a prize to the woman from Afterpay. That's a really missed opportunity. You could make a fortune out of that slogan. Yeah. Hey, look, so those, the point of a 6, you got one more over there. Look, you're just dying to tell me. Oh, please, I'm sorry. Okay, well, please do. Michelle's been trying to for a while, but she hasn't made it much further than you either. Okay. Did you hear all that? When is enough plus GST? Very nice. Thank you so much. So I guess the point is, like, you know, you can feel that 6 words actually sounds like a pathetic amount, but actually you can get a really good, you know, story. You can get some emotion in there. You can teach something. It's a lesson. And again, I've said it playfully, but imagine what you can do if you have more time. And if you connect with people on that emotional level, you give them that sort of sense of mystery, that sense of emotional connection, sometimes a bit of a laugh. Those are the best stories. So I just want to quickly finish by telling you about my job because it's super cool. Our job at an organisation called the New Zealand Story, and our role is to basically tell the story of New Zealand to the world, which is pretty cool. So Aotearoa New Zealand, we think we're a special place. There's so much going for us. The world knows a bit about us, but they mainly think that we are this beautiful country with maybe some nice people, but not much is happening. That's what all the research tells us, is that the rest of the world just sees us as beautiful but empty. Not just the people, the country as well. And so what we do, shouldn't say that, should I? It's your influence. So what we do at New Zealand Story is basically tell the story of Aotearoa New Zealand to the world. And we do that, you know, through a whole lot of things. We have a lot of videos and photography and imagery, and we do a whole lot of work in international countries, and we do research about what other people think about us and that sort of thing. But we try and portray it in a really realistic way. We're not saying like we are the most perfect country in the world. We're not saying we've got everything 100% correct. What we're saying is we are a country that cares for people and has a deep connection to the place that we're from. That's kind of the core message. That's our 6-word story: care for people and connection to place. And is an ampersand, because otherwise it would be 7. And that really sort of the story of New Zealand. We believe that New Zealand can be good for the world, not just good in the world. So that's kind of my job. I wanted to finish with that. Thank you so much for having me. That was the word from the sponsor right at the end there. So good to be able to sit as part of this. Thank you for allowing me to share my story about my father. It's 100% true. He's still alive today. He's 91, my father. And his name's Ted, which is a bit unfortunate because he's Irish and his father Ted. So, yeah, exactly. It's like a cliche. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā ra tātou katoa. Kia ora.
David Downs. He's superb. That was exactly what we needed, right? That was just absolute perfection. We're a little late going to afternoon tea. I'm going to make a kind of a call that we're going to come back at 3:30 instead of 3:20. Is that okay? I want you to make this a really quick break. Go and grab a drink and something to eat, and then come back here. And I'm finishing with my 6-word story. Out of time. Afternoon tea. Go. There you go. See you in a minute. 3:30. So this is a really important part of why we are gathering, and a really important part of the program for this day and a half is this next presentation, and then your opportunity to break into workshops and have proper discussions about what has happened and what is going to happen next. So this is really our business end, which is really exciting. And I think we've been very lucky today to have been on a kind of intellectual and emotional journey that leads us to this point. So what I'm going to do now is introduce to you Rachel Beckett. God, that's a great start. Sorry about that. Let's rewind. So lovely to see you all here. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to Rachel Beckett. Rachel leads New Zealand's national strategy for financial capability to help New Zealanders understand money, and her work is all about helping the financial capability community work together to make content more consistent and to demystify money. And I'll just give you a little tiny bit of background about Rachel, that before joining Te Ara Ahunga Ora, she worked with the UK government. Was that a canon? I don't know what's going on. Well, she worked with the UK government to help businesses expand into New Zealand. She developed sustainable supply chains for New Zealand businesses at the wonderful organisation that is Fair Trade, and collaborated with local communities on better transport outcomes. She has huge passion for financial education, previously spent time in Kenya partnering with banks to grow. It is, isn't it? What, is this a thing you do now?
What happens in Wellington? Do you do a 21 gun salute? Is that two? Do we? What is going on? Is everything? Should we carry on? Okay, that's great. Rachel is amazing, has an incredible background, and she's now going to talk about what we learnt from the year of National Strategy in Action and where we go from here. So I want you to give her a rock and roll welcome. Welcome to the stage, Rachel Beckett.
Tēnā koutou, kua hui hui, mai nei e mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua. Ko Rachel Beckett toko ingoa no Tamaki Makaurau ahau. E mahi ana o he National Strategy Lead ki, te Arahunga Ora Retirement Commission, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, thank you so much for being here. That was my biggest fear. I was like, what if no one shows up as an event organiser? And you're all here, so thank you. Thank you. I have the absolute privilege of working with many of you through the National Strategy for Financial Capability. And what that document is it's essentially a kaupapa. It's a way to bring us all together. It's a platform to work together from to help New Zealanders understand money. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about that. I know a lot of you probably haven't read it in as much detail as I do regularly. So I'll fill you in. And I'm going to split this session into about 4 parts. I'll first tell you what is the National Strategy, just a little refresher course. What happened this year, what did we learn, and then what is next. Oh, I'm realising I'm meant to be clicking, aren't I? Oops. Perfect. So what is it? Working together to help New Zealanders understand money. Jane touched on it a little bit at the start, but it has 3 goals. Consistent content. We don't want to be confusing New Zealanders with all the jargon that we're using, and we'll chat about a project that addresses that very soon. Working together, which is a big part of this mahi. It's coming together, it's learning from each other, it's having banks talking with community groups and government talking with different parts of the New Zealand as well. Coming together from this platform is a great opportunity, basically an excuse to kind of get everyone in a room if they weren't doing it already, but we know it's been a bit siloed. And demystify money is obviously a big part of this, helping New Zealanders understand money. So basically, our partners, we call you our partners, so thank you very much. We have about 500 plus partners on our database, all who work across the different spectrum of finance, really, whether it be community, iwi, government, banks, the like. So it's all coming together and, coming together to join in on this mahi. Nope, if my clicker works. There we go. So what happened this year? Well, you don't have to read all these words on a screen, but that is the 3-year plan, and we'll just chat a little bit about this year and where these parts or projects unfolded and where those are at. So one of the Te Arahunga Ora-led initiatives this year was a sector glossary. So this one here is just wrapped up now, and we're really excited to launch that for consultation from next week. It'll be up on our web, and we'll be asking for industry feedback, anyone who really wants a view over the next month until the 30th of September. So we're very grateful that we have all these amazing people from these amazing organisations coming together. It has taken about 8 to 9 months of discussions. We didn't hold them for 8 months, but it was about an hour session, or sometimes up to 2 hours every month, talking and going through every single word in detail. What's confusing? What are we seeing? Where are the opportunities to make this language consistent? And I think, bias here, but I think we did come up with a really cool outcome in the end. The glossary is looking really good, and we're really excited to hear your feedback on it. So just some examples of what this looks like. We have a little phase-in column, what we recommend phasing in, and a little phase-out column. So you'll notice credit on there, and something that came up throughout the glossary discussions was just the different definitions of credit, I suppose, and the way that it's being used. So are we talking about a refund? Are we talking about how much you can borrow? Is it like a credit limit? Are we talking debt? If we're talking debt, let's just call it debt or a loan, instead of credit. Another word in there, deficit. Bit confusing, a bit of an accounting term, so we hear throughout these discussions. Why don't we call it shortfall and try and plain English it together? And then the one that I found quite amusing was legacy, bequests, devises. It's really challenging to find anyone who understands these terms, but I had an amazing contact at Public Trust, Jackie, who talked me through them and said, this just means gifts, and these are different forms of gifts, whether it be property, cash, other things when people leave their estate. So let's just call them that. So these are some of the examples in there, and we really look forward to hearing your feedback on them and sharpening that up so we can go out to launch next year with this kind of best practice recommended recommendations of financial terms. So we're calling it de-jargoning money. So the next one on there is a stakeholder conference. Yay, I think we're doing that today, guys. That's very exciting. We did have to delay, but hopefully this will be around about an annual event, depending how we go. Fingers crossed. No more lockdowns. And then we had an online seminar series. So we tend to do these... we know there's a lot of information out there, so I tend to run a webinar if it's a real great chance to connect over a topic that we haven't before, to share research that might have come out, and to collaborate on different issues and opportunities facing New Zealanders. So one of the webinars we ran to collaborate was we invited people to join us in demystifying money, and that people through breakout sessions came up with some words that could be included in the de-jargoning money glossary for the working group to consider. We also spoke recently about the savings gap. ASB has some great research on that, and they touched on that today a little bit as well, where 40% of New Zealanders don't have $1,000 saved. And we thought we could go out wider and ask whether there's any solutions and ways that we can work together to start to address that. And we shared the research as well on different topics. So thank you to all. We had about 750 registrations across these webinars, so it is a great chance to connect together as a community on these different topics. So another one on there that we were tasked with leading this year is a shared impact measurement framework, and so it's a bit jargony how we've worded in there, but it's basically about impact measures, like how can we tell if we are shifting the dial for New Zealanders and their money? What are a few simple metrics that we can look at that will tell us and paint this picture for us? So we're working through that at the moment. We have a fantastic steering group, thank you to these great organisations involved, that are helping us address this, and we'll be starting some interviews with different providers soon to find out what's important and get a bit more feedback on getting the right measures in place. And the working group, or the steering group rather, have determined that what we want these measures to be are very simple to administer. We want just a few. We're not looking at 2040. We want them to be evidence-based. We want them to be culturally responsive, because we know wealth and money mean different things to different communities. And we want them to look at behaviours where it's possible to measure behaviours, knowing that that is a little bit of a challenge as well. So we will keep you posted on that. Perfect. And we ran Money Week, and that was, I think, 2 weeks ago now. So thank you very much, everyone who took part in that. We'll look forward to continuing that campaign next year. So some partner-led initiatives on there. You heard from the wonderful Riss and Tracy and Josie today on the It Starts With Action campaign. And so that was the first Shift the Dial project. And we've got some other exciting ones coming up in the next couple of years, looking at Māori and Pacific peoples as well. There was aligning SCAFE, and a long acronym I know, but that was a safer credit and inclusion strategy that was run out of MB in partnership with MSD and Te Puni Kōkiri, and that is now getting embedded into the strategy, and there's a lot more work that we could be doing around that. And the webinar that FinCap runs, and that's an annual thing as well, what's happening on the ground, and they ran that recently, and that was a really great, had really great uptake, about 120 people who are really keen to see what's happening in the community and hearing those perspectives. So thank you very much to all the partners and the people in this room that have taken part across these various projects. So just a couple of bonus extras. We have a national strategy governance group. So these are the heads of these different associations come together every couple of months, and we talk about the strategy and look at what more that we could be doing. So thank you very much to those organisations. And we also just wrapped up a savings working group as well. So that was looking at that savings problem that ASB raised around how can we encourage people to save, knowing that there are a lot of people in the community that can't save, but there are a portion of people that can, but are living payday to payday. So with the right behaviours and nudges, what can we do as an industry to address that? So that's just wrapped up, and we'll have some recommendations going through the Minister through the review of retirement income policies. So that's exciting. Lots of great ideas from these members of this working group. So next up, what did we learn? So number one, there's wonderful people in this room. I am so thrilled to have been able to work with many of you over the last year. What I was really surprised by was just everyone's willingness to come to the table and say yes, pretty much at every opportunity. If I asked about working group participation, looking at a problem, speaking at a webinar, even today, everyone who was speaking today was doing that in their voluntary capacity. So we're so grateful for all the wonderful people who have come together and joined us. So the other one is the power of coming together. That's a big theme of today and the financial capability community in general. We know when we do get industry, government, iwi, community organisations all together, then we really can get a picture of what's going on. We can learn from each other and we can start to address some of these really wicked problems. So particularly through the working groups that I've been a part of, everyone in that room was so valuable, and just having those different perspectives, we know there's a real power in that. The other one on this list is to focus. So we know we can't address all the problems at once, but what I have really enjoyed about the strategy is that it does focus on just a couple each year. We know that if we had everything on there and some really big audacious goals of, changing everything, that it's not measurable and we can't say that we've done it. So what I've loved is, say 5 or 6 projects, let's get these done, and then let's look at another one. We can't be spread too thin. We need to be focusing on areas that we know matter. And a bit of patience, like working with so many great people, particularly through the glossary project and a few of the other challenges that we've been working on with these working groups and steering groups. It's these things are going to take time, and we can't rush it because we're not going to get a quality result. So particularly with the impact measures, we really want to make a lot of time to learn from all of you who are out there doing this work to see what's shifting the dial, what's important, what can you measure. There's no point in trying to rush something through to just say, it's cool, we've achieved this, it has to be quality. And the other one that was also a little bit of a theme for today is education. And we know we are all passionate about education, people understanding money, knowing what it does. But what I've learned a lot in the past year is, from people and also the research, is it's not just about education. That's not going to be what shifts the dial. Like, that might help, sure, but it's that gap between the education and then the behaviour. It's actually making a difference from what you know, or actually doing something with what you know, which we hear that particularly with finance, some people don't really want to know. I can't remember the word someone used recently, but it's like psychologically sometimes you don't like to look at something, so you purposely avoid it, and sometimes that does seem to be the case with money. It's building on education, I think, and looking at behaviours and how we can start to nudge those. And then the last one is, I don't think we have done enough work looking at our target audiences. A lot more focus needs to be done for women, Māori and Pacific peoples, and I hope that we can take some learnings and pull them through in the next couple of years to look at other projects that can really shift the dial, and working in partnership with more communities as well. So what is next? What is in play for the next... we're doing this in financial years, sorry, so it launched in kind of mid-year and it goes to mid-year, so we're talking the next year. The New Zealand Bankers Association is tasked with looking at shifting the dial for Māori, and they'll be doing that in partnership with Tawhia. And that would be a really exciting project to see take place. We have the Financial Markets Authority that are listed in there as a Year 2 project to look at a shared resource library. And some interesting feedback recently has been, how good would it be if we had like a kind of shared knowledge base, or almost like a research hub as well, that brings together everything we know about finance and financial behaviour, and we have that accessible to all of us as a community. And even, say, if banks are trialling certain things, if that could be used in this knowledge hub as well, so we can say, oh, okay, that worked, that didn't work, and just share, freely sharing our resources and information a lot more for the benefit of New Zealanders. So yeah, hopefully we can kind of pull that through into this project. We'll work on it with the FMA. And other things is we'll be refining that glossary from feedback and then launching it next year. Working on the consistent impact measures. We'll have ongoing webinars and research, and then obviously eventually we'll need to look at the next conference as well. So that will keep us a little bit busy too. And then other focus areas that I'd love to be able to start to look at is focusing on what we can do for target audiences more. What else? What are we missing here? Exploring next steps for the Safer Credit and Inclusion strategy, whether we need a forum set up to look at the most pressing issues and start to address them together. More collaborating and less duplicating. We know that might be an ongoing challenge, but so many organisations are doing phenomenal work. How can we bring that together and work together using the national strategy as a basis? The cost of living crisis is obviously a massive one, so that's going to have to be something that we keep an eye on and decide from a sort of perspective, or even a national strategy perspective, how we can make sure that we're doing what we can for New Zealanders in that space. And then also considering what else comes out of today's session. So we have a workshop next in kind of 3 different rooms, and we do want your views on where else we can be focusing on. And I'm happy to take on some of this, but as we know, it's also a community effort, which is why we're all here, and everyone's very willing to help. So it's about figuring out, what more we can do as a community. Looks like that's the end of my slide deck. Thank you very much all for being here again. Really, really appreciate your time, energy, and I've learnt so much from a lot of you today already, and look forward to hearing more. So thanks again.
So what we're going to do now, is break into workshop spaces. So there are 3 groups. Here's how you know where you need to be for this co-design workshop. We're going to use 3 rooms. Those of you, if you have a look at your lanyard, you will either have an orange sticker, a green sticker, or no sticker. These have been assigned randomly. Those who have no sticker, very important. Very important. Those who don't have a sticker on their lanyard, stay in this room, and you are going to be in a facilitated session with Donna. Those who have an orange sticker dot will go upstairs to the Matiu room with Erin, and those who have a green sticker will go to the rowing club with Tom. And you can see all this on the slides behind me. And in those workshops, you are going to consider these questions. It's been 1 year of the national strategy. You don't have to write this down. They'll tell you when you get there. It's all right. I could just feel you all reaching for a pen. It was adorable. It's been 1 year of the national strategy for financial capability and action. Upon reflection, as a part of the financial capability community, what should we all keep doing, stop doing, and start doing? And the second question is, what do we need to focus on next that will shift the dial for New Zealanders and their financial well-being? So your facilitators will take you through those questions. We will get your answers. Then do you know what happens at the end of that? You come back here and have a glass of wine. If there's any left, because I'm just here on my own. So that's how that's going to work. Is there anybody who is not sure about what they should be doing and what room they should be in? You know that the boat shed is the first building outside, and it looks like that picture on the wall with the green dot. Fantastic. Some of you will stay here, some of you go upstairs, some will go to the boat shed. See you back here for a glass of wine.